Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast, hosted and sponsored by GrandTheftWorld.com. It's episode 89. This is July 17th, 2022. We're going to be breaking down the news of the week, getting in some of the censored stories over the next 6 or 7 hours tonight, just as we usually do every week. Give you a little tasty summary that you can watch throughout the next week to catch up on the last week so you understand the historical context and not just a bunch of headlines that change every day as you go through. So, newer headlines in the past week. We saw New York City started doing nuclear missile drills, nuclear attack drills. Like it's the 1960s Cuban Missile Crisis, duck and cover, get under the desks, whatever the modern version of that. People in New York City, they've been practicing that. Also, we got a new strain of COVID to talk about. They say it's the most deadly variant yet, which is that, it's an interesting claim, right? That's clickbait that they're putting out there for you. Is it really that deadly, or were the other ones just not that deadly and this one's deadlier? We have yet to find out. Because of that, let's go back to New York City. They're bringing back the mask mandates. They're dusting those off. Those things you thought were in the past. Maybe we had outgrown that irrational, fear-based thinking of putting something against your face all day and then touching it with your dirty hands and then having it next to your nose and respiratory tract all day. The unsanitariness of it. If you just observe people there, it's so casual. It's no longer a preventative device, a medical device. It's more of a fashion statement. It's a political statement these days. So we'll get into that. There's also a clip after which this episode is named Chemical Colonialism. It's Russell Brand talking with Vandana Shiva. Now, 10 years ago when we launched Tragedy and Hope, remember we mentioned the 10-year anniversary or the 13-year anniversary a couple weeks ago. In our first issue, we had Vandana Shiva. We had the, world according to Monsanto. There was a lot of chemicals in the food back then that we were telling people about. Fast forward 13 years later, still going on today. So what you're going to see is a recent clip with Russell Brand, Vandana Shiva. She's going to talk about this chemical corporate colonialism of our food, of our being. Because as we'll learn in the intermission tonight with Jake Tran, there is part of our being that is now sponsored by DuPont. It's in 99% of the people on the planet. And we're going to see his special, How DuPont Poisoned the World. Also, tonight's special guest is Gareth Ike. He is the host of the show Right Now on the Iconic Network. So we're going to talk to him for a little bit. And then there's also a clip going around. Burmis was, I think his title was World Economic Forum wants to bring robots to the classroom. So it's more on the cybernetics, track trace, database, technology, technocratic control of not just us, but the future generations, the removal of pesky teachers, just like they want to remove parents from the process and just have the government create or incubate human beings. Same kind of thing in the schools. So no bridge between your child and the future other than the robot or the AI algorithm that they're interacting with. Human being, human wisdom, human experience no longer fits the bill. It's obsolete, they say. All right, so to get tonight rolling, let's go to Luke Radowski of wearechange.org, and let's get tonight's kickoff.
Hello, useless eaters. As your unqualified, non-elected global human health overlord, I'd like to take this opportunity to flaunt my position of power and influence over society and share some of my plans for you and your future. When I amassed my fortune in computer software, I demonstrated that I was willing to lie, steal code, cheat my partners, and exercise monopolistic control to destroy my competitors. Now that I've retired, I can rebrand myself as a humanitarian. With my for-profit foundation masquerading as a charity, I can advocate for population reduction and sponsor mass human experiments with unproven vaccines in vulnerable populations. Like my father, a powerful banker, eugenicist, and Rockefeller crony himself, it's always been my ambition to decide who lives and, more importantly, how many have to.
That generic-looking cartoon sure looks like someone that we can't criticize fully here on this platform. I wonder who it is. Must be nobody. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. This is Luke Radowski here of wearechange.org. And oh boy, do we have some absolutely crazy news to get into today. As of course, there's a plethora of absolutely insane corruption going on. This as today, we just got another major signal that there are some very serious economic troubles ahead. Lots of geopolitical realignments. And if you thought it couldn't get a lot worse, you're not thinking. This as we have a very eye-opening message for you here on this particular video. And there's so much crazy news, we're just going to jump right into it, as today we are finding out that Nancy Pelosi's husband has bought over $1 million of computer chip stocks in a company that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be soon deciding the future of in an upcoming vote in Congress. Now, it's important to note here that we live in a plutocracy, a country created for some of the wealthiest people in our society, like the Pelosis, that literally have been making better stock trades than Warren Buffett and anyone else in the business. How does someone connected to government make all these accurate, predictive economic decisions that they're so heavily involved in? I wonder how they're doing that. And obviously it is clear corruption, as of course there's even entire social media accounts dedicated to Nancy Pelosi's stock trading portfolios, which have been banned and censored, especially on TikTok, because they have been very accurate. And when you're gaming the system from an insider like Nancy Pelosi is, you could bet your bottom dollar that they don't want you finding out about it. They don't want you investing like they're investing, because the game is rigged. Now, when it comes to this specific highly suspicious stock purchase from Paul Pelosi, some people are saying it's $1 million. Business Insider is saying it's 2.1 million. Other news organizations are saying 5 million. I think it's just safe to say over 1 million. This, as the company that he is buying is set to receive a massive government subsidy inside of Congress that will be taking your money and giving it to them, heavily investing in that specific industry. The bill that Nancy Pelosi is going to be voting on will decide if $52 billion will be delivered to these specific companies in a chip subsidy bill that would also give the companies tax credits in order to, of course, increase competitiveness with China when it comes to producing chips. Now, with financial decisions like this could explain why Nancy Pelosi, who, by the way, has a salary of nearly $200,000 a year as Speaker in the House, is estimated to be worth over $100 million. Those numbers, of course, don't equate unless you're doing something shady, which a lot of these politicians are. Secretively, this is just scratching the surface of what we're finding out. You can imagine what we still don't know about. As openly, these people also just drunk drive without any major consequences, as Nancy Pelosi's husband was just caught doing within just the last few weeks. What will be the consequences of this irresponsible behavior that put lives at risk? Well, we'll see if there's any, and if there is, it's probably going to be a lot more severe than just robbing the nation of its wealth. And when the ruling elites are, stealing money, driving drunk, they're also doing unspeakable things to small children that we can't even describe to you in this particular platform. This, as today we're finding out, according to the Daily Mail, there's a photograph of Prince Andrew that allegedly would, quote, rock the monarchy if it was ever made public. This, as we're finding out, as a photographer working for the BBC, Mark Harrison is refusing to reveal what this photograph shows, as allegedly it is shocking and embarrassing, and it made, quote, staff's jaw drop. Now, what kind of predicament was Prince Andrew caught in to have such salacious, speculative images of him out there that the British Broadcasting Corporation is literally covering up? Well, we don't know. We can only speculate from here, as of course it's also important to note that the photo was taken during the infamous interview that Prince Andrew made to the British Broadcasting Company. And a couple things here that I just wanted to point out. Why is the British Broadcasting Company, that receives subsidies from the government to publish information to the general public protecting the royal family, once again, when it comes to monstrous individuals that have hurt individuals in unspeakable ways? This is not the first time they did this. They did this on multiple occasions. Two, whether this photograph is something legitimate or it's not, it doesn't matter. Prince Andrew, the Queen's favorite son, according to many sources, deserves a reckoning when it comes to his participation in the largest extortion and trafficking operation that has happened within the last 30 years. And the fact that this man could buy justice, he, by the way, settled with his accusers to the tune of millions of dollars to silence them, to censor any kind of criticism of him. The fact that this man could do unspeakable things and get away with it because he's rich and his mom is the queen shows you the hypocrisy and duplicity of the current system that we're living under. Now, when the ruling elites aren't driving home drunk, stealing your money, and hurting children in unspeakable ways, let's not also forget that a lot of them are consuming a huge amount of paraphernalia and even brazenly taking photos and videos of them breaking the law, just like Hunter Biden did many times, and never facing any real repercussions of. If there ever was enough reason to understand that we're living under a plutocracy that prioritizes multinational corporations and big banks and huge industries like Big Pharma, what other signs did you need to show you that this is purely a plutocracy under all forms of understanding of it? And while the rich get to do whatever they want, let's also not forget that they put out a lot of distractions for us, so we are divided and conquered talking about nonsense that has absolutely no impact on our life. And this is why one of the best ways to combat this, in my opinion, is not just online, but in the real world, specifically with the... Now, I think it's fair to say that we're in a little bit of a predicament, especially when it comes to all the financial dealings and current economic situation. And I think Matt Kibbe kind of synchronized a very important point that I think is worth making, saying specifically, quote, "The solution to rampant inflation is simple enough. Just stop. Stop spending, stop printing, stop helping, stop meddling, let the economy heal from years of government abuse. These are political intolerable solutions, of course." And if you look at the current situation that we're dealing with, the current problems that we're dealing with, this is what has been happening routinely, historically, when governments and central bankers become too big, too powerful, and too involved in your everyday life. And with the government promising more intervention to their already interventionist destruction of our economy, things are obviously going to get worse on many markers, including a very recent one, not just because of the policies being implemented all over the world that are going to create food shortages, energy shortages, a restriction of life that we're seeing the farmers in the Netherlands protest right now, that we're seeing Sri Lankans overturn their government because of. But specifically, when it comes to these out-of-touch plutocrats, they now have a vision that they must protect you from you, and that even though they're living in lavish oceanfront mansions, even though they're flying on individual private jets, even though they're ignoring the pollution created by their companies, by also developing countries, they still have the gall to stand up on their podium and tell you, you are the problem. You're consuming too much. And that, of course, is a message being brought on with a lot of skepticism, rightfully so. The Biden administration is the epitome of these kind of hypocrisies, as they, of course, have implemented policies that have directly shot the United States in its foot, restricted and stopped domestic energy exploration, production, as, of course, it's the Biden administration that literally promised to get us off fossil fuels. Now, it's that same administration, it's that same president that's now literally flying to Saudi Arabia asking them to produce more oil. This, as of course the Biden administration promised that it wouldn't be doing so, and now they're very publicly doing that, as Joe Biden has flown to Saudi Arabia to meet with the Saudi Crown Prince, as of course there are major energy shortages and some serious problems that the world is dealing with because of energy production that has been halted deliberately by the Western world. What's the Western world's response to destroying domestic energy production? To help the environment? Go to Saudi Arabia, finance their human rights violations, and then use more oil to ship their oil over here to the United States, all in the name of helping the environment. A ridiculous, nonsensical policy that, of course, truly deserves to be criticized. The hypocrisy of Biden demanding Saudi Arabia to produce more oil is extremely bewildering with the policies that he has instituted. And now, according to the White House, yes, energy prices are going to go down because allegedly Saudi Arabia has agreed to Biden's demand and has now increased oil production, which, according to the White House, will help stabilize the markets. Now, couple things here. One, this policy is idiotic and absolutely deranged. Two, is that the truth? Are they really, just because Biden came, are they really just going to do it just because Biden told them to? And no, it looks like the White House is lying through their teeth once again, as the official reports that we're getting from Bloomberg are saying that Saudi Arabia is publicly declaring that the decision to produce more oil is up to OPEC and not them, as we're getting reports from inside of Saudi Arabia that they will not be increasing the oil production beyond their current limits, making this a major slapback against Biden, his administration, and what looks like bold-faced lies to the American people that they're trying to deny the upcoming disastrous reality of that they're going to be facing the consequences of because of their policies soon. Reuters, Biden failed to secure major security and oil commitments at Arab Summit, and it looks like that's not the only contradicting statement from the Saudis and the United States. The Saudis are denying any official ties with Israel, even though they have worked with a lot of foreign policy endeavors inside of Syria just a few years ago. There's another contradiction between these two countries, as Biden is saying that he did confront a Saudi minister about the assassination of an American journalist who had ties to U.S. intelligence organizations. Biden is trying to dismiss this topic by saying, quote, officially, talk about something that matters, and yeah, it does matter. And geopolitically, we told you that this mission was futile even a few weeks ago, as of course the Biden administration even talked and announced this trip officially, because we said, what's in the incentive of Saudi Arabia actually doing this? As of course Saudi Arabia and other oil-producing countries are receiving a record amount of profits, as of course the price of energy has gone up, the demand has gone up, the supply has been limited deliberately. And why would Saudi Arabia give themselves a pay cut by producing more supply when the demand is at an all-time high and people are willing to pay a lot for it and give them more money? Well, Biden of course promised them more security alliance deals, and the Saudis rejected that. It's also important to note that the United States is still in a coalition with Saudi Arabia, literally launching airstrikes on bridges, roads, schools, and hospitals inside of Yemen, working together hand in hand against the Houthi rebels, working with literal radical Wahhabists and members of Al-Qaeda. All of this while implementing bewildering foreign policy decisions that of course are creating a current political realignment of many foreign countries that are looking to alternatives to the U.S. petrodollar. This, as of course the latest news from Saudi Arabia, signals more economic devastation for everybody, including the poorest people in the world, the poorest people inside of the United States. The people with the least amount will be paying the most for these ridiculous, insane policies, as more Americans are living paycheck to paycheck more than ever. And the big lesson here is that no one is coming to save you. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get any better. If you're looking for a politician or a personality that will change things in your life, you're looking in the wrong direction. The only person who could help you is you yourself as an individual. Taking care of your own responsibilities, your own health should be a priority more than ever, especially with some very upcoming turbulent times. The Republicans, just like the Democrats, don't worry, they'll sell out to the same forces, to the same demonic evil powers that are out there. And truly, you have to look in yourself to deal with the larger calamities coming our way more than ever. I hope you guys are staying up to date with what's happening, staying smart, and making wise, important decisions for your lives. I hope the rain that's coming down on my recreational vehicle is not too loud for you guys. But yeah, the storm is coming. It's here. I got some water on me. I just ran outside a little bit during the shooting of this. So prepare accordingly, because this is going to be a rude awakening for the people who are not paying attention, who of course won't be prepared to ready for the storm that's already here and messing things up very severely.
There's a strong message by Luke at the end. Help yourself. Help yourself. This isn't a comic book. There's no superheroes coming to save us. Like, we need to learn how to be self-reliant and move about and attain our goals, if not with ease, at least with the persistence despite the resistance. There's a lot of other things that we could talk about from that video, but I wanted to go to the control room and have LD bring up this meme that I just dropped in the chat, because I think it illustrates the moment where we can all step back, take a real good look at the people coming out with these rules, and see if maybe they're being hypocrites just a little bit, right? Telling you about your carbon footprint. Here you go. Never forget, the world's elite put $1 million limousines on $1 billion jets to fly around the world to tell you to reduce your carbon footprint. And I think that's just it's a slap in the face of truth right there. That's what memes can do. They can deliver truth via these realizations, these wake up points. They called it in the Matrix a splinter in the mind, but really it's just a question or the realization that wait, maybe the official narrative is bunk. Maybe what they're telling us is not for our best interest. Maybe these people really don't care about us. Maybe they care about themselves and they're tricking the rest of us. And if you go down, that's not a rabbit hole. That's a academic pursuit toward excellence to understand what truth is and what fact and fiction is being purveyed out there, and to help people have a filter to discern between the facts and the fiction. Because I think that whole carbon footprint, zero carbon Bill Gates plan, I think that's a lot of words to say, give up your freedom, lay down and die. I think that's basically what it is.
That's clear. I mean, from the Club of Rome to then their publication Limits of Growth, then the UNCED conference in Rio in 91 or whenever it was, that their number one goal has been trying to create this supranational problem that the entire human race is going to be subjected. And that's this global warming narrative. And they've been trying to pump it up. I mean, in the 70s, it was different. It was more about pollution, and that could create extremes both ways. But now they've latched onto, since the whole Inconvenient Truth bullshit documentary with Al Gore and whatnot, that it's humans, it's byproducts of carbon. So it's
that's like another excellent example.
Monoxide. Sorry, go ahead.
Because Al Gore and Obama and all those people pushing that green agenda, the zero carbon agenda, the carbon footprint agenda, the carbon credits agenda, they all bought beachfront property around the world with y'all's money from watching Inconvenient Truth over and over again.
Not only that, they helped to start up many of the companies that then were subsidized by governments, telling everyone to, go get your solar panel here, get your windmill over here. Don't worry, the prices are great, not because we're subsidizing, because it's a market that would never work out if we're allowed to have a free market, because they're not very efficient voltaics, for example.
Are you talking solar panels,
not very
wind
efficient,
power?
windmill,
right.
Yeah, wind
Jack
power.
Spirko had a really good argument on this last week, and he says for windmills, you have to use windmill electricity to build them. For just the same thing, right? You can't use coal power and nuclear power to build the alternative like solar panels and windmills is what and I thought that was it brings out the hypocrisy. So whether it's them using dirty energy to make clean energy, right? Well, it's like
combusting
it's
carbon,
like them buying beachfront property.
Yeah.
It's just like the hypocrisy that we've been pointing to.
Oh yeah.
Like the whole podcast since the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, it's, this is the same people that are running around saying, give another $1 billion to the Ukraine for the war effort. You look at who they're financed by. They happen to be on the, consulting or payroll sheet for Lockheed Martin or XY. It's everything sort of inverted. So if you go,
Stephen Colbert told you to pay for the gas, right? He can afford $6 a gallon. What did he say? Something like that. It's for freedom.
He can for freedom.
Yeah, it's for freedom.
Yeah,
their freedom, not your freedom.
Certainly
don't get it mixed up.
The whole, and that's sort of the point, right? Is they need, and it's more pernicious because it goes completely in line with the World Economic Forum's goals, especially for 2022.
I think that's just coincidence, though, Tony. I think it's just the stars align.
I used to believe in coincidence theory a long time ago. And then
what was your limit? Did you have a limit of coincidences? And when it went over that, you're like, wow.
Yeah, more than 6 variables. We'll cut it off at the chaos theory limit. More than 6 variables, and it becomes something that can't be mapped. So when it was more than 6, I was like, yeah, must be something more. Now I'm just making that up. But I don't know. That's a good question. I think for a long time, I would look at this and say there's probably another way to describe the chaos of what we're seeing out of a situation. It could be anything. Insert any conspiracy or not even necessarily conspiratorial narrative, but a tragedy that's happened. It's very easy to pick out patterns. They've actually done studies on this where you think there's some super high IQ dude sitting at the racing tracks, right? But the real in truth is they come up with these very elaborate plans, like patterns in their own mind that have nothing to do with reality. So part of being super high IQ is also knowing that the patterns you're recognizing correspond to the reality you're experiencing. Otherwise, you're just making up a big fantasy in your mind. So there's also that issue where people can, it's like, am I just concocting apophenia, sort of patternicity fallacies because I want something more to be there, because I'm trying to, who knows? And we keep Jack Spirko. We had that on last week where he sort of mentioned, like, you know, you guys are right about a lot of things. It's just when you get to the flat earth and the moon landing stuff, I kind of lose you there. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. Or even Building 7, I can hear him. I can understand where he's coming from to a certain extent.
All right, so I got your apophenia right here, right? And then the other one, so let me raise this up here so you guys can see a definition here. Apophenia is a tendency to perceive meaningful connections in places there are no connections. And then the parallel is pareidolia, perception of meaningful interpretation on a nebulous stimulus, usually visual. So it's like when you see, this would be like when you see things in clouds.
Yeah.
Right. You see the man in the moon, Rorschach, you know, test, these sort of things, right?
Yeah.
So pattern recognition, areas of psychology.
Subset.
I don't consider them very useful, but I did learn about them because it's in a pursuit of knowledge and learning here.
Yeah, I mean, it's apophenia. I think the key important thing to take away from it is that we all, I mean, it loosely relates to so many different aspects of human psychology and human perception, but generally speaking, just be aware of one's own biases. They're operating so subtly in your subconscious as to make it feel as though you're never going to be aware of it, but you need it as though as a mechanism to kind of keep you going. So just challenge
biases are only present,
challenge your beliefs, challenge your ideas by
100%. But biases are only present in things that you kind of know of, but don't know about. And that's why you have a bias and not knowledge, experience, or understanding of it. Right. So I did not know about Woodrow Wilson other than he was a president in the United States. Right.
Same.
And then I read some of his papers, and now I have a perspective on Woodrow Wilson that's not based on bias. It's based on the fact that he says, I know there's a small group of people that influence all these actions, and people won't speak above their breath. Right? That quote.
Yeah. And I remember looking that up one GTW I hosted because I was like, is that a real quote? It's from one of his later writings. I think after he was a politician, after he finished.
No, I got it. Okay. I was wondering where the book might be. Let's see if I can find it. Let's do it live. We
ended up finding it. It just took a long time, but we didn't have the physical book, so this will back it up even.
All right, so this is this is new. Tony has
the New Freedom.
Let's see. Let's get some white balance, and there we go. The New Freedom by Dr. Woodrow Wilson. Someone bought it 1917.
So it was before he was president.
It was published in London, 1913. And I believe this is from his campaign speeches in 1911, right? So it's called The New Freedom, a call for the emancipation of the generous energies of a people. I don't know which a people he means. Here's a quote that is often referenced. This is page 12, kids. This is not like, you don't have to read far into the book to get to this quote. Since I have entered politics, I have chiefly had men's views confided to me privately. Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. They know that America is not the place of which it can be said, as it used to be, that a man may choose his own calling and pursue it just as far as his abilities enable him to pursue it. Because today, if he enters certain fields, there are organizations which will use means against him that will prevent his building up a business which they do not want to have built up. Organizations that will see to it that the ground is cut from under him and the markets shut against him, right? And it goes on and on. We're going to hear more about this because this is laid out in the DuPont documentary and intermission, that idea of closing you off to business if you won't play by their game. And that's their new freedom. That's the new freedom over 100 years ago. I mean, is that my bias against Woodrow Wilson? I think he's one of the worst presidents ever, but I don't have a bias when I'm just reading a quote. Like he wrote that. It's not out of context. It goes on for 8 pages, as a matter of fact. So now you know why there's inaccurate paraphrasings that are out there and people try to debunk them instead of actually just getting the book and reading 12 pages into it to be like, holy shit, this has been going on a long time. Maybe I should stop giving people a hard time because they read books. I don't know. Maybe. Let's go to this week in media malfeasance with Christy Lee. And then we'll talk more about Dr. Woodrow Wilson and his fine work bringing in the Federal Reserve Act. It's going to be exciting.
This week, the New York Times suddenly has sympathy for an insurrectionist. Life as the victim of a January 6th conspiracy theory, Ray Epps became the unwitting face of an attempt by pro-Trump forces to promote the baseless idea that the FBI was behind the attack on the Capitol. Baseless? Then why hasn't the FBI denied involvement?
Who is Ray Epps?
I'm aware of the individual, sir. I don't have the specific background to him.
On the night of January 5th, 2021, Epps wandered around the crowd that had gathered. And there's video out there of him chanting, "Tomorrow, we need to get into the Capitol, into the Capitol." This was strange behavior, so strange that the crowd began chanting, "Fed, Fed, 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 Fed." Ms. Sandburn, was Ray Epps a Fed?
Sir, I cannot answer that question.
It's even stranger New York Times would use the adjective baseless about FBI involvement when it was the New York Times that wrote this article in September of last year. Quote, among those who marched into the Capitol on January 6th, an FBI informant.
This is bullshit.
Now New York Times says Epps is the victim of a conspiracy theory? Then what's this?
Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. What? No! Peacefully. Fed.
And as Revolver points out, here are some questions the New York Times reporter didn't bother to ask Ray Epps. Why did Epps travel all the way to D.C. and skip Trump's speech? Where did Epps get the idea to urge people to go into the Capitol? Did the reporter ask how, despite this video evidence, Epps was never arrested or jailed? Why he was quietly removed from FBI's Most Wanted? Maybe we should ask AOC if any of this was an inside job.
These insurrectionists,
like Antifa,
and that there were actual officers working with this, and we never got to the bottom of that, and we never got any answers about that, and then to this day we're just supposed to pretend that that never happened.
What about Antifa?
I have no idea what happened to the people on the inside who were very clearly sympathetic with what was going on and opening the doors wide open for that. And I'm supposed to sit here and pretend like none of that ever happened.
And in keeping with the New York Times' big media malfeasance week, well, it reports the U.S. may be losing the fight against monkeypox, scientists say. Truth-based media points out only 0.0002% of the population is infected with monkeypox. In other news, the laptop from hell makes another appearance. Corporate media feels the heat, and it has run out of the kitchen. While more images and incriminating texts and voicemails trickle out, MSM does its best to ignore, but the floodgates have opened. As Gateway Pundit reports, this video showing Hunter in a transaction for crack cocaine while naked was found on Hunter Biden's laptop from a backup of his phone. This criminal act should have landed him in prison for years. Where are the feds? And where is the wall-to-wall reporting we would have seen had it been the former president's son in the video? Kudos to Yahoo News for actually crediting the contents of the laptop as authentic according to Secret Service and pointing out why the leaks actually matter. While it's more sensationalism to share the hookers, drugs, and nudity, the laptop has revealed Biden's big lie. Quote, the president knew about his son's business dealings with China despite repeatedly claiming that he has never spoken to him about his overseas business dealings. Yes, I'm having to credit Yahoo News, not CNN, not MSNBC, not WAPA or New York Times, and a story with implications bigger than Watergate.
Hey, pals, Dad, it's 8:15 on Wednesday night. If you get a chance, give me a call. Nothing urgent. Just want to talk to you. I thought the article, at least the thing online, is going to be printed tomorrow in the Times, was good. I think it's clear. And anyway, if you get a chance, give me a call. I love you.
The legacy media has also ignored that the Biden administration is restricting access to over 150 suspicious activity reports on Hunter and more salacious material released from his devices, according to American Greatness. However, thanks to the Washington Examiner, we do now know Hunter Biden's payments to a Ukrainian woman linked to an escort ring were flagged by J.P. Morgan Chase in late 2018 and early 2019 in a report filed with the federal government. This after President Joe Biden committed to wiring him a total of $100,000 to help pay his bills. What's this conversation with an escort about?
I'm sorry that it took so long to give you $10,000. Do you have any bruise? Anything? Have I ever touched you in a bad way? Ever? Have I asked you every time if I could touch you? Every time. You cannot talk to me that way and say things like that. Because I'm more respectful than anyone you've ever met.
Hunter's computer is a treasure trove of information. And my concern about the way the Treasury Department, Justice Department may be using suspicious activity reports is they'll certainly use them against Republicans, but we don't have equal justice. We have a two-tier justice system, one that will treat with kid gloves or cover up for Democrats and their powerful friends, the elite, and the rest of Americans. And I think we're seeing that big time with Hunter Biden.
But are there signs the corporate media is turning its tide, turning on Biden to throw him under the bus? Now that inflation has hit yet another peak, here's CNN. Yes, CNN actually calling Biden out.
CNN's Caitlin Collins asked President Biden about inflation on December 10th. It's July now, on December 10th. And President Biden told her then that he thought December 10th was the peak of the crisis. Take a listen.
And I think you'll see it change sooner than quicker, than more rapidly than it will take, than most people think. Every other aspect of the economy is racing ahead. It's doing incredibly well.
Now, obviously, the war in Ukraine has happened since then, which is partially to blame for higher gas prices, although Putin's forces were on the border right then. But it just seems clear that the Biden administration has misjudged how bad inflation was going to get for months and months and months.
New York Times has come out with its own hit pieces concerning Biden. Quote, he often shuffles when he walks, and aides worry he will trip on a wire. He stumbles over words during public events, and they hold their breath to see if he makes it to the end without a gaffe. It also published a poll that shows 64% of Democrats want Joe Biden out and a new candidate in for 2024. CNBC is even highlighting Biden's dismal approval ratings lower than the worst scores ever for Donald Trump. And while most of the media ignored the Durham investigation until a jury nullified his case against Clinton lawyer Michael Sussman, now they have something else to ignore.
Special counsel John Durham's probe into the origins of the Russian investigation is heating up again. Today, he asked a federal court to subpoena witnesses to testify in the trial against a Russian lawyer who allegedly served as British ex-spy Christopher Steele's primary source in that infamous Steele dossier. Well, Durham's filing requests the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia issue 30 subpoenas for witness appearances in Alexandria, Virginia. That's beginning October 11th.
Bringing you what's ignored, sensationalized, unbalanced, misleading, or just plain false. That's your media malfeasance for the second week of July. Let's just wrap up with some wise words from VP Harris.
Together, we are expanding access to transportation. Seems like maybe it's a small issue, it's a big issue. You need to get to go, and need to be able to get where you need to go to do the work and get home. So we have expanded access. You need to get to go, where you need to go. You need to get to go, where you need to go. You need to get to go, where you need to go to do the work and get home. So we have expanded access to transportation.
So Biden's own party wants him out. That's interesting, right? Because they do kind of have to keep an eye on him. He's shuffling around. He could trip on a wire. This past week, he missed like the red carpet. It wasn't really red, but he was a carpet walkway. He's supposed to be going down. They had to lead him back on. He went to shake somebody's hand who wasn't there, but who knows? There's, I'm not trying to unperson the invisible people, right? I know they're part of like a group of people that need special attention because they're invisible and people are tripping over them all the time. And I think it was nice for him to recognize their belief and being invisible like that. So
those invisible millions of
I think,
too.
Well, they want to leave him out. I got a really good strategy. Don't pick him up that day. He's not going to find his way to work. You know what I'm saying? Don't go up to the third floor, the second floor, the executives, offices, the household, the residence.
He resembles
there, right?
a man that
don't bring him downstairs. He'll never figure it out. And you can just have the lobbyists and the cabinet keep running things for their special interest benefactors as they have been. Right. They write the teleprompter that makes the world go round.
Yes, that's exactly right. It's the lobbyists and the lawyers. It's the people behind our unelected rulers behind the scenes crafting the message that then the gullible masses eat up. I believe is part of the daily geopolitical news cycle.
That's kind of
not
the
only
point.
in America but around the world.
That it's not a new thing. It is a real thing. It is going on today, but it's been going on a long time. Now, before I can give you the other juicy part of this real thing that exists, this artifact, I got to make a correction. Last week in the show, I said that former Vice President Biden put the Congressional Medal of Honor on somebody backwards. And it turns out it was just low fidelity video, and it didn't really happen. So even though it looked like that and the video was going around, LD in the GTW control room alerted me just as soon as the show was ending. He's like, hey, we got to make a correction. That actually didn't happen. And I said, well, let's make a note and let's correct ourselves on the record. Because if we make mistakes like that, we do want to correct because we don't want you going out there spreading any type of misinformation because we messed up on our due diligence. So mea culpa. We are sorry about that. But now let's go to a little more evidence about our non-elected rulers. Because I closed the book and I thought maybe we were done, but I said, you know what? Let me just check. I got other cards marked in this book.
Let's put this in perspective real quick.
Yeah, put it in perspective.
1913.
Well, these are his campaign speeches from 1911. This is how he got to be president.
Right. And that's the publication that was printed, I think, around 1912 or 1913.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's alluding to his campaign speeches and the road to becoming president. So he's still sort of somewhat, I don't want to say necessarily early on, obviously, in his political life, but certainly before he becomes president. And this is what he's saying about his dealings with people behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's not like he was president. It's not like FDR that kind of realized at the end of his life, but we were laughing over that a couple months ago.
FDR came from an opium family. What?
Yeah. The Delano family. But the part of like the Boston Brahmin sect too, I think. If not,
we can go to that in the brain model here in a second.
I'm pretty sure. But the point is, like, FDR realized it at the end. Now, FDR is kind of a joke to me because British intelligence was so all over his entire cabinet that, I mean, it makes Woodrow Wilson seem clean to me. So FDR, I can see him being even more out of it than maybe Woodrow Wilson was, just in the fact of not being conscientious of his surroundings. Now, Biden literally isn't there. He's someone who seemingly is suffering from severe dementia.
He's like an invisible man, but he's visible.
It's perfect. It's like
he's
watching
invisible
paint dry
on the
on a wall.
inside.
Like watching.
All right, I'm just going to give you a couple of these titles of chapters. Free men need no guardians. That's title of one of his chapters in here. Life comes from the soil. Well, that's a big deal tonight when we hear Vandana Shiva coming up, right? Because this was known. The toil of millions of men bringing about life for the earth prior to petrochemical Monsatanism.
Yeah.
Parliament of the people. Woo. It's like a world government type thing. Let there be light. Anyway, let's go back to this section is called the old order changeth. And it's page 16. So it's not even too far from the original quote that I showed you. Let's again lock in focus.
It's all about that waltz over the
crystal clear for you.
The Hegelian waltz.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to start in this paragraph right here. There has come over the land that un-American set of conditions which enables a small number of men who control the government to get favors from the government. So it's people, if I understand correct, Tony, because we're halfway through a sentence, right? These are people who are expressing longer thoughts, right? So this is a phrase inside the sentence. Men who control government and they get favors from the government. To get something from the government means they're not government. And if they're getting favors, it means they're above government, right? And if they control government, it also means they're above government, right?
Yeah, like,
okay.
What's government made up of? Oh, men doing things.
Let's continue.
What's controlling government? And what?
By those favors to exclude their fellows from equal business opportunity.
Oh, it's like Nancy Pelosi and her husband.
Kind of like that.
I mean, that's
Or
a small.
it's like
that's
Elon
low
Musk.
on the list.
Like
I mean,
Elon
Biden
Musk.
did it. Biden's
Yeah.
fan charisma.
Of
Elon
course.
Musk certainly. You know,
It's what Hunter
Emerald's-
Biden does. This is like his laptop 100 years ago. Buy those favors, wink, wink, to extend a network of control that will presently drive every industry in the country. And so make men forget the ancient time when America lay in every hamlet, when America was to be seen on every fair valley, when America displayed her great forces on the broad prairies, ran her fine fires of enterprise up over the mountainsides and down into the bowels of the earth, and eager men were everywhere, captains of industry, not employees, not looking to a distant city to find out what they might do, but looking about among their neighbors, finding credit according to their character, not according to their connections, finding credit in proportion to what was known to be in them and be behind them, not in proportion to the securities that they were known to have approved. The securities they held that were approved where they were not known. Right, you got to have collateral to do business with the bank, right? Instead of just having a good reputation, you got to have something they can seize, right?
in other words, seeking financial cap or private capital is much different experience than having to go through like a bank commercial entity.
I'm reading this because it hasn't changed. It's just got worse. In order to
Way
start an
worse.
enterprise now, you have to be authenticated, right? You need to be in a social credit system. You need to be vaccinated. You need to be good, all these sort of
This
things
is the ideas of the impact
in a
of science on
perfectly
society.
impersonal way. Very Amtssprache, bureaucratic. Sorry, this is just doing my job.
technocracy.
Right.
This is technocracy. This is like the beginnings of the early 20th century vision of a world that can be based on technocracy.
Not according to yourself, but according to what you own that someone else approves of your owning. You cannot begin such an enterprise as those who have made America until you are so authenticated, until you have succeeded in obtaining the goodwill of large allied capitalists. Is that freedom? That is dependence, not freedom. So anyway, it's a great book published, like I said, way back in the day. You can still probably get it out there. I'm sure you can find an ebook of it.
Oh yeah, we did. Just to find that quote because I wanted to make
it.
sure that quote was legit, and we found that a while back. But I'm glad you had the actual
Page
physical
16.
book because now we have that on the record.
Yeah, I'm just, every now and then you got to break out the good books and take a look around. That's all I'm saying. You might find what's going on today a little bit more interesting, a little bit more understandable. When you're like, hey, why are these media companies lying to us? It's like, well, did you check with the people who created these media companies? Because they might have wanted to lie to you.
Who watches the Watchmen sort of
Do you
thing.
think Monsanto and DuPont advertising on CNN over the years is like them supporting CNN lying to you about DuPont and Monsanto products? Or the big pharma companies supporting, sponsored by Pfizer, everything everyone saw during the pandemic?
There's nothing circular there at all to see, Rich. Nothing to be concerned about. It's not one hand patting the other.
I will tell my brain to stand down then, Tony. Thank you for helping me get that off my shoulders.
Don't have to worry at all. Advertising dollars never goes to, sway the opinion of corporations, media corporations at all. And according to Albert Bourla, they don't really advertise. I can't even.
Albert Bourla, the guy who says about the ingestible pill from Pfizer that's coming up soon.
Yeah.
So they can track whether or not you took it. That guy?
Yeah, that guy. Nice guy.
I'm sure it's a different Albert Bourla that spoke at the World Economic Forum conference with Klaus Schwab then, right? Different guy?
Nah,
same guy? Small world.
Small world.
Huh.
They say there's 7.5, maybe 8 billion of us, and yet we keep talking about less than 100 people on the spot. It's like, small world.
Maybe I should check into that Bourla guy. Sounds like maybe we should know more. I mean,
he's a hoot and a holler, bro.
Yeah. Right. He ran the open air experiments in Israel, right? Where they put the whole country.
He's a Sabbatean.
They put the whole country on his concoction.
Pretty much, yeah. They were interesting thing about the Zionists is they were.
Do you call it early adopters when it's forced on people without informed consent? I'm just curious, asking for a friend.
The fact checkers, Snopes, etc., would say that is an early adopter. Yes. Now, as far as the definition of early adopter, that's a very loose definition of it, but we don't have to get into
like the first people who starved in Stalin's Holodomor. They were like the early adopters of that system. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was just, and it was honestly had to have been the farmers' faults, right? They just didn't know how to farm all of a sudden.
Well, it's the same excuse as today. It's Ukraine's fault. Too soon? Oh, because it's still going on? Shit. My bad. All right. Let's go. Ukraine and Russia section coming up right here. YouTube host silenced for challenging the it's the United States government on Ukraine. It's funny that the abbreviation for our government is us. I'm just saying.
We're all in it together, bro.
It's almost like it's on purpose
15
to make
days
us
to
think
flatten the curve.
Right? Like if you are a shop owner and the mafia extorts money from you and then the mafia does something, are you talking about with your shop owner friends like, hey, that was us that won yesterday, even though you weren't there? Is it like a football game to them? How's it work? Just trying to put it together. All right, let's go to Jimmy Shut the Front Door, and we're going to check out this clip. Again, best news coming out of his garage instead of on the TV. It's pretty interesting. Glad he has a webcam, in other words. Let's go to Jimmy.
And he's not on OnlyFans.
How do you know? Did you search for him?
How could you miss out on Jimmy Dore?
You know our friend Mr. Hare, Jackson Hinkle.
Mr. Hare.
If Hare could cure the world and save it, his hair would do it. So he's been doing fantastic work on Ukraine war. He's been doing really great work and telling the truth and blowing up the propaganda against the establishment, which doesn't sit well with Google, which is in bed with the CIA, the FBI, the military-industrial complex, which owns YouTube. So he's been telling the truth, and they've been pretending like he's been breaking their terms of service, saying that, well, here's what they sent him. They said, during a recent review, our team of policy specialists carefully looked over the videos you've uploaded to your channel, The Depth with Jackson Hinkle. We found that a significant portion of your channel is not in line with our YouTube partner program policies, but they won't tell you what video, what it is.
Never.
As of today, your channel is not eligible to monetize. Yeah, what you're doing is you're going against the military-industrial complex, establishment figures, and, we've got to try to suppress you before you grow, because he was growing very fast. He went from 0 to over 100,000 subscribers like that. Why? Because he was providing a service that the mainstream news media isn't providing, and neither is anyone else. He's telling the truth about what's happening with the Ukraine war. So that's what they did. And then he tweeted this out. He says, YouTube has permanently demonetized my channel because I am critical of Biden's foreign policy decisions. Please support my work. And there's his link. Jackson Hinkle Locals. He does that. And he has a Patreon. Then he has a Give, Send, Go. I don't know what that is. I've never even heard of that.
That replaces the GoFundMe. Give, Send, Go.
Yeah.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. They're a little Christian-y, right-winger, like you can hit a prayer button and stuff, but they were the guys who came on in after GoFundMe had stolen and seized all the money from the truckers in Canada. That's where Give, Send, Go came into play. So I told Jackson that when I spoke to him on the phone the day after he got the PayPal and the GoFundMe. I'm like, Jackson, go set up a Give, Send, Go right away. Get that rolling. Get over on Rockfin more. Start drawing people in there. They're going to come for you completely and take your whole head off. And we know what this is like. We're on 19 months of this. So, I told him about this. I'm like, Jackson, just get this shit, get it ready. And sure enough, a week and a half later, he gets the same dreadful letter, which is so vague because they don't ever want to set a precedent because they can't tell you exactly why they demonetize you because that would be too harmful for them in the court of law. So they make it very vague and act like it's an algorithm, but that algorithm was written by a person.
Blackened Empire says, after directions from the security state, YouTube has reviewed his videos and seen his channel grow to the point where they can no longer monetize his challenging the lies necessary for our government to continue their corruption. Wow, well said. Aaron Mate, Izzy award-winning independent journalist who debunked Russiagate, said Jackson has built a large following as a vocal critic of the U.S. proxy war in Ukraine. This move not only penalizes him for dissenting, but sends a chilling message to others who challenge or think about challenging the war state line. And that's why you don't think that other people have real doubts about our COVID policy. They're afraid to talk about them. I'm talking about other YouTubers who are in the space that we all occupy. They're afraid. That's why no one does any videos about them, because they're afraid of stuff like this happening, and you can't almost blame them. And same thing with what's going on with Syria, what's going on with Venezuela when it was going on, or what's going on in Ukraine. You can't call Nazis Nazis, stuff like that. But you can call truckers Nazis all day long, and that's not hate speech. Here's what our good friend Caitlin Johnstone says. She says, people aren't grasping the significance of the fact that Silicon Valley is now shutting down content creators, not because they allegedly harm the public good, but because they disagree with the United States government about a war. Ukraine censorship is a wildly unprecedented escalation, and it is. Imagine, what they would have been doing down the Iraq war. They would be censoring anybody who said they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. They would be censored. You'd be censored. You'd be called a conspiracy theorist. So people don't. And by the way, he's also gotten another strike. So go ahead, Fiorella.
No, I was just going to say this started with. You could go back to the election. That's when we started getting strikes, when we started questioning the legitimacy of the elections. First Bernie Sanders, and of course the 2020 elections, which I'm not even going to talk about because, again, I don't want to get you in trouble. But when we started questioning that, and then of course early on in 2020 when we started questioning COVID, that's when all of this started, and January 6th as well. Also, of course, as you recall, the Hunter Biden story that people got taken off Twitter. So this has been a long time coming. And now, because the Ukraine-Russia situation, I think, is the next sort of, PSYOP. And by PSYOP, I mean like the next sort of thing that they're trying to manipulate people to believe a certain narrative, just like they've done in previous times. People are finally starting to see through it, and they're pushing back more against it. So now they're going after just everybody down the line. People are getting strikes for old videos that are 2 years old. And so that it just signals that, okay, now like too many of you know too much. And if you have under like 200,000 subscribers, like Pasta says all the time, you're primed to just get knocked out. And even channels that are tiny, that don't have a lot of subscribers, maybe a couple thousand, they don't want them to grow, because what they're seeing is people like you and others who have a huge following are absolutely getting these more popular, because people want to hear that. You could talk about The Rising, right? And see every time Kim Iverson's on and she's challenging the COVID narrative or challenging the anti-Russia narrative, the views are much higher. And so they can't help that. They can't help that people want content that is truthful, that isn't formulaic like CNN and MSNBC. This is why the CNN Plus thing failed. So they're seeing like the rise of independent media, and they're seeing also people see through this bullshit. So they have to shut it down, and now they're not going to let it grow at any given point. And even Max Blumenthal, Gray Zone, just got a video taken down as well that we found out earlier today. I didn't even know about it. So
yeah, people like Farron Franzak, Fair and Balanced. She got removed. She got demonetized the other day. She used to work for Fiorella's outlet for quite some time. Roar Media got taken down. Our friends over at Slow News Day for years just in the penalty box. So this is all a group of people. And it used to be, these other things you can talk about, but that was always the problem. For me, I always link it back to Julian Assange. They were never going after Julian Assange. They were always coming after us. They were just using Julian to get to us. So yeah, back in the days, people, it's elections. You can't talk elections. That's just the one thing. But then they moved on to COVID. It's just elections and COVID. Now you can't talk about that. Now it's what? Foreign policy. So it's going to just keep going and going and going, and it's never going to stop until we make it stop.
Well, it's okay to question the 2016 election till the cows come home, and you can even blame it on another country. You could say a coup was committed. You could say it wasn't Donald Trump isn't a legitimate president, which is what Hillary Clinton actually said. You can say all that stuff about the 2016 election, but you can't say that about the 2020 election. It just makes me, it's just curious to me. I wonder why that is.
Because you can't question the ruling class, right? Like if you
Yes.
ever question the ruling class, that's what it's about. I mean, they were going to have what was the board that they were going to put Nina Jankowicz on? When
That's right.
She was coming out completely saying, as a true statement that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation.
So she was herself, of course, spreading disinformation, which is why we have free speech. And the antidote to bad speech is better speech. It's not censorship. But what I am trying to explain to people in my live act is that the government isn't doing, the Democrats nor the Republicans are going to make your life materially better unless you make $500,000 a year or more. They're not going to make your life materially better. So what they do is they have to do censorship, and they have to keep everybody down from telling the truth about their scams that we see. People know that $54 billion sent to Ukraine was a scam. People know that because they look out their window and they see people living under every bridge and they can't afford their own medicine. And we're sending $54 billion to another country for what? And we're paying higher gas prices. I guess we're paying higher gas prices because it'll mean a likelier chance of a nuclear war, I guess. So I guess it's worth it. But here's what Glenn Greenwald says about this Jackson Hinkle. He says, Google and Facebook are trying hard to degrade the internet from its early promise. Its early promise was it's going to be an unprecedented tool of liberation, and everybody's going to have a voice. And it's turning it into one of the most repressive weapons ruling class power centers ever had. Beyond left-right, Jackson Hinkle is, above all, an anti-establishment critic. And that's why they're coming for him. From the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Jackson has used his growing YouTube show to question and dissent from the orthodoxies of NATO, CIA, and their corporate media servants. Only free speech platforms, not ones that censor for these ends, deserve your support. Here's one more. The YouTube team of policy specialists had ruled that Jackson Hinkle is not in line with their security state policies. The odd thing is that they don't block his videos, which they would if they could prove they contain disinformation. They just demonetize them. Well, they're also going back 2 years in his catalog and finding stuff, and they're now striking him for old videos. That doesn't seem fair, does it? This is not about fairness or anything. Glenn Greenwald says, this is what Chomsky said about censorship. Here's what he says. Chomsky continued, of course it was provoked, meaning the war in Ukraine. That's what Chomsky's saying. Otherwise, they wouldn't refer to it all the time as an unprovoked invasion. That's so clever. By now, censorship in the United States has reached such a level beyond anything in my lifetime, such a level that you are not permitted to read what the Russian position even is. That's how bad it's gotten. Go ahead.
RT. Hello. RT is completely off YouTube in the United States because they showed the Russian side, and I'm here right now, and as somebody that works for RT, I have full say as to what I want to say and what I don't want to say. I'm not being forced to say anything. And yet still, it gets painted as a Russian state-affiliated media, and it gets painted as Russian misinformation and disinformation and whatever else they want to put a label on it. I mean, let me take the opportunity to also promote the fact that we as content creators, whether you're a journalist, a comedian, whatever you are, need to diversify your content. You need to go on Rockfin. You need to realize that a lot of really great stuff on Ukraine and Russia is being covered outside of YouTube. I mean, it's being covered on Telegram. It's being covered by independent journalists that are on the ground, that are there, and they're literally like in the ground zone. It's being covered by Rumble and Odyssey because these people can't put their content on Twitter or they get taken down any other day. The Last American Vagabond, Vanessa Beeley, all just got taken down. It's several are restricted on Twitter and stuff. So this is it. What are we going to do? That's the question. What are we going to do about it?
We're not going to do anything about it. I mean, I'm on Rumble. I'm on Rockfin. That's all I can do, and I can do videos like this, push back against it. I can, support Julian Assange, point out the hypocrisy of the establishment, saying they're for free speech and journalism while they're torturing and killing the greatest journalists of our lifetime. So here, when Chomsky said that the war in Ukraine was provoked, that we provoked the invasion, this is what one of these lackeys for this security state, Chris York, he says, so he retweets what I just read to you. He retweets it and said, despite Putin himself stating it's a war of imperial conquest, Noam Chomsky continues to claim Russia's invasion of Ukraine was provoked by the West, says a guy who doesn't know dip, or if he does, even worse, because he's a willing tool of empire. And that's what I said. I go, Chomsky makes true statement about Ukraine war, hacks for empire immediately attack him. Imagine being this much of a dupe for imperialism while calling yourself a journalism. Well, I can, because they're all over the place. He's a dime a dozen guys like Chris York, and they're willing to lie for money and spread military-industrial complex propaganda, which is what that is. Anybody have anything you want to say about this?
I think we just need to get better elected officials in there. Like this.
Yeah, we need to vote harder. That's what that guy was saying. All right. The next clip in this section also comes from Jimmy. It's a shorter clip, but you just heard about journalists being censored on social media for speaking out. Oh, did my Zoom freeze?
Did you?
No, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but
all right, cool. It's just my computer.
Video.
My computer's just. It's the tech gremlins. I haven't fed them in a while.
No, you're good. You're back.
Yeah, so I haven't fed them. I'll have to give them like a Tootsie Roll. They like things like that.
Can you believe that Noam Chomsky said that? After
I
all
agree.
the crazy and belligerent shit he said about COVID-19.
Still right twice a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. That dude's been all over the place.
So
unprovoked invasion. Yeah, I mean, anyways.
So yeah, these journalists being persecuted for showing the other side. That just happens to contradict what the current regime in power is saying, right? So it's censorship. We've seen this through history. We've seen it especially in other countries. It's a policy to do. If you're going to take over that country, you got to shut down one side of the conversation, right? So this is something that we've seen in Guatemala and Honduras and Iran and all the other places that MI6 and CIA have cohabitated over the years. We've seen that before. But what's different now is this next story. Someone who shouldn't be getting censored in the public's eyes. I'm sure that you're going to be a little surprised because it's not just like random YouTube journalists with 70,000 followers. This is someone who is defense secretary, punished for telling the truth about Ukraine. This is kind of an unprecedented terrain we find ourselves in. So let's look at it carefully and let's weigh it out and see what it means.
This story is interesting because the Secretary of Defense accidentally told the truth out loud, and he got in trouble. And what was the truth? Well, here's the truth.
We want to see Ukraine remain a sovereign country, a democratic country, able to protect its sovereign territory. We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. So it has already lost a lot of military capability.
So that was always the goal, but he wasn't supposed to say that out loud because the powers that be were afraid it would incite Putin to do even more. Don't say that part. That the point of this was to degrade Russia so they wouldn't have the ability to do to other countries what they did to Ukraine. He wasn't supposed to say that out loud. And how do I know this? Some officials, including Mr. Biden, cringed when Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said in April that we want to see Russia weaken to the degree that it can't do the kind of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. The president, get this, the president then called Mr. Austin to remonstrate. That's another word I never heard. To remonstrate him. Look that up. What does that mean? Remonstrate him for the comment, then directed his staff to leak the fact that he had done so. But officials acknowledged that this was indeed the long-term strategy. So he didn't say anything wrong. He just wasn't supposed to say it.
You know the worst part? They told Biden he said it while he was on a bike.
Ha ha!
So he reamed him is what it means.
Yes.
What does that word mean?
Make a forcefully reproachful protest. Make a forcefully reproachful protest.
Jesus Christ.
So he was remonstrated.
He was remonstrating. And then Joe Biden leaks it on purpose that he remonstrated him. Sounds like you need a cotex for that.
He remonstrated him.
He remonstrated him. So here's what Aaron Mate had to say. Aaron Mate said, when Austin blurted out that the United States wants to use the Ukraine proxy war to see Russia weakened, he was reprimanded or remonstrated. But Biden officials now admit that was indeed the long-term strategy. Luckily, they can count on Matt Duss to market it to progressives. So what he meant by that is Matt Duss used to be the foreign policy advisor to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, who turned super shitty in his last presidential run, would hire guys like this piece of it, Matt Duss. Where's he from? The Center for American Progress. What? You mean, yeah, that Center for American Progress. No matter how many Ukrainians die, it will be worth it if we weaken Russia so they can't kill Ukrainians.
Got to spend money to make money, you know?
That's right. Look, we're committed to keeping this thing going as long as it takes to build out Act 3 of the Ben Stiller Zelensky movie. How about that?
It's got no Act 3 right now.
We want a weak Russia with a strong ruble and cheaper gas prices in America for some reason. That's what we want, and that's what we're getting. On the Ukraine proxy war, Bernie Sanders advisor Matt Duss has lavishly praised what he calls the Biden administration's strenuous diplomacy, judicious reaction, and responsible progressive position. So that's Matt Duss telling lies and propaganda for the Biden administration because he wants a job. And he's saying, he's saying that the Biden is doing strenuous diplomacy with Russia to end the Ukraine war. Really? Because the reality is, this headline here says Blinken, which is the Secretary of State for Biden, Antony Blinken won't meet with Lavrov, who is the Russian person he's supposed to be meeting with. He won't meet with them. They won't even meet with them. You know why? Because they don't want to end this war. The United States wants to keep the Ukraine war going indefinitely. Maybe we'll get another $54 billion grift to the military-industrial complex.
Why am I, like, in that video, too, when they were talking about, like, well, now Russia hasn't got its goal of conquering all of Ukraine. I thought when I watched Putin, from the clips that I saw in regular news, he said, no, the eastern part wanted to be neutral, and then the eastern part is...
the Donbass.
So they're making up what his goal is at this point.
Yes, they're making up. They're trying to make it look like Putin has been waiting his whole life to take over Ukraine or something. And what he wanted to do was stop them killing the people in the Donbass, which is the eastern part of Ukraine. And that was after those people wouldn't go along with the coup that the United States helped institute, which overthrew their democratically elected president and installed someone who's more friendly to the European Union.
Yeah, well, that guy was corrupt, not like Zelensky.
Not like Zelensky, yeah.
Not like the hero Zelensky.
So there you go. That's quite an interesting story. That was, all along, that was the goal. The goal was to try to do that to Russia, except Joe Biden was afraid. Mr. Biden did not want to publicly provoke Mr. Putin into escalation. And that isn't, so that's interesting. The only time it's a gaffe in Washington is when you accidentally tell the truth. And that's what happened to Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense. He told the truth about what our policy was in Ukraine, and he got in trouble. And now we all know he was telling the truth.
Hey, get Secretary Corn Pop on the phone. I want to remonstrate him for what he said about it.
So when Joe Biden was remonstrating, what he was doing was spreading misinformation about the war. Hey, we're going to Sacramento back.
All right. I pulled a couple books off the shelf just real quick because I want to show people who might be new to these topics. We're going to get into some deep dives later. I just wanted to give a little conference or a little preference by showing you this conference. Let's clear the deck here. these are the proceedings of the 42nd Pugwash Conference on Science and World Affairs. This is volume 1, happened in 1992 in Berlin. The title was Shaping Our Common Future, Dangers and Opportunities. I'm not going to dig into that volume right now. It's not the point. I wanted to show you volume 2, but you don't know what volume 2 is all about. In 1992, Shaping Our Common Future, Dangers and Opportunities. Until, let's see, get into Malthus Revisited. So this world population type movement has been planning for a long time, and they keep referring back to people like Malthus. And, you know, obviously human populations cannot increase at this rate for very long, since if they did, the earth would be completely choked with the people in a few centuries. Well, it's been a few centuries since Malthus said that, and people refuse to update their information or to incorporate new inventions, technology, things to help you grow food, all this good stuff that goes on. So they're clinging to kind of ideas that lend themselves to the Anglo-American establishment, but aren't much good for the average person. And so they got population charts and how it's going to be overpopulated. And this is like their scientific justification for depopulation, right? Now,
it just won't give it up. Despite all the evidence against them, they just won't give up that theory.
And then inside here, I found here's
so first of all,
here's the proceedings. This is the handout from the conference.
What's the Pugwash?
Well, I'm gonna show you.
That? Okay.
At the Pugwash conference, it's a world conference, right? Yep. Here's the proceedings of the first plenary session. Boutros Ghali, former head of the United Nations. Boris Yeltsin, back at this time, he was the head of Russia, right? Yeah. So this was the United Nations head, the Russian chief, right? Yeah, but down here, I just happened to keep reading through, right? Because I was like, maybe I'll recognize another name. And I did. Dr. Vandana Shiva, who's in tonight's episode. So I mean, it was kind of random that I grabbed this book off over there and then found crazy. This in there that came with the book. It's like the pamphlet from the conference. And yeah. So anyway, Pugwash. Maybe LD can look that up and we can get a definition.
So it must be stuff that was added.
Now they did striving for peace, security, and development in the World Conference. They also did one towards a nuclear-free world in 1995. So these books, let's see, Pugwash. Let's see, put them in order, maybe like this, something like this. Put them back on the shelf. Conferences about how to rule people. That it's not a democratically, these like your elected leaders dealing in an international forum, whether it's United Nations or Davos or Bilderberg, any of these other places, is anti-freedom. It's not for your interests. It's like they're over there having that meeting, not in front of you for a reason. You're not invited, and you're the target of their actions. I'll say it like that. All right, Pugwash. Do we get that?
Yeah, no, that's very interesting.
Pugwash conferences on science and world affairs, according to the Wikipedia page, an international organization that brings together scholars and public figures to work toward reducing the danger of armed conflict and to seek solutions to global security threats. Founded in 1957 by Joseph Rotblat and Bertrand Russell in Pugwash, Nova Scotia, Canada.
Fascinating. Bertie Russell, the Fabian socialist. Now, let me ask a question. It's been 30 years since those proceedings. Have they achieved their aims? Or are they still claiming today to battle those same things? Kind of like when Agenda 21 last week, you know, they're still trying to cure polio with vaccinations by the year 2000 in this 1992 document. And they're still trying to do
it.
So
wiped out though, Rich. What are you talking
again,
about?
There's this hypocrisy or inconsistency, call them contradictions, call them splinters in the mind. That inconvenient truths actually is what they are. They're inconvenient truths.
Mentor. Yeah. Bill Faggy.
Yeah.
Well, he's another one.
All right. So I said
inconvenient truth
in the chat we were going to do Paul Joseph Watson's video next, but I think maybe we should go to the Russell Brand Vandana Shiva, unless it messes up the flow for the show later. What do you think, Tony?
No, it's totally fine. I have that clip somewhere in the mess of clips in the technology section. Let me see if
I can pull it up. I had it up earlier today.
Okay.
Search for Shiva.
Yeah, that's not...
All right. So it's a powerful clip. It's a short clip, and I think it's from, ironically enough, it's from Russell's podcast, Under the Skin. which apparently Noah Yuval Harari did not trademark. Otherwise, he'd be making money off Russell Brand every time Russell says, "On down the skin."
That looks like a different clip than I watched. Okay, pull that up. Got it.
It's like a 12-minute clip, and it's the interview.
It's the interview.
Interview.
Yeah. They're outside.
Yeah, there was different clip. Okay, yeah, it was on YouTube, but I got this one up.
Cool. Either or.
Also, and we'll get it done.
Yeah. Do the one on YouTube. Maybe that's the one you talking about.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Well, that was the one that that Rich you shared earlier, I believe.
Yeah, probably.
Bill Gates' book is rubbish.
Vandana Shiva, the Indian scholar and activist, ain't shy when it comes to digging out and heavily criticising Bill Gates, is she? In my conversation with her on my Luminary podcast, Under the Skin, we talked about the impact and power that Bill Gates and other tech giants have and the negative impact it's had on Indian agriculture and farming in general. And Vandana Shiva was very clear that in her opinion this is a new wave of colonization, every bit as potent and as destructive as the previous one that created the great or vast European empires. In this brilliant conversation, Vandana Shiva talks about Bill Gates' power, the power that we have as the citizens of Earth, the subjects of Earth, the inhabitants of Earth, the, what do we want to call ourselves? The custodians of Earth. It's a very, very beautiful conversation from an incredibly powerful human being and a true leader in the necessary movement to reverse the dreadful actions that are currently taking place that are preventing us having access to our birthright and living in harmony with the planet and one another. Check it out.
And Russell, I think you'll have to do a lot of work in the next few years because they're going to do a lot of colonization in the name of sustainability. Just by chance, I was reading the rubbish in Bill Gates' new book. I normally don't read rubbish, but when they want to be rulers through rubbish, I read it. And it's lovely because he says the greenhouse gases from factory farms are not because of factory farms and putting animals in prisons, but it's because the cows were the problem. They had 4 stomachs. And the 4 stomachs make them emit methane. No, you walk behind a good cow on a grazing pasture, she's not stinking. It goes even further. Talk colonization. He has put the Indian plow that has existed for 10,000 years and says, this primitive technology must go. I call this as the future technology of a partnership between our bodies, the body of the earth, and the body of the animals, realizing that we are not masters, but we are there to serve through what Gandhi called bread labor, the labor of our body in the service of the earth, in the service of community. So we are for sure at an epic moment where everything wrong is being given a new life, just at the time where the world was waking up and say, oh, but you know, this dissection doesn't work, lack of faith doesn't work, desacralization doesn't work. That's precisely when everything is being crushed again. And I think this is happening, Russell, because of us arrogance that we have created such immunity for ourselves. We've destroyed every international law. We've destroyed all democracy. We have locked people into fear. No one can hold us to account. I mean, look at the debate right now on the GMO question in Europe, where we created laws on GMO regulation and they want to knock it down. And Bill Gates, again, is financing the lobbies for that deregulation. So there is an arrogance that I can't be touched. And, you know, the British Empire had that arrogance. The sun never sets on the British Empire, and it's it. I think if we realize that we live in a powerful world full of energy, and that energy is a creative energy of the universe, and our power is the spiritual power of aligning ourselves, which we call Rita and the right action. You know, that's what Dharma is. Aligning yourself with that power, then we are very powerful. And these people who think they are beyond all accountability can be brought to account. We just have to ensure that none of us allow our ego to overtake us. None of us allow hate and division to become the way we start to think. And third, none of us ever give up the power we have. We are powerful beings in a powerful world.
I like the thing you said about the sort of the arrogance, you know, the of the colonial arrogance, and just the perhaps unconscious phrasing of the sun never setting on the British Empire, and the indication, the syntactic indication of an unawareness of shadow, unawareness of inhered darkness. I wondered too, Vandana, if when you're saying that thing about the unaccountability of Bill Gates and how that kind of mimics this kind of monotheistic, authoritative deity, a kind of a deity that asserts power and dominion, how this motif is recurrent historically. I wonder if in with
it was the other clip. It's the one where they're sitting outside. And I think we did play that clip that we were just watching in the show like last year. And it's a good clip. And it also kind of foreshadows the recent clip from this past week. Do you see the one where they're outside? It was probably in my YouTube playlist.
I've got it now.
All right, cool. And it's going to be complimentary and it's not going to be redundant really. So it's going to work. It's going to flow very nicely. So that was actually a fortuitous type of unplanned, unscheduled event.
Okay.
Ideal. Is, for example, divine feminine power or spiritual principles that are plainly neglected in this materialistic ideology.
Yeah, sorry. The audio was coming from the wrong one.
Yeah.
Wow. Here we go.
The mainstream media will tell you that the Dutch farmer protesters are about environmental irresponsibility. But could it be that this is the Great Reset in action? Hello there, you 5.7 million awakening wonders. Thank you for joining us on this great voyage towards truth. If you don't subscribe yet, subscribe now and turn on your notification bell. We make a video every single day, and in order to use the algorithm, we have to ensure that you participate with us. Who knows if big tech platforms treat people that convey radical news in the way that they should? At our first ever community event this weekend, I had a fantastic time. I wish you'd been there. It was fantastic. Let me know in the comments if you were there. I spoke to Vandana Shiva, the great activist and scholar, a woman who ain't afraid to bring down the globalist agenda, a woman who ain't afraid to call out Bill Gates and other technocratic globalist tyrants. These are her words, not mine. I talked to her about the Dutch farmer protests. While the mainstream media may be portraying the Dutch farmer protests as an anti-environmentalist movement peopled by selfish farmers, Vandana Shiva, with her experience in how corrupt, centralized agricultural, monocultural giants are oppressing independent farmers all over the world. This is connected to the land grab of Bill Gates. This is connected to corruption of companies like Monsanto. This whole fertilizer situation is a scam. They present it as a green ideology. Oh, we can't keep using these fertilizers, and anyone who lives in the rural area will know that when those fertilizers get used, you think, oh God, is this a bit dodgy? But the reason that farmers are using those fertilizers is because it's necessary economically, because of the pressure they are under financially, because of government enforced imperatives. And the objective isn't to get the farmers to behave in an organic, responsible, ecologically apposite manner. No, far from it. It's in order to bankrupt the farmers so that their land can be grabbed. My mind was blown by that. This shows you how the Great Reset operates. It uses a green agenda, and just so you know, I agree with the green agenda. I think that the planet should be treated with love and respect, that we should see ourselves as in harmony with it. But when regulations are passed down from a globalist level and it affects the lives of ordinary farmers, it's the duty of all of us to support them, to stand in solidarity, to give them time to make those transitions, to say to the farming and agricultural community, we'll support you by buying your products if you make these concessions and changes, which we'll agree between us. It doesn't need to be mediated by technocratic globalist bodies. We, the people, can make these decisions together. Anyway, you don't care what I think about this stuff, but you should care what Vandana Shiva thinks. She is a bold, brilliant world teacher. Stay to the end of this clip. You're going to be smarter at the end of it. You're going to understand stuff that they don't want you to understand. It's vital that you watch all of it. Let me know what you think in the comments. Give it a thumbs up. Share it around. Vandana Shiva, I'm so honoured that you have joined us today.
I'm very happy to be here physically with you, Russell.
I feel like that you are one of the most important voices in the activist movement, and particularly with regard to the challenges we face with the ongoing rise of globalism and its observable consequences. I'd like to start off, if I may, by asking you about the current Dutch agricultural protests. As a person that's only taken my information about this protest movement from the mainstream media, I would see this issue seems to have been framed as, well, there are new ecological regulations that need to be introduced to prevent Dutch farmers irresponsibly using harmful toxic fertilizers, and that their protests have been framed very negatively by the media. Can you tell me, is there a different perspective on that you could share?
Well, there are many different ways of looking at and responding to the crisis we face. We do face a serious crisis caused by industrial agriculture. 50% greenhouse gases come from farming with fossil fuels and chemicals, and shifting food long distance, transforming it with ultra-processing, packaging it. All of this has added up to greenhouse gases. But that same system that is punishing the farmer is as punishing the earth and is punishing the consumers through disease. When did it start? The chemical fertilizers are a byproduct of Hitler's regime. The IG Farben group of cartel of corporations, combined with Standard Oil of the US, used fossil fuels to fix atmospheric nitrogen by burning fossil fuels at very high temperature. Now, there are better ways to fix nitrogen, and that is, well, let the earthworms give you 40 kilograms per hectare. Let the soil mycorrhiza work. So what's happened is the same people who are pushing a very anti-nature, anti-people, anti-life globalization agenda shaped a system that has caused problem, forced the farmers into that system to use chemical fertilizers, to get the cows off the grass and into factory farms, then feed them with GMO soya that's chopping down the Amazon. 40% of soya goes for animal feed. Another 40% goes for biofuel. It's not feeding the world. All of this was forced on people through regulation. It was forced through subsidies. 50% of the European tax money was going to create this kind of agriculture. Now, the same people who caused the problem are saying, farmers, you're responsible. It's a bit like saying to a person who went obese because of junk food, to say, you are responsible. No, the junk food industry is responsible. The Pepsis and the Cokes are responsible. The fertilizer. These are identifiable players. And there's a principle of justice called polluter pays. The original cause of pollution is the manufacturers and the governments who subsidized it, and the governments that promoted the false idea that without chemicals you can't grow food, and billionaires today who are promoting that same false idea, Bill Gates. So there are huge numbers of alternatives, but farmers need to be given a 5 to 10 year period of transition, and the structures that were created to promote chemicals should be used to promote ecological agriculture. You need new research, you need new schools, and you definitely cannot punish the victim. Farmers are a victim of this system.
So these are systemic problems that have complex origins that even include that great moniker of 20th century evil, the Nazi Party. But at the point that we hear about it, it is reductively conveyed as an issue for which the agricultural industry in the hands of individual farmers is what's culpable. It's so interesting the way that information is rendered. And also, Vandana, sometimes I have to marvel almost at the mendacity of a system that can create problems, present solutions, and every step of the way it's to the ongoing advantage of centralized financial and sometimes state powers, and to the continuing disadvantage of us as individuals and as the inhabitants and partners of the planet. It's extraordinary to me. Sometimes it's because some of the connections that you have just made in answering that question are difficult to make, and sometimes it's because those stories are simply never told. So in short, you're saying that really we should be supporting those farmers and recognizing how this admittedly ecologically difficult practice came about.
Absolutely. And I think we definitely need to see the world that the greedy want to create. All of natural resources in their hands, all of land in their hands. The same billionaires who are telling the farmers, forget the land, take money and leave it, want that land. The same people who say, oh, food is unnecessary, we're going to make lab food, are the very people who are then also investing in land to have real food. It's the ultimate colonization that's happening, and it's condensing everything that's gone wrong. In my view, the witch hunts were really killing those people who lived and taught the life that we are part of nature. The witches were teachers of oneness with nature. They were the ones who were hunted down. And that for a century or 2 centuries, 9 million people killed in Europe. It was a killing of the ecological mind. The colonialism, then the chemical agriculture from Hitler's Germany, the new GMO push, the earlier push, the new push. All of this is combining to say we will disenfranchise you, we will not let you make your living, we will not let you have a livelihood, because with the earth, with her animals, with her trees, we can create life. The fact that people are marching in every country on cost of living should become a deeper question. The right to live.
When so many powerful forces combine to create a power matrix, why is it that these ideas are continually dismissed as conspiracy theories? When you just described, the killing of the ecological mind through the witch hunt, when you described that, explained that colonization is in a sense an extrapolation on the dominion that's already been established with the domestic population, and what we are seeing now is a billionaire class land grab, where the idea that we will have unmediated relationships with nature becomes less and less likely. Why is it so difficult to have these conversations, and why is it so difficult to achieve alliances when it seems that so many of us have shared interests? Why is it that why is there not right now a global agricultural movement that ordinary people are engaged in?
Well, I think the 3 reasons why the natural alliances are not emerging without effort, and we will have to put love and effort into it. My next commitment is to reach out to conventional farmers and show them it is possible to have ecological agriculture rich in nitrogen. In our movement, Navdanya, the nitrogen in our soil through ecological methods is 100% more than it was 20 years ago. And in the chemically farmed soils, it's 22% less. In effect, nitrogen fertilizers are a way of extracting soil nitrogen by killing the soil organisms. Why don't people know this? Number one, the science was distorted. When I started this work in 1984, the text used to say soil is an empty container. The soil is living, the richest ecosystem. Without fertilizers, you cannot feed the world. And that is what was taught in every agriculture university. It was all our public money was used to push agriculture in that direction. The second reason why people don't know and we are not having these conversations is the billionaires have bought the mainstream media. They've totally bought the mainstream media. And even the social media is their media.
Well, what do you think of that? Do you feel a little bit smarter? Do you feel that globalism doesn't sound like a conspiracy anymore? That this agenda of the WEF and the Great Reset, which, by the way, they explicitly declare they're doing themselves, I'm talking explicitly there, about Klaus Schwab, there's going to be a great reset. I've got too much spit in my mouth. I think I'm allergic to this cat. Oh God, where is my cat? Did you enjoy it? Did you learn from it? Let me know in the comments below what you thought about it. Give us a thumbs up.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. Fertilizer, bad? growing food without fertilizer might be good. There's the history that underlies like all that commentary, right? There was talk about IG Farben. What is that? It's a chemical corporate conglomerate for colonialism circa World War II. Really, what it was is a way to take German proprietary patent information and internationalize it. So if Germany loses, they can preserve that type of technocratic infrastructure. So the defining book on this is called The Crime and Punishment of IG Farben, a startling account of the unholy alliance of Adolf Hitler and Germany's great chemical combine, which then, after the war, got into the hands of the Allies, the Anglo-American establishment, who funded this, then took it over afterwards. Nice guys they are. Now, these are the same people who brought you War Against the Weak, eugenics in America's campaign to create a master race, and that inspired Hitler in the first place. Of course, IG Farben is not alone. There was IBM in the Holocaust, also an Edwin Black book about such things. Now, there's also talk about like Monsanto. This is a book called Conspiracy of Fools by Kurt Eichenwald. Behind the thick corporate walls and the shadows of Wall Street, along the corridors of political power, scandal is brewing. I think this is about the Archer Daniel Midland scandal back in the day, ADM. If not, the Civil Action, that the movie with John Travolta about them poisoning the water and people getting sick. It's very similar to what Vandana Shiva is talking about. Let me see if there's a hot spot here for you. No. Anyway, so the point being, whether it's Archer Daniels Midland conspiracy or the just, molecular biology and eugenics that came post World War II, that's Bill Gates, right? Population control. All these things are rolled together along with chemical growing of food from the place that started back during the Nazi days, IG Farben. So when she's talking about IG Farben, it's legit back in, like, you can verify the history. It's a company that existed, and Bayer, you might have been taking their aspirin. I think IG Farben and Bayer were merged at one point. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting history about these Anglo-American companies. And but that's all 20th century history. And it's it's hard to understand what's going on today without knowing a little bit about what happened last century. But even for Americans, it's what happened in the century before, in the 1800s, what they would call the 19th century, right? Because America went from horses and buggies in the early 1800s to steamboats, steam trains, and then you had the appearance of the early robber barons like Cornelius Commodore Vanderbilt. And from that kind of nascent westward expansion, you had guys like Rockefeller who were drilling for oil, barreling oil, needed to ship oil to refineries. And he starts doing business with Vanderbilt. But at some point, Rockefeller decides he wants to just own all the refineries. And then he pushes back against the railroad industry.
The supply chain. That's how he wanted to be able to. Yeah.
And there was at one point when the railroad barons pushed back against Rockefeller. Now he's like 33 when this is going on, right? They push back, and all five of them say, "We're not going to ship your oil anymore." Like, give him the middle finger, And so he invents the oil pipeline. So he's like, "I don't need railroads now," right? And then Andrew Carnegie comes along, and they're trying to build bridges that can't be built. So they come up with this, they have this new material called steel, but it's very expensive to produce. But Carnegie comes up with this process. I think it's called the Henry Bessemer process. It goes from 2 weeks for production of a piece of steel to 15 minutes. I grew up in Pittsburgh. It's part of the history. You got to know about steel, where I come from.
I haven't heard that reference in a very
long time. Then Carnegie ends up selling out to JP Morgan, who takes over Carnegie Steel, which was U.S. Steel. The biggest company in the world at the time was in Pittsburgh. And then that brings you into the 20th century, where you've got these large corporate personhood entities formerly directly owned by robber barons, but now just kind of controlled by elite oligarchical class. Yeah. And the same Rockefeller that developed, kerosene and then later gasoline and these sort of things, monopolized and then funded the Royal Institute of International Affairs, funded the
Correct.
Council on Foreign Relations, funded the
They used
Rockefeller
their
Brothers Fund, funded the Rockefeller Foundation, just like
nonprofits
Carnegie.
to fund all these different areas,
Same as
so they
Carnegie.
could insulate from exactly,
And
that way they
Carnegie
could have an
wrote
impact. So good.
Triumphant Democracy in like 1896. I have a first edition copy back here. We can pull that out if we need to. But the point is, it went from robber baron to oligarchical nonprofit foundation pushing forward robber baron's interests. It's not too different from Bill Gates today. You know,
what is oligarch?
20 years ago.
It's the same thing. I mean, you're exactly right on that. I mean, what is oligarch though? But it's really a form of fascism
with paper,
experiencing.
Paper
Because like
and words.
what really differentiated the great monopolies of the robber barons, let's talk about them, is that they really lobby government more so than any other great sort of millionaire at the time to protect their industries, to get in bed and protect their industries. And I think that's the most important thing, is when there's sort of this big government, big business sort of collusion going on. That's where obviously things got way out of control, and at that point they controlled the supply, particularly in the case of Rockefeller.
Well, they're also able to crush and
supply.
control competition and these sort of things, right? Like
that's what I mean by controlling the supply chain. They're able to control all the competition. Then they're able to get the government to protect that one industry, because there is no real other industry, and he's monopolized it to the point where he has full control, and it's hard to get anyone to have the opportunity to get in there unless government allows them to have the opportunity to get in there and have competition. That becomes a whole can of worms. So it's just, they did a good job.
When they came after Bill Gates for antitrust, he right away created his nonprofit foundation and put all his wealth over there, right?
All right.
Same thing Rockefeller did back in the day. Standard Oil was going
That's
through
where he got
antitrust
the
under
idea, probably.
right, right. Now other families like the DuPonts, they got broken up as a monopoly because they had a monopoly on gunpowder for the U.S. government, and they played that hand a little too much. So I'd watched the documentary on the DuPonts a couple of weeks ago. It was a long documentary. It's really good. But the Jake Tran version that we're going to do in intermission tonight. Yeah, we did play a small clip from that a couple months ago, right? So Jake Tran has the one of the intermission pieces tonight. He does a little expose on an aspect of the DuPonts that had eluded me, because I knew Teflon's not good for you. I didn't know it had been around and on things since like World War II. And he goes through the whole thing, and now it's in everybody's body, and it's a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Like made in large manufacturing.
I'm sure it doesn't hurt our immune
It
systems
gets
at all.
pushed through like Teflon tubes.
Yeah.
But you can get a faster yield that way. Like traditionally, these bronze, it creates a starchier pasta, which is actually nice because you get a starchier water, and it's good for.
Well,
but the point is, like, I mean, yeah, that everything was for the transforming wartime industry to commercial industry and making sure whatever chemicals. There's that book, Cancergate.
Yeah, I mean, the C8 chemical that DuPont you're going to learn about later.
Anyway,
yeah, it is something that might cause cancer in people. We'll have to learn more about that.
Point is, after like World War II, there's like hundreds of thousands of chemicals that were just sort of
introduced into society as normal and safe.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, there's an acronym for it called
almost as if they knew that things in our environment created cancers and polios and things like that, and they decided to do that, but tell us it's not dangerous until later, when they don't have to be liable for it. It's an interesting technique. I'm sure it's not going on still like that today.
Yeah,
but like
no, not today, of course. Not.
Yeah, the summary of all that stuff from Vanderbilt all the way up to Bill Gates, World Economic Forum, World Government Summit in Dubai, all those things, like that whole arc of history. It's the same philosophy, same goal, same generations of people. Like it's an upper crust. It's not, they definitely suppress people who aren't them and limit their educations and give them schooling and indoctrination so that they're not upwardly mobile and they don't have a chance. And even though you might be a fantastic musician, their cousin or their nephew wants the job and they're going to get it because they're a talentless hack, and it's all about nepotism for them. Right. So it's not a meritocracy in an oligarchy. That's
it's not
their irreconcilable differences those two systems have. So you can have something built on your hard work and your worth, and are you getting good results and improving and learning, or you can have it because you were born into it, and that's not too far from the tree of Klaus Schwab.
That are working the best are the ones that are based on ability, based on merit, but the hierarchies that are self-consuming are the ones that we're experiencing now. or it's
And if
based
you-
on nepotism, it's based on aristocracy, it's based on oligarchy. And because and that's what happens at the end stage, you could say, of any form of hierarchy. And that may or may not be true, but there's a way to like offset that by not having to degrade into means of violence or starvation or like end game scenarios. Like that would be a great
Well, that's what they want
our-
you to fear.
Sure.
And they, but they don't want you to rise to the occasion. They don't want you to get your learning on. They don't want you to be inventive or ingenious or learn how to work with others or learn what other people have done on this topic that you didn't know about and inspires you or gives you an idea to go forward. They don't want that. I do. I would like to have that happen. So that whole arc of history from Vanderbilt to Klaus Schwab. I mean, if you follow Klaus Schwab's dad back, he worked for the Nazis. Like he's not too far from what they were just talking about. Crime and Punishment, IG Farben.
Is that
right?
Is that all
Right.
Vedmore said it?
Johnny Vedmore's interview. Go back and check out that Grand Theft World episode where we interviewed Johnny on his article about Klaus Schwab and how he came to love the World Economic Forum. But the point being, that whole arc from then to now, right? This show covers now. My past work and Peace Revolution covered then, right? So you put the two together, you got the understanding of not just what's going on now, but why these things are going on now. They planned it. They wrote books like this, Agenda 21, Earth Summit. Like they're still working on this. This goes to 2030. Right. They're doing it right now. They're trying to get to the,
it goes to 2030. That's the scary thing, right?
So that whole arc, let's refer to that as the war against us all. There's a lot you need to come up to speed on. There's some history, but there's also some science, some technology, some horticulture, some things you need to know about food, air, water, shelter, economics, these sort of things that they hide this useful information from us. They don't want you to look into it or start thinking for yourself, right? So on this 15th anniversary of my 2007 film, The War Against Us All, Daniel Humbert and the Grand Theft World Media Group in the media pool, he made a trailer that's the original film. I don't know. It's long. It was in 2 parts. Daniel made a trailer for each part. So what we're going to do is, LD, if you have those available, let's look at the trailer. This is going to be for Grand Theft World members. So if you're already a member, yay, freedom. You can check it out. It's going to be in the Library of Cognitive Liberty. All my content is in there. It's like a $300 value just having that as a member. That's really cool. And I think we will live stream it on July 22nd. And the reason I released the film back in 2007 on July 22nd was July 22nd, 2004 was the date when they released the 9/11 Commission report. And I read through that whole thing and I printed it out. And then I've got several hard copy versions. Yeah, that's really the thing that made me start questioning it seriously, because I was like, the people investigating it are not like they're excluding evidence that's relevant. They're not telling people about it. It exists. They know about it.
Yeah.
There's a cover up. I disagree with their investigative process and the results, and I'm going to keep researching on my own. And eventually I came to publish. And then that was 2006 that I podcasted. This trailer is from a 2007 film. So I just learned filmmaking. I don't even have a camera in this trailer. So we'll see how it turns out. And yeah, it's a flashback. So let's go ahead and roll it as Daniel cut it. And I applaud his creativity because it was his idea to do the whole thing in the first place. So I said, yeah, have at it. Let's check it out.
"15 years ago, a transmission was sent out. Its message has gained attention. Have you noticed the war against us all?"
The number you have reached, 911, has been changed to a non-published number.
I'm about to snap. I'm about to snap. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the story. No, I hate this story.
Your life, all right?
The prompter. To the news now. You're a lighter thing.
Unhand me.
Hold on a second. I'm going to make a point. I'm done with the Paris Hilton story. Okay. I won't do it. Will you burn this for me, please?
He can actually control exactly what people think. And that is our job. That is our job. Our job.
Until the internet, you didn't have a choice to do much about it at all, unless,
you want to go spend a lot of time in the library because it's hard to find all this stuff even though it's there. If you own a PC, a lot of people have a firewall, a virus scan, a spam killer, all these different products that we're paying for to protect this box of sand and rust on a disk, right? What are you doing to protect what comes into your head? What type of firewall do you have on information? What kind of quarantine do you have for certain things? How do you delete information?
Violence will gather and multiply in destructive power.
If I tell you that there's a white arrow in the FedEx logo and you didn't know that and you go look and you see it, you can't unsee that. I just put that in your head. You might not like that I just put that thought there and that you can't unsee it. So now you have to discover, well, how do I delete information? Because if your head is like a computer, can't somebody give you a virus? Can't someone structure a meme? And that, you know, through mimetic programming, and this turns back into Dawkins and evolution and things like this. But the idea is that people with the highest level of knowledge, if they're not using it to free the rest of us, they're using it to make a living off of us. And in that aspect, I refer to them as social vampires. These are people who use the rest of us and the ignorance that they establish to rule over us, because if everything was equal, they wouldn't be in charge.
Freedom, tyranny, freedom, 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 tyranny, freedom, freedom, tyranny. As a result of violence and killing, there would be chaos. Freedom is universal in its application.
The war against us all. This war in Iraq isn't the end, it's the beginning of wars to come, all around the world, at the whim of the neocons in the White House. This is the Bush doctrine come to life. War, war, and more war. War brought to you by the big corporate masters who run the show. This isn't just a war on Iraqis or Afghanis or even Arabs or Muslims. It is ultimately a war on us all. That's because the billions and billions of dollars that are being spent on this war, the cost of tanks, rocketry, bullets, and yes, even salaries for the 125,000 plus troops, is money that will never be spent on education, on healthcare, on the reconstruction of crumbling public housing, or to train and place the millions of workers who have lost manufacturing jobs in the past 3 years alone. The war in Iraq is, in reality, a war against the nation's workers and the poor, who are getting less and less, while the big defense industries are making a killing, literally. What's next? Iran? Syria? North Korea? Venezuela? We've already seen the corporate media play megaphone to the White House to build and promote a war based on lies. War is utilized by the imperialists first and foremost to crush internal enemies. We're seeing the truth of his insight when we see the sad state of American education, the rush of seniors to buy affordable medications from the Canadians because American drugs are just too expensive, the threatened privatization of Social Security, and the wave of repression that comes with an increasingly militarized police. This is a war on all of us. And the struggle against war is really a struggle for a better life for the millions of folks who are in need here in this country. The fight against the war is really to fight for your own interests, not the false interests of the defense industries or the corporate media or the White House. Down with the wars for empire. From death row, this is Mumia Abu Jamal.
Together, we can get it together. We can get it together. Now that's all.
This summer, get a second look at how we got here. Rewind 15 years and re-examine where we've come from. In a time when we all feel like something is going wrong, look and see The War Against Us All. To see the full film, sign up for a membership with Grand Theft World. This film and many others come free with a membership. Navigate through the tabs and you'll find it here. The War Against Us All, Part 1 and 2. To get free content like this, get the Freedom Vault, link in the description.
Well,
Who knows how it'll all wash in Wisconsin?
All right, Daniel from Wisconsin, you did a good job, dude.
Yeah, that was
you.
fantastic. I haven't seen some of those clips, and oh my goodness, I was getting a good kick out of it.
At first, I was cringing because I was like, "Man, this editing's rough." But then I was looking at it, and that's actually like there's clips in there. Those are literally the first things I ever edited in video.
Yeah.
Some of those clips.
Yeah, it is.
So anyway,
extremely old clips. It was.
I think
a joy to see. I haven't seen those in many years. Like, got great enjoyment out of it.
I can't remember the total length of the movie, but it's probably 3 hours and 3 hours. I've been long form since the get-go because I got a lot to show you that you haven't seen before. And I'm pretty sure that most of the stuff in those movies, even though it's 15 years old, is still going to be news to people. And it might inspire people because the two aspects were the energy crisis that was about to pop off like the next year, and the whole subprime loan was crashing, right? So this was all just about pop off. So it was the energy crisis and alternative forms of energy that have been suppressed. And then what was the other part? Hemp being suppressed, right? Food, fuel, medicine, fiber, all these things that could be used for. We wouldn't have plastic in the ocean if DuPont had not made hemp prohibited and for most of the 20th century. You would have hemp fields in every town, and people could grow hemp. You could take it to the town, they would process it, give you a check because it's a raw material used for almost everything in America. Could be our future, should have been our past. I'm surprised though, because when I put that together and I was looking at all those clips back in 2007, marijuana legalization was far off. Marijuana for medicinal purposes was far off. Like the people's opinions back then, you're going to see a difference of, well, it's changed in the past 15 years a lot. So there's also those aspects. Unfortunately, the energy aspects, people having alternative, ingenious ways of propelling have been crushed by those monopolies that Woodrow Wilson was talking about. You try to develop in the area of railroad or energy or one of these places, these other guys were going to come in and
main
crush
infrastructure you cannot touch. That's
Right.
how they control the world, because they control access to the main raw materials of the world itself that everyone needs. Every country needs to operate on to produce a commodity. Sorry, go ahead.
So whether it's World Economic Forum and it's 500 companies that are the biggest companies in the world, or it's the United Nations, or it's one of these other groups, the World Bank, the IMF, gangster capitalism is a real thing in the 20th century. It was just kind of invented in the 1800s.
It is the main thing. It was the
primary driver of 20th century history.
At least banking, international banking, and finance capital, the way they were able to manipulate markets in the 20th century is
it's easier to manipulate everything if you export the oversight of the money printing business to a nebulous international entity that's not America. It all suddenly becomes possible in the 20th century.
Then you get the internet, and you get the speed at which all that's happening. Yeah.
Right. So
that's my point.
From the beginning of the story arc, you got horse and buggy, and now you've got people flying in the upper atmosphere, calling it space. But they're just taking plane rides like individuals used to take in the 1960s. It's pretty much what Bezos and Musk are offering people for exorbitant fees. Yeah, low Earth orbit. Yeah.
Big money.
Yeah, for those who are bored with Netflix, there's low Earth orbit. All right, we've laid out a lot of substance. I want to make sure people have plenty of facts to chew on. You got some good book references. Good. Let's see. How do we get out of this section? What do you think,
what
Tony?
Was your inspiration behind 9/11 synchronicity? Someone asked me that the other day. I was thinking about that, and I said something like Mark Lombardi, maybe the way you thought
behind
about
the history
constructing
blueprint. I mean, I knew about that before 9/11 synchronicity as well. Mark Lombardi was a New York artist who died by his own hand on March 22nd, 2000, on 3/22/2000. 322 is the number of Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones was actually one of the focus points of his work. The Skull and Bones financial network of George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, James R. Bath, Salim bin Laden, going back into the 1970s, the Bush family had worked through James R. Bath as their financier with the Saudis, namely the bin Laden family, namely Osama bin Laden's brother, Salim, who was also at the Carlyle Group meeting in Washington, D.C. the morning of September 11th, 2001 with H.W. Bush, who spent the night in the White House, just laying out the facts of the matter for the court. Okay. So Mark Lombardi did this artwork, and I didn't see it personally at first. I had a friend come over to my place. It was after we moved out of New York City. So we're in Jersey, and he comes over and he's looking at all my research. He's like, oh, I just saw an art exhibit in New York that was like this, kind of representing like these types of things, right? I had all these index cards and I was doing these drawings, which now are represented in my history blueprint. And he said, yeah, this guy, this big wall mural, and you'd see these dots and these lines, and you walk up to it because you want to know what it is. And as you walk up, inside the circles are people's names, and the lines are transactions. And he has one called BCCI, right? And it's this huge wall. These are in the MoMA, the Whitney Museum, the Jewish Museum in New York.
Okay.
Ironically, the book on Mark Lombardi is published by Judith Rothschild, and his work is owned by the Whitney Museum and the Jewish Museum. The Whitney Museum is the Skull and Bones family. Whitney's are Skull and Bones with the Vanderbilts married together. So you have the opium producers and the shipping people, because Vanderbilt was shipping. That's where he got his money, kids. He wasn't shipping furs back, to get tea over here.
Yeah, tea, right? Yeah, sure.
And the Astors were right along with them. There's a whole bunch of those robber baron kind of early opium Anglo-American establishment families.
Vanderbilt with the boats. That makes total sense.
Just dig in. What does Delano mean? Who was Russell and Company? Actually, you're going to hear about Russell and Company.
Well.
Oh, the other part of the war on us all was the drug war. So in this next trailer clip, you're going to see Chris Milligan from Trine Day, who was on the show a couple weeks ago. You're going to see him like 20 years ago. And when he talks about these families dealing opium, they cut him off. So that's going to be funny. We'll have that coming up.
Classic.
Yeah, that's a classic. But yeah, so the point is,
going back to his work, though,
it's not new that these things are going on. And by showing things that have happened in the past, even about the past, here's a documentary from 15 years ago about things that happened in the 20th century. You can still learn from that before the shit hits the fan.
You get way more insight
on the upcoming hill that they're planning for everybody. So I'm saying the more you know about the game and the angle and what they're doing, the less you're going to panic at the next time they want to drop a pandemic on you or ask you to take some experimental concoction under some peer pressure circumstances. You might be able to hold your ground better because you got some facts. You might be young, but you weren't born yesterday, and you have done little reading about the facts of these matters.
Chessboard style.
I do want to cover before we get out of this section, these CNN scaremongers calling it the worst variant ever. And I don't want that fear that they're trying to transmit. See, they have a mind virus over there at CNN that they like to give their audience called fear. Now, we're going to give you an inoculation of information to help you maybe like balance that out, right? So can we play the CNN news clip that Jimmy plays and then maybe put Del Bigtree after it to kind of like balance it out for people?
Yeah.
What do you think, Tony?
There's plenty here.
It's balancing an acid with a base to neutralize the reaction. That's basically it. And then you're not going to be under the influence of propaganda anymore, right? Sound pretty simple? I think we could do it.
Yes, yeah. And then we have obviously either the Jackson Report or Del Bigtree's monologue. I don't know which one's better.
Maybe we'll flip a coin or use a game of chance to decide that one. We'll see when we get there. But let's go ahead.
They must have filmed on the road, so it's kind of interesting to see how they did things because they were at some expo or something.
All right, so LD, I outlined it. It's the CNN scaremongers worst variant ever. Yeah. We're not going to play the whole clip, but we'll go to the beginning and get the gist. If you like it and want to see the whole thing, it'll be linked in the show notes as everything is in every show that we do.
Malcolm Fleshner's here. Hi, Malcolm.
Hi, Jimmy. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How should we? Let's not. Should we do the punchline and tell people, or should we wait to tell people? Let's wait.
I don't think it's not like it's a huge reveal.
Well, Malcolm,
okay. I'll follow your lead.
Malcolm has Omicron BA5.
Yes, I do.
Malcolm's entire family has Omicron BA.5.
Yeah, it's we got a nice little COVID bubble. My wife has it. I have it. My 3 children have it. You should come over, Jimmy. How come I don't see you? You should come around.
I should come over and get it again.
You should come over, hang out.
Now, why do I bring this? So why do I mention that his whole family has COVID BA.5 in him? Because CNN is telling people that it's the worst variant. It says the worst variant is here, and they mean BA.5. And why do they put it in quotes? Because it's not true. Now, is it the worst variant of Omicron? Yes. But they make it seem like it. They don't say that in the headline, do they? The worst variant of Omicron. They say the worst variant, and then they leave it vague. Why do you think they do that?
Well, maybe they're it's sort of like the comic book store guy from The Simpsons. It's sarcastic. Worst variant ever. Like it's not a very good variant. It's really not living up to the hype.
Okay, so I just want to tell you that they call it the worst variant. But how long does it take them in the story to tell you what the severity of the illness is caused by this variant that they call the worst? Do you want to see how long it takes for them to tell you that? Because what they do is they spend the first 8 paragraphs fear-mongering. Watch this. So here's how long it takes. Oh my God. Look at this. Everybody's dying. The whole thing. Everybody's getting it. In Europe, things are going to hell. Everybody's watching out for it. It's horrible. And then, oh my God, 1 billion new cases every day. And then finally, down here, right here, it tells you what makes BA.5 different. Finally, they get down there, and they still haven't told you what the severity of the illness is yet. Still. So watch this. So this is what this is what it says. What makes BA.5 different? Eric Topol, a cardiologist and professor of molecular. So what they spend the whole article doing is stuff like this, scaring you, saying some experts think there could be as many as 1 million new infections every day in the United States, 10 times higher than the official count. As for how to manage the new wave, they urged Americans $50 get a second booster. So that was all those paragraphs that I showed you was full of stuff like this. And then finally you got down to like whatever that was, 8th or 9th paragraph. Then they finally decided to tell you what makes this variant different. The worst variant. What makes it different? It takes an immune escape already extensive to the next level. And as a function of that, enhanced transmissibility well beyond earlier versions of Omicron. So they're saying what makes it the worst isn't that it makes you sicker. They're saying what makes it the worst, finally in paragraph 9, is that it makes it more transmissible. Not that it's more deadly, but that it's more transmissible. That's what makes it the worst. And they spend 8-9 paragraphs scaring the bejesus out of you about that and using all this carefully structured words to leave out what the severity of the illness is. So let's go on more. In other words, BA.5 can easily evade immunity from previous infections and vaccines, increasing the risk of reinfection. Though the variant, here it is, finally, whoa, hold on. Though the variant does not appear to lead to more severe illness. What paragraph did they put that in? They call it the worst variant is here. Look at this. The worst variant is here. 2 different headlines. And then finally, in paragraph 9, though the variant does not appear to lead to more severe illness.
It's almost like they're disappointed.
Yes. Believe me, because if it did, that would be the first sentence. So they're listening to this guy, Topol. And if you ever see this guy, this Dr. Topol, his name is Eric Topol. He's a cardiologist and professor of molecular medicine at Scripps Research and professional scaremonger about anything related to COVID. Oh. There was this guy who I retweeted. I just remembered. There's this doctor from Johns Hopkins, this virologist, who just tweeted out a thread about why the BA5 is good news. There's good news about COVID, and there isn't reason you should be less scared. David Dowdy, this guy is from Johns Hopkins. He's a virologist. He says, does it make sense to use bivalent vax this winter? Yes, circulating strains will likely be Omicron descendants, meaning bivalent vax. But current vaccines still prevent new vaccines will not be game changers. Okay. And then he says, viruses evolve, but our immune system also adapts. One can always focus on the virus for bad news, but the overall trend is good news. April through June 2022 was the least deadly 3-month period since the pandemic started, even as transmission has risen. That you can look at it like that. Gradual rise. Whereas Omicron fully established itself in 1 month, BA5 has taken 2 months to get to 50%. And the size of the wave has been much smaller, meaning that any advantage BA5 has over other subvariants is very small compared to the advantage Omicron had over Delta. We already did that. Although hospitalizations across the U.S. are rising, they have already stabilized in places that had a larger BA2 wave, New York and below, suggesting that the rise seen in other places is mostly because of less immunity, not a new subvariant. Although hospitalizations across the U.S. are, we just did that. COVID transmission is as high now as it's ever been, except last winter, so not much room for transmissions to go higher. Yet COVID death rate is lower than for the flu in an average pre-pandemic season. And did you just see that goddamn CNN report? Could we see more deaths from the flu than COVID this coming winter? Possibly. Quick comment on long COVID. Long COVID is real and for some devastating, but long COVID is not one thing, and it can be weeks of a cough or a debilitating brain fog and can happen with any infection. As COVID gets milder, not sure long COVID versus long flu deserves a special treatment. In summary, BA5 is now the dominant subvariant in the United States, but deaths are stable and low. Hospitalizations are stable in areas with larger BA2 waves, and despite transmission levels that can't go too much higher, meaning we shouldn't be too pessimistic about the upcoming winter. That does not get a lot of traction, and that guy is a virologist from Johns Hopkins University. And so now you know the other side of the story. Now I gave you both sides. I provided context. All right, so anyway, so they keep going to this guy, and he's calling it the worst version of the virus we've seen, which sounds scary. But they don't tell you it does not lead to more severe illness. And I'm not supposed to, and if I question that or point this out, everybody on YouTube and the establishment press and comedy calls me an anti-vaxxer for pointing out that the government is and their corporate and the big pharma's corporate media are lying to you and scaremongering you for profit. That Malcolm, would you have BA5 Omicron? How do you feel?
I feel like I had to, Monday was not great, but I was, my employer thankfully allowed me to put in a full day, actually gave me a double workload, and I was able to do that. And I was very appreciative of that I wasn't deemed that I would be unable to do my full job and then some.
Not Monday. Now, Monday, if you would have called in sick, that would have been your 17th day in a row on vacation?
Yeah, I did. I came back from vacation and I brought back as a memento COVID. So yeah, so Monday was not great. Tuesday was worse, and I'm glad we didn't have a stream on Tuesday because that would have been tough to do. But then today I'm mostly back, and by tomorrow I expect to be fine. And obviously my experience is not.
Tell me about
it's just
your son
anecdotal, but
has
everybody
it.
in my family also similarly, everybody in my family seems to be recovering relatively quickly. And I do have one member of my household who is immunocompromised, so we were concerned about him, but he recovered quicker than everybody else. And there's varying.
No fear, no fear, no fear. Just get a little information, get a little knowledge, get a little perspective, get something other than the megaphone narrative that they're giving everybody. Now, let me ask a rhetorical question, and maybe there's
I gotta
an
love the
answer.
amphibolous line. I'm sorry. That's
Amphibulous. Oh, throwing
Had to throw it in
amphibole.
there.
We have a rule. It says you can't throw amphibole on the
I had to
show.
throw it in there, dude.
Can you effectively organize if you're getting ill, wrong, bad information? Can you effectively organize? I'll wait a second. Just think of it. Do you think you can effectively organize on bad information? Next part of the question, can you effectively be organized if the information that you need is being censored and it doesn't get to you? I think in both cases, I would answer no. I can't be organized, right? And then I was thinking about this point that Carol Quigley made in a book that nobody probably here has read. It's an unfinished manuscript. He died in 1977. It's called Weapon Systems and Political Stability.
Yeah.
A History. It's a great big thick book. I'm going to show you inside it in a second, but I just want to lay it out. It's the past 6,000 years of human struggle, civilization, warfare, political stability. Why has this problem been going on for 6,000 years? Do we think it's going to stop in our lifetime? Because the United Nations wants world peace. It means no one has the will to fight back or the ability to fight back anymore. It means solitude, not community. Their plan for world peace. They've stated it very clearly. It's in the writing.
World peace through a mediating force called technocracy.
Peace through domination. Peace through subjugation.
For social control.
Peace through colonialism.
Social engineering. Yeah.
Okay, so my point would be this: why do people fight? What's the goal of war? Think of that. Hold that in your head. I'm going to read three paragraphs, and we're going to get into it because I think it's about meeting human needs. And when you see what might have been discovered before you were born, you might think differently about how they're telling you to meet your needs these days. Because they say less carbon for you, less gasoline, less travel for you, higher prices for you, bigger jets for them, less people in Dubai for them. Right. So let's go back to this meeting of human needs and why conflict arises in communities in the first place. Let's zoom in. This is on page 6. Okay. This is a 1,000-page book. All right. You don't have to get very far into it to get some substance and understanding. Again, published posthumously. It's an unfinished manuscript. In recent years, there's been a fair amount of unproductive controversy about the real nature of man and what may be his real needs. In most cases, these discussions have not been very have not gone very far because the participants have generally been talking in groups which are already largely in agreement, and they have not been carrying on any real dialogue across lines of basic disagreement. I think it's the same thing that's going on today. So even though this is 1977-ish, this still applies. Accordingly, each group has simply rejected the views most antithetical to its own assumptions, with little effort to resolve the areas of acute contradiction. So he's setting up the problem of human needs. If each individual has his own autonomous will in making his own decisions, there will inevitably be numerous clashes of conflicting wills. So skirmishes, wars, fights are because of freedom in the first place. So if you have world peace, you have to take away freedom. Okay. And how would you do that? You have to have superior armaments, superior political strategies, superior military strategy, economic strategies, these sort of things, right? So conflict is going on because there's individual people following their wills. They break into conflict. There would be no need to reconcile these clashes if individuals were able to satisfy their needs as independent individuals. But there are almost no needs beyond those of space, time, oxygen, and physiological elimination, which can be satisfied by a man in isolation. Therefore, you have to go interact with other people, and then you find yourself over here in these definitions of community. Community equals people plus artifacts plus patterns of thoughts, feelings, and actions. Community can equal people plus culture, or community can equal people plus artifacts plus organization, right? I like this last one. You'll see why in a second. When two communities are in conflict, each trying to impose its will on the other, this can be achieved if the organization of one can be destroyed so that it can no longer be able to resist the will of the other. That means that the purpose of their conflict to be able to destroy the organization, but leave the people and artifacts remaining. That's happened in the last 10 years. Destroy the organization, leave the people and artifacts remaining, except they also censor and delete a lot of artifacts, don't they? Except to the degree that these are destroyed incidentally in the process of disrupting their organization in order to reduce their capacity to resist. That's wholeheartedly going on. There's any number of cases in the last 10 years, especially with the whole Trumpism type thing that was going on, right? So one side is trying to destroy the organizational structure and understanding process of the other so that they can be confused into subjugation. So you can read 1,000 pages, but that's the gist. You want to break people's will to resist, and you do that by taking away their ability to accurately make decisions, reach conclusions, make judgments, take actions that are in line with their goals and their desires. And then it's game over. It's checkmate, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's very Sun Tzu, like, if you will. Defeat the enemy internally, psychologically first. I forget if von Clausewitz also acknowledged that, or if he sort of like overlooked that facet. The psychological.
Von Clausewitz writes about similar things. I mean,
yeah.
Any military historian starts with Sun Tzu and gets to von Clausewitz eventually.
Yeah.
Or Miyamoto Musashi.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Those are good ones to start with. All right. So the point is,
but yeah,
freedom exists. You're going to have skirmishes. You're going to have disagreements. You're going to need policies of resolution that don't involve violence. That's all well and good. But the structures that are in control, the top-down oligarchical structures, they're aimed at destroying the organizational structure of your life, your family, your country, your economics. It's a full spectrum dominance approach.
Well, and like
everything, they just turn it upside down and make it crazier times 10 every week.
But if you notice, sort of what that quote was alluding to is the idea that it's like tearing down the infrastructure. So we're still going through the routine of our life, and all around us, everything is disintegrated. And like we're just sort of left with like the little bit we have, if we have anything left by that point at all. And so it's a harrowing, sort of ominous portrayal of what could manifest in the future if we continue down this hyperinflation, supply chain, incompetent executive branch of our government, the World Economic Forum, the Build Back Better, all this absolute insanity that has engulfed the world, Ukraine and Russia. I mean, COVID.
Well, can people change their perspectives before starvation changes it for them?
Yeah, right. Does it have to get that bad again? Do we have in the 21st century?
Because I have a 4-volume set of Orwell's letter over in the other part of the library, his personal papers, right? And in there's this great quote about illusions and how you can only hold illusions so long because they'll be exposed eventually, usually on a battlefield. So the way I find that quote is actually I probably have it in the history blueprint. Let me see. Can we do it live? Let's see. Usually on a battlefield.
Very interesting.
Let's see.
It's a good point, though.
I probably
sort
don't
of like
have
there's no atheists in foxholes, but a very different spin on that.
No atheists in foxholes. All right. So these illusions of, well, the United Nations and UNESCO and the World Economic Forum, the Great Reset and Build Back Better, it's all just gonna, this is the thing we need to do to save the planet. These people are not interested in saving the planet. They're not. 100%. They're not
interested in reality.
They didn't give up their helicopters, their jets, their limousines, any of that
data,
stuff.
The models, the data, the culprit, anthropogenic level, like all of it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't hold up to any sort of reasonable scrutiny. So it's just like everything they're operating on It's a
almost
lie top down from every conceivable path.
It's like if somebody took your credit card, went shopping, and sent you the bill. This is kind of what they're doing on a Grand Theft World scale, right? They're doing a bunch of things and they're sending us the bill.
That's pretty much
for all the stuff that they're doing. We're not asking them to do those things. They're just doing it and sending us the bill, saying here's more $30 trillion debt to the people we don't know who we owe it to, right? I'm sure the people to whom we owe $30 trillion in debt, I'm sure they don't have any influence whatsoever over the United States government, because the United States government's a sovereign entity and it's independent from the people who hold the strings on the $30 trillion in debt that they have obligated
balance powers,
next generations to, right? What's it called if you're a slave before you even get here? Like they're like 2 generations out, people will still be paying off that debt. Ha ha ha. I mean, I don't think reality is going to let that happen, but that's their plan. That's why they have that number hanging out there, the national debt.
Yeah, no, it's very convenient because once that whole thing implodes, then the banking industry and the financial industry get what they want, which is more granular control over your life, like the way you transact in your life. Exactly right. Yeah, exactly.
Track, trace, database, baby.
So everyone sort of wins in that scenario. At
Who's the everyone? Not us.
Though, like not us, but them. If you think of everyone, because that's how they think. You got to think like them. See, when you say everyone,
yeah, the people living on the space station.
That's how they see things.
While the slaves on Earth make their food and clothing and send it up to them.
That's right.
I think I saw that movie. It's one of those dystopian sci-fi movies, like Logan's Run, right?
A lot of those. They seem to share a common theme.
Maybe they should have focused
over and over again.
Something happier.
Sort of an essential characteristic or idea they're trying to get across.
All right, so let's head into we don't have to play the whole Jackson report, but we want to check out Turning the Tide, because even though it's the most dangerous variant ever, and what was it called? V5? Alberto VO5 is the new variant. V5. And they get that new snazzy branding, V5, right? They were just about to roll out the MPX, so you don't have to say monkeypox anymore. Then it just like faded into the background for a while. We'll see what they bring up when it comes to election time.
Right, sure. Yeah.
They just have like a bag of tricks.
Yeah, right now this is fucking July. Like we're halfway through July.
I know, man.
Let's give it another crazy 3 months.
What kind of stuff you think they're going to do if Trump says he's back in the ring?
Next 2 years are going to be absolutely absurd.
Got to need a lot of popcorn to watch that show.
Yeah. Popcorn's understatement.
All right, so let's do the Jackson report. Let's get a gist of the medical tyranny front and what we might want to know to outweigh that fear that they're going to throw.
Incredible. I just want to say to everybody out there, before you start sending hate mail to Jen, I think we all agreed once we're able to cool down.
Del, can you get up on the mic?
Right choice. That's what happens. Every once
inch
in a
away
while,
from the mic.
you're in the high wire. We're not just trying to get it first. We want to get it right. And Jen, I think it was a good call. We're going to use that footage for a long time in the future. So thank you. Love you too. All right, Del. All right, enough with the fun and games, walking high wire. We really do feel like we are walking a high wire now like never before. It seems as though, COVID is sort of in the background right now. We're going to discuss the new variants and things coming up with Robert Malone, Pierre Corey, and Dr. Urso. But there's really a lot going on in the world right now that's quite alarming.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the biggest stories right now in the world, and for our U.S. audience that may not know this, there is what's been called a rebellion in the Netherlands of Dutch farmers. So to bring people up to speed, let's take a look at some of the news montage we have put together for this. Take a look.
Massive farmer protests have broken out around the Netherlands.
The government in the Netherlands is shutting down farms in the name of climate change.
Why is the Dutch Prime Minister pushing this anti-agriculture plan?
He wants to reduce next-gen emissions by so much that it's going to throw tens of thousands of farmers here in the Netherlands out of job.
The government there ordered farmers to slash emissions from their cows by 50%.
A 50% reduction in 2030, that's in 7 years. It's simply unfeasible.
The Netherlands has been ramping up regulations despite farmers saying they needed time to adapt and to go slow or they will go out of business.
This nitrogen policy is, let me say, a disaster.
Farmers say
they are being unfairly targeted as opposed to big businesses and industries. Many are vowing to resist any plans to scale down or close farms.
Farmers across the country held mass demonstrations and blocked highways with their tractors.
Manure has been sprayed in front of some of the government buildings. Media buildings have been blocked with tractors, trucks, and surrounded with poo.
While few of them had a scuffle with police officials.
Police have been using tear gas on the farmers, and military tanks have been called in to deal with the blockades.
Police opened fire at protesters in a tractor as farmers stormed the streets.
A 16-year-old boy in a tractor was shot at by police and arrested and held in jail for driving a tractor at one of these protests.
After weeks of blocking highways and some confrontations with police, now they're targeting the very core of society, food.
So this new order in the Netherlands would have the effect of destroying agriculture in the Netherlands.
We're seeing potential food shortages here, and that's really a fear as well, correct?
That's absurd right now, right? We're in a world where there's not enough food, and then we're saying, no, let's produce less food. I think we're going to see a lot more protests because nobody has told anyone how incredibly costly these promises are, and people are going to revolt when they start seeing the bills.
It's so, I've spent some time, years ago, traveling in the Netherlands, and these images are shocking. This is a very peaceful place. It's a beautiful people. It's a great country. Always seems to not engage in sort of battles around the world. It's sort of a live and let live country. So to see these images, tractors and people being shot at, it's really, it's like, what's next? We've seen it here in America, the riots here. It's just, Netherlands, seriously? What's really going on here?
And these protests have been simmering underneath the social fabric for some time now, at least 3 years.
Okay.
Take a look at this headline from 2021. This was Netherlands announces 25 billion euro plan to radically reduce livestock numbers. They're trying to reduce the nitrogen pollution from animal manure, but also fertilizer use. And what that led to, the farmers were already really mad about this. They've been going back and forth with their government.
Both ranchers and agricultural farmers.
Yes.
You can't get fertilizer because there's nitrogen to grow vegetables,
right?
And you've got to get rid of your cows because I'm assuming taking crap, it's releasing nitrogen.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so what happened? The government there. This is the headline that started off this. I really call it a hot rebellion at this point because it is in full swing. They're blockading towns, airports, government buildings. This is the headline here in June. So just last month, it says, Dutch government angers farmers with tough emission goals. And it goes on to say, calling it an unavoidable transition. The government mandated reductions in emissions of up to 70% in many places close to protected nature areas, and as high as 95% in other places. The ruling coalition earmarked an extra 24.3 billion euros to finance changes that will likely make many farmers drastically reduce their numbers of livestock or get rid of them altogether. So we're talking about out of the farming business. We're talking about generations of farming, small and medium-sized farmers that put food on the table.
Wow.
They're done. Deadline 2030. And so this is a big-time issue. There's really no lead up to this transition plan. It was just a hammer that was dropped. And so here we have Fox News comparing it to something we've reported on here, the Canadian protests. Here's the headline here. Dutch farmers form freedom convoys. That's what they're calling that, likening it as the Canadian protest, to protest government's strict environmental rules. But Del, this is not contained. So unlike Canada, which was with the COVID restrictions, that was obviously contained in Canada. This is spilling out into the European Union. So here's the headline here. This is starting to roll. Dutch farmers protest against emission cuts spreads across EU. So we look at information from the World Bank about percentage use of agricultural land to really understand why this is spreading across the European Union. So if you look at this graph, we have 4 different European Union countries, member states. We have the Netherlands at the top, and you can see here 54% of the Netherlands is farmland. Of all of their land is farmland. We have Germany and Poland, just under 50% of their entire country is farmland, and then Italy down at the bottom, just over 40%. So it makes sense that we're going to see, this is where we're seeing this action spill out into Germany, into Poland, into Italy. It's spreading across, and there's solidarity with the farmers in the Netherlands. Wow. So this is a big, big deal and a big problem for the leaders that are really pushing this hard. But where did this come from? Yeah. So everyone's seeing it now for the first time, really. But in 2017, the European Union pushed something called the EU Action Plan for Nature, People, and the Economy. And this is where it really started. So we have here in the Netherlands media reporting. They talked about the protected areas. This is the other aspect of this. So we're getting rid of the nitrogen. We're getting rid of the farming because of the cows. But we have these protected areas. And here's the headline here about these 131 protected areas. Nitrogen emissions must be reduced by 70% in 131 areas. In many parts of the Netherlands, nitrogen emissions must be reduced by 70%. This concerns 131 areas close to vulnerable nature. This means that not all farmers can continue with their business according to the nitrogen plans that the cabinet released today. So where did these things come from? We have 131 protected areas that just popped out of nowhere in 2017. So if we look at a map here, it's called Natura 2000. That is the term if anybody wants to look that up. And you look at the map of the Netherlands here, everything in green is a protected nature area. So you can see 54% of the country is farmland, and the rest of it is these nature areas. Now, if you have a farm and you're next to one of these nature areas, sorry, but you're going to have to reduce your nitrogen emissions. You're going to have to cut your livestock because we have to protect these the birds, the insects, the wildlife, the biodiversity, make these things sustainable by sustainable development. So that's where that's really coming from. And why agriculture? This is really the key that's going to bring most people into this fold. And we're going to be reporting on this for a long time, I believe. So we look at the International Food Policy Research Institute, and they published a paper called The Central Position of Agriculture Within the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Remember those words. And it says in there, as both a direct and indirect pathway to social, economic, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development, agriculture, more than any other sector, is the common thread which holds the 17 SDGs together. These are sustainable development goals of what's called the Agenda 2030. And we're going to flash up here all of these goals. This is an agenda by the United Nations that is being kind of downloaded into our elected officials. The United Nations are unelected bureaucrats that are telling prime ministers, our president, how to run the country, and we're seeing the business end of this Agenda 2030 with these emissions cuts. So we look at this chart here. We have 17 sustainable development goals, and this is what's going on here. This is what they're trying to achieve. But if we look at them, they're not really achieving this. Number 1's no poverty. Number 2's zero hunger. Well, just right there alone, you start cutting the food to people's...
How do you get zero hunger if you're shutting down food supply?
Exactly.
You're stopping people from getting fertilizer to grow the crops you feed the people with.
Exactly. And
insane.
You know, here in the United States, we have a lot of people onto this agenda. It's literally an Agenda 2030, and they're pushing back. But other countries are in various phases of this push, this really radical push, climate push. And we're going to take a look here at Sri Lanka. Okay. This country has been in the news for over 2 weeks now. We have some footage here. We're going to look at some B-roll we're going to show. And if you see here, this is the country. Thousands upon thousands of citizens are storming the presidential residence. They get inside, they breach it, and eventually, I believe, it was burned. This is because we're going to cover why this was happening, but they also went to the bank, the central bank of Sri Lanka. Same treatment by the citizenry there. They breached it. They're unhappy. They're protesting. Total chaos in the country right now. A lot of factors that really led to this. Bad monetary policy. They were doing hyperinflation of their currency. COVID lockdowns killed their tourism industry because there was no travel, and they rely on that. There was nothing. But in the middle of that, let's look at this headline from 2021. It says here, Economist, October 2021, a rush to farm organically has plunged Sri Lanka's economy into crisis. And then we go to Al Jazeera, present day, January 2022. Here's the headlines. Sri Lanka to pay $200 million to compensation for failed organic farming drive. So they're giving these farmers that they botched this scheme. They're giving them all of this money to try to make it work, but the money's not really worth anything at this point. And what's really interesting when we talk about these climate goals, Sri Lanka, according to the World Economic Research Organization, they have a ranking of 0 to 100, 100 being the most, climately conscious country as far as emissions and all of those things and low impact to the environment. Yeah. Sri Lanka was at 98.1%. So they had an A+ on this card during their collapse and leading up to their collapse. So you got to kind of scratch your head. But really, to connect this together, we have a Fox News contributor and author. He really knocked this out of the park. Take a listen to this.
There's an element of the green movement globally that is simply trying to make the world move too far, too fast on the green agenda. And we've just seen some of the consequences in Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan government fell for a bunch of basically left-wing Western activist ideas about ESG, about environmental issues, including use of fertilizer and much more. And they went so fast on it, that basically much of Sri Lanka's agriculture is not there anymore. Its agricultural industry that used to be so much of the country's export is just not there because they went into the ESG agenda. They got higher markings in all of the international bodies even than Sweden, even than the US in this. And the result is shortages, riots, and eventually the overturning of the government and the Prime Minister having to flee and work from a ship off the coast. Well, it's the same thing with the green activists in Europe and some of the ones we have here in the United States. They all demand the same thing. They say, you've got to get off fossil fuels, or you've got to get off fertilizer, and all these sort of things. But none of their supposed solutions are yet in place. They want us to get off fossil fuels, they want us to get off all of the other things that they deprecate, nuclear and much more. But they don't yet have the green answers that, yeah, you know, maybe we'll have down the road, but we don't now. So, you know, sorry to make the pun about the Tour de France, but they're trying to make us run before we can walk on green. And the results are the sort of things we've just seen in Sri Lanka.
That is so well stated. It's exactly what I wanted to say. And when I think about, when we were talking to Valerie about this event and bringing all sides together, I want to be perfectly honest. I still consider myself an environmentalist. I want clean air. I want clean water. I want a clean food supply. I don't like industries poisoning anything around me. We have to deal with it. We have to figure out ways. I am aware, and I have been aware, that nitrogen runoff is a problem in rivers. It's a problem for wildlife. I get all of that. But here is my issue, and here's where I've really jumped ship and thought, you know, the party, the Democrats, and how I grew up, whether this is political or not, I don't mean to make it that. But here's my beef. It's exactly what they just did. They just say, okay, go get it tomorrow. Right. But they don't send in anyone to help. They don't send in any way to deal with it. I think about, you know, I argued with my family and friends, you know, when it came to like coal mining and saying, well, we've just got to stop coal. And those miners can build solar panels. I was like, you know, that's a great thought. Do you see anyone in our government going and building a solar plant, you know, panel plant in the middle of West Virginia or whatever it is? It's just, these are statements and they're slogans, but they don't fit the reality. There are real human beings here, and we're all a part of this. This is going to be our food supply. Yes. And I want to say this. You know, there are people out there that could make this transition. Why aren't they calling Zach Bush? No. You know, to me, I mean, of all the interviews I've done and the people that I've discussed this issue with, I mean, I think he transcends all the parties, all the chaos, into ways that we can start moving people into better ways of farming. They're using less nitrogen, things like all of that's possible. Right. You know, and so that's what has to happen. But these people aren't being called. He's not getting called. For anyone out there that even has a question about, you know, Zach Bush, you've never heard of him, go back and watch some of the episodes of The High Wire. But you have an opportunity coming up this week, just ironically because this topic was coming up. Zach Bush is doing an event. This is on July 19th, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You can register at farmersfootprint.us. Zach Bush is brilliant in the way that he has got ways that we can start moving people into better farming practices. But that's where our billions of dollars should be going. When we're spending billions of dollars, it shouldn't be to figure out how to advertise to people that don't want to get a vaccine. How about let's get people to start learning how to farm better? How about we start, you know, giving resources? Why don't we bring in the Zach Bushes of the world and people like that to train other people to go out and really, let's make the world a better place. I'm down with that, but this is not how we do it.
Right. Pause it.
And, you know, if you're sitting there, viewers.
All right, now let's kind of bring it all full circle. Let's see how long your attention span is. You guys have been here about 3 hours. We've talked about a lot of stuff, so let's see if we can bring it to a little full circle moment. Because there are good ideas out there. There are ideas about how to improve the world and make things a better place, and end hunger, all these great things. And it seems like those ideas get squashed. They get set off to the side. They don't get covered. They get threatened. They get harassed. They get obstacles thrown in front of them. Kind of like what Woodrow Wilson was saying was going on back in 1911, right? That if you try to compete in certain areas against certain agendas, someone's going to come out and squash you? Do you think Klaus Schwab's going to let you develop a new way to have a salad shack in a Connex container and make organic hydroponic food for people in your backyard? Probably not. Probably, those ideas can only go so far. To the point about using fertilizer to grow food, I spent the entire day with my family at a buddy's organic farm, and on 1 acre, he probably produces enough food for 4 or 5 families. No chemicals, hardly any work beyond planting because it uses the wood chip method of raised beds. It's beautiful and it's functional and it feeds many, many people, and there's no damage to the earth. It's all natural. It's organic. So those types of things, people could repurpose their properties. There, a lot of people are doing permaculture, and people in this audience, you're actually taking action. But in the normie world, people watching CNN, they're dependent on Whole Foods and Jeff Bezos for every morsel that comes into their house, if they can afford that quality of morsel. Let's also look at the United Nations has this agenda 2030. They want to change your lifestyle without asking you about it by 2030. So it's like putting you on a diet, but no one asked you if you wanted to go on a diet. The UN's got this agenda. Okay, so that's there. What is the United Nations? It's a piece of property in New York that used to be a slaughterhouse district that was purchased by the Rockefeller family, that was made into international territory. And the architect that built the monolith there is the Rockefeller family architect. So I don't know what you think it is, but that's how it started. And those are the people reshaping the world in their image using your tax dollars for the most part, because Rockefellers, remember Woodrow Wilson said there's some people above government. That level of robber baronness is what we're talking about. So you got the UN, you got Rockefeller. Now you got this other group that came along called the World Wildlife Foundation, WWF. It's got this little panda. It's so cute. Give money to World Wildlife Foundation. Yeah. That's Prince Philip, who wanted to come back as a virus to depopulate the earth. And Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who was a Nazi SS officer under Hitler, who co-founded the World Economic Forum, who was part of the Club of Rome's Predicament of Mankind 1970 document that inspired Klaus Schwab to start the World Economic Forum.
Foundation of the Bilderberg Group.
So the people doing this green sustainable agenda are literally, in this case, Nazi-inspired group of people to take nature and own it so that they can squeeze everybody else out of society. Now let's move to the next part. CO2, greenhouse gas, that we have to get down to zero, right? Well, Tony, don't we exhale CO2? Isn't it a function of living things?
How convenient that they came up with a problem that just applies to every living.
And then CO2 has been higher in the past. What happened? Lush foliage, big animals.
Yeah,
dinosaur era back in the day.
Megafauna,
right? Megafauna. Yeah. And then CO2 is also artificially raised in greenhouses where people like to get their food because it makes things grow a lot faster. There was a quote I heard on this in the past week. It might have been Vandana Shiva, but in South Korea, in the valleys, they just have all these greenhouses and they produce super amounts of food because they pump up the CO2 and that's how they feed their country, right? People could be doing similar things like that if they didn't think CO2 was the enemy.
Oh, wait, so that's food for
people. That ends world hunger. But Bill Gates wants to get CO2 to zero, which means no people and no food growing, right? Which brings me to this next point. I'll get to it in a second about Bill Gates, but they also have, you heard a lot about nitrogen, right? Nitrogen, bad. You got to stop the fertilizer, blah, 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 right? That's the
wood chips captures nitrogen, right? Because it's carbon layer captures nitrogen.
Hemp also captures carbon and nitrogen and these sort of things. Anyway, but my point is
any carbon layer is going to capture nitrogen.
They almost obliterated all the nitrogen in the world when they set off the first atomic bomb tests. That we learned that with Scott Horton a couple weeks ago. So they almost obliterated all the nitrogen and ended humanity. These people, the same group of people that are doing this, right?
There are a number of concerns. That was certainly one of them.
So CO2 and nitrogen not really the real concerns. The real concern might be psychopaths on this planet trying to end humanity. Maybe. Which brings me to Bill Gates.
In fact, they aren't concerned.
Bill Gates has been buying up all the farmland, right?
Sure. Yep.
Is he an organic farmer? Last I checked, Bill Gates is not.
So you're going to see a lot more actual laboratories.
Well, remember at the beginning of the episode, I talked about those contradictions, like Bill Gates and the nonprofit foundations, and them. They say get rid of the carbon, but they have the big planes and yachts and yada yada yada. Right? This is a contradiction with Bill Gates. Technically, by this plan, Agenda 2030, all this farmland that Bill Gates bought is worthless because he can't corporate farm it, he can't use fertilizers, and he can't have cows, he can't produce food. So all that land he bought is worthless. Why did he buy that land? Is it not going to produce food in the future, or is it going to produce food in the future using chemical and fertilizers and tractors and all these things he's telling us not to use?
Or is it going to produce food that's been regulated using fertilizers and other chemical methods, pesticides and fungicides and all the various types of like petrochemically derived chemicals,
because they're driving everyone else out of business.
The regulators, you have your lobbyists in the government making sure that you have your people in positions to legislate that. So you see how it all interconnects. And so by the end of it, he happens to be maybe the only one that can fall in line with all the regulations. And he happens to be so protected by so many government regulations by that point, it won't matter. And he can do his chemical farming or create meat in a laboratory or make us eat the bugs, I guess, at that point. I mean,
well, that sounds really conspiratorial, Tony, like he's doing it on purpose. And I think he really has the best intentions for humanity, and he loves people because he wears sweaters like Mr. Rogers. And I'm sure that,
and he's pregnant.
That international corporate governance like ESG, environmental, social, governance that they got coming out, like he and his friends are the only ones who can afford to implement those new laws, and everyone else has to go out of business, which is like deep capture or monopolization of a market, just like J.D. Rockefeller did back with Standard Oil in the 1800s, which we talked about 3 hours ago.
And that's also like what Shapiro is alluding to in regards to this like concept of enabling legislation, where like, everyone will denounce these summits. Like, we won't go along with, the Kyoto, or it could be whatever summit, G8.
Right.
But then they come back home and all of a sudden there's legislation for it, seemingly coming out of organic roots, and they'll vote for it in the House and the Senate. Like, and so in other words, it gets through sort of like normal channels, but it doesn't go. So like they feign as though I'm against this, then they support legislation back home that is.
So what does that end up doing? Let's bring it back to Quigley's weapon systems and political stability. What does it do? That the thing you just described, what does that do? It throws the other side off balance and destroys their ability to organize effectively, which leaves them impotent to resist the will of the other side.
And it breaks the other side's will also. Yeah.
Right. That's what they're doing.
Because they're leaving them impotent, keeping them off balance means you're always a step behind. And when you're being led like by your enemy who has the initiative, you're done. It's very difficult to be able to, especially in modern warfare with the asymmetry going on, to be able to get another step ahead.
Now you can't see that if you think it's all coincidence or just people mean well and it's incompetence theory or whatever your level you're at of realization. But when you get to the part of, it's a military styled operation that's being conducted on a full spectrum of dominance
on the entire world at the same time.
Yeah.
Like we've never seen this before.
Like I take it personally. Other people should take it personally, probably too. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not telling you what to do. I don't want to do that. That's very non-liberty.
Like it's a type of warfare where so much of tonight's reminding me of this fallacy, the fallacy of the mean. You can sort of analogize it to the frog in boiling water, where it's just like
just get halfway out, frog. You'll be fine.
Yeah, just get.
It's a fallacy of the mean. In between, that's the middle.
There are a couple of times that I wanted to bring that up
just
because
compromise.
It reminds me so much of what's happening right now, in regards to how politics is being conducted, or everything's sort of falling into this like middle position. If we just,
politics is war by other methods.
But that's the thing. Like this is the fallacy of the mean on the entire world. That's like the sort of psychological sort of fallacy that's being perpetrated and perpetuated, utilized across the world in regards to COVID. Then in regards to, depending on where you live, east or west, there's a couple different themes, but still, narratives that sort of are sanctified by either side, in regards to Ukraine and Russia. And, multipolar versus unipolar alliances, all these different memes and constructs out there to describe a world that doesn't really reflect reality. If you can sort of pierce through the veil of Simple witty, but you know.
Hey, I'm thinking that part about the
holographic. Projector.
I was just thinking the part about the South Korean greenhouses. I was like, how did I know that? Where did I hear that? I think it was Jack Spirko earlier this week. Out back with Jack. Check out an episode.
It's funny how that works. Yeah, wait, there is. The world at one point was more green.
CO2 bad. Really? Let's just go back to the premise of the argument. Before we end civilization as we know it and stop people from growing food and put people in prison camps and shit like that, like maybe we should just question Bill Gates on the TED Talk premise of we have to get all these things to zero, right? Let's maybe just stop the record there and let's have a talk, because otherwise it looks like he's bringing out artificially created Bill Gates branded Armageddon for everybody.
Lab created meat and bugs.
And he's just the public spokesman for that whole movement.
GMO.
That's all. Right.
Yeah, at this point, I think he's embraced it completely. He doesn't mind. Like, he probably gets off to like videos of people making fun of him.
Well, let's not think about such things, dude. Why not? You heard me talk 15 years ago about how do you delete that meme from your head, man. Don't get that in your head. Unless you got a delete button, bro. You better be careful what you put in there. That was my point. All right. So these events are going to continue to transpire and unfold. And the best we can do right now is just become aware of them and what's the history. And these people, you know, might not be who they posed to be as far as like Bill Gates. He cares about kids in Africa. Does he? Yeah. He kills them with his vaccinations. He used to have a depopulation council. Like you heard the lady last week in the clip. You know,
yeah, you're right.
It's a thing. They're into eugenics. I mean, they used to be proud of it, but now it's like they're a little hush hush about it.
They're a little too out in the open. I mean, they were getting away with it for a while, but then the internet sort of caught up. And there's a brief period where we had interactive video, the web 2.0 or 3.0, however one wants to sort of characterize it. But the internet became very interactive for a short amount of time where the algorithm wasn't completely sort of whitewashed.
And then Google reversed its search and started to hide stuff, right? I mean, seriously, they broke that company. It used to be a great search algorithm, and now it's a hiding algorithm that's weak. Because you can still find stuff because it's not the only search
that
engine.
Must go into trying to hide, essentially, with how they came up to sort of connect ideas together, terms and whatnot.
If you work at Google and you write algorithms to hide information from people, first off, shame on you. Secondly, save your soul and call Project Veritas, and we'll play your clip. It's not a good career,
come on
kid.
Our show.
That's all I'm saying. You know, write algorithms to help liberate people, not to enslave them, please. Just, you know, pro tips on algorithms and AI. All right. So as far as getting out of this section, we could play more of the Jackson clip. You guys got the gist. You know, the variant V5 is not as dangerous as maybe they're making it out to be. They might be banging the fear drums real loud, and you could just put some earplugs in and move about your day freely and ignore those.
Didn't even know it was a thing, to be honest.
See, Tony didn't even know it was a thing. He puts together the show card. All right, so other essential clips out of this section would be such as what? Let's look.
I would say, just to make people aware of it, there's the
Malone workshop. Don't we have a time code for that? The 6-hour Malone workshop.
Yeah, we have like a 15. So we do want to play that. We do on that. Let me see what that.
It's different than the one in the intermission. I'm looking at the one on Rumble here.
I was also going to say the John Bound report.
One of our great listeners listened to that whole 6-hour Robert Malone interview, and we do have a time code. I believe.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So let's get to that, and then we'll get to. I think we want to go to Gareth Ike's interview after this clip.
What's that? What section are we jumping to in that?
Oh, right before intermission.
5 hours, 26 minutes. Robert Malone speaks about 15 minutes.
Yeah, 5 hours, 26 minutes out of the 6-hour, 11-minute session. Long attention spans. That's what you need to survive in this world. I'm just making it obvious for you.
It's amazing how much you can learn in that time.
Okay, we can pull that up.
Doing it live.
And what did you want to play after?
It's like every week we solve a maze, and you get to watch us bump into a wall every now and then, but then we find our way through.
What do you want to play? What do you want to play after that? Did you say?
Oh, we'll just come back after that.
Okay.
I was looking to do the Gareth Ike interview.
Oh yes, okay. Also, maybe we'll wait for after the Gareth. But master glossary for GTW members. You want to have a shout out for that? There's a reminder. I wasn't sure.
Well, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll do that because these next two clips. Anyway, the war against us all. We talked about it a half hour ago. It's going to be re-premiering on July 22nd for Grand Theft World members of the community there. And the second trailer to tee it up is about the war on drugs, the war on hemp, the other things that they do to control you aside from the monetary system and the energy situation that are discussed in the first part of the film. This is the war against us all part 2. And we're going to watch the trailer for that. And then we'll just go straight to that Malone clip from that conference. And then we'll come back before intermission. And then, we'll just move forward after that. We'll figure out one step at a time.
All right. You got it.
Cool. Thank you. It's similar, but different.
15 years ago, a transmission was sent out. Its message has gained attention. Have you noticed the war against us all?
The number you have reached, 911, has been changed to a non-published number.
You can make it, man. We can make it together. We can get it together. We can get it together. Now that's all.
A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
It's a major breakthrough that will no doubt make motorists happy. And as Ralph Robinson explains, the Pentagon is also showing lots of interest in this project.
And I don't care if you use rainwater, well water, city water, ocean water. If you don't have any fresh water, go ahead and use snow. If you don't have any snow available to you, then use salt water because there's no adverse effect to the fuel cell.
Now, there may be an energy crisis. Well, this president has a very forward-thinking energy policy. He's trying to create an alternative energy source.
And I told him, yes, I do. I'll stand up with you.
His machine is probably the most important invention and discovery in the history of man.
The only comment that the patent office made was the judge should refrain from believing in the tooth fairy. I did that in good faith, and my government betrayed it and tried to say that me and all of them were conspirators or incompetent. That was their comments they made about these people.
We have reviewed hospital policies and procedures and believe that we are fully compliant with these requirements. So, sir, is the problem that the requirements aren't strict enough?
They're planning to be fully compliant, but certainly when they dropped off a woman on the streets in a nightgown who had high blood pressure, a fever, didn't know time or place, they weren't in compliance. And certainly when they dropped off, the reason is our society just does not have the heart that it needs to have for the poor, for the sick. We want to spend billions on war and building prisons, but we don't seem to want to spend any money taking care of folks.
For a quick $20,000. Well, the Army is hoping you might be willing to enlist and ship out for training within 30 days.
It's something we use in times like this, is to just be that little extra incentive.
What do you say to soldiers who are already in the war zone who didn't get this extra $20,000, but they might be fighting next to some who did?
That is usually the case with Army recruiting incentives, and I think soldiers understand it.
That's no little incentive, $20,000. That's quite a chunk of change.
No, and we can offer up to $40,000.
After his school banned water bottles, a 13-year-old decided he didn't like the alternative, drinking from school water fountains, so he tested the fountains. And guess what? What did you find when you compared bacteria in toilets to what was in the water fountains?
Toilets were cleaner than the drinking fountains.
How much cleaner are toilets than drinking fountains? Significantly so?
Yeah.
I could go anywhere in my house when I was a child. You know, there was 3 or 4 different rooms. I could go into my basement, and I could get clean water and drink it.
And those were great times. Then we said we'll save money. We won't clean the water so much. And with the money we can save, we can then buy the water at the supermarket. I want to drive and drive and drive and look for water like my ancestors did.
As bus radio expands into 4 states, they may soon head north. But that's not all the corporations have in mind for enhancing public education.
And
if you think they're watching too much TV at home, just imagine 7 million kids forced to watch commercial messages on school TV as part of the morning class. Folks at Channel 1 will provide free television sets to every classroom. And all they want in exchange is that the kids watch 12 minutes a day.
Mika Nichols is at the White House with the story.
The president has signed a bill that he says could keep some illegal immigrants out of the U.S.
Between 1990 and 2000, 10 years, advertising to children in North America has gone from $100 million to $2 billion.
They can't understand the fundamental basis of advertising. So how is it that they can defend against it?
What Fox Television told us was that we were just the people to be the investigators.
Do any stories you want. Ask tough questions and get answers.
One of the first stories that Jane came up with was the revelation that most of the milk in the state of Florida and throughout much of the country was adulterated with the effects of bovine growth hormone.
With Monsanto, I didn't realize how effectively a corporation could work to get something on the marketplace. They had to get university professors into the fold. They had to get experts into the fold. They had to get reporters into the fold. And of course the FDA, let's not leave them out. They had to get the federal regulators convinced that this was a fine and safe product. And they did that. They did that very, very well.
The scientists within Health Canada looked very carefully at bovine growth hormone and came to very different conclusions than the Food and Drug Administration in the U.S. did.
Monsanto's engineered growth hormone did not comply with safety requirements. It could be absorbed by the body and therefore did have implications for human health. Mysteriously, that conclusion was deleted from the final published version of their report.
They knew there were problems. They saw serious potential human health problems, and they stood up in Canada and said, we're not going to approve this because we don't believe it's safe.
They were afraid of being sued, and they were also afraid of losing advertising dollars.
So we got into a battle. About a week later, calls us back to the office and says, okay, we'd like you to make these changes. In fact, you will make these changes. And I'll never forget, he didn't pause a beat, and he said, we just paid $3 billion for these television stations. We'll tell you what the news is.
He was going to offer us the rest of our year's salary if we agreed not to talk about what Monsanto had done, to not talk about the Fox corporate response in suppressing the story, and to not talk about the story, not talk about BGH.
I said, you mean if I want to go to my daughter's PTA meetings and explain what's in the school milk at the school lunch program? I can't. No, you can never speak about this anywhere.
And Steve says, okay, write it up. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Write it up. He wrote it up. And he FedExed it to us a couple days later. And he said, are you going to sign? And we said, nah, Dave, we're not going to sign that. And he said, well, send it back, okay? I said, no, Dave, we're not going to send that back.
I think we're dying.
Oh, how much did you guys have?
I don't know. We made brownies, and I think we're dead. It was a quarter ounce.
How many pieces do you guys think you guys had?
I don't know. I probably had like a small chunk. Please come.
A former narcotics cop has switched sides. He's now offering tips to help pot smokers evade the law.
Another great place to conceal your stash.
9/11 synchronicity.
Barry, just have to ask you, why are you trying to help the criminals flout the law now?
Well, maturity, compassion, and logic and reasoning, and what really topped it off is when I learned Harry Anslinger testified in 1937 before the Senate, and I'll quote him, marijuana should be illegal because it causes Negroes to seek relationships with white women.
Yeah, okay.
It's a racist law, and there's a good argument the black people in this land could sue the government because it's a racist law.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure I buy that. Yeah, I don't even know what to do with that.
For to grow hemp legally, you must have a federal registration and tax stamp. This is provided for in your contract.
It's the healthiest plant on the planet Earth. In fact, it's greater as paper, fiber, fuel, medicine, food, than virtually any other plant on Earth. And if you take out medicine, it's greater than all the other plants on Earth combined.
And then one of the most disturbing things is that the family groups have been involved in drug running since the early 1800s.
Drug running?
And it seemed, yes. The founder of Skull and Bones was William Huntington Russell, and his family business was a Russell and Company, which was the America's largest opium smuggler, the third largest in the world.
Wow. Chris Milligan, unfortunately, we are out of time. We're going to have to leave it at that fascinating subject, the author of a book on Skull and Bones. Thank you so much.
It didn't work last century, so someone figured it was a PR problem and changed the name Prohibition to an even more bullshit macho name, the War on Drugs. If you live in a free country, you have the right to put anything you want into your own body. Anything else is bullshit. Here's one of their early efforts at scaring the shit out of you. There's a name for this kind of bullshit: voodoo pharmacology. There are real dangers involved in drug use, there's no doubt about that. Kids need to know this stuff, but not from the government.
So why don't we hear that alcohol and tobacco are a gateway drug? Well, it's because alcohol and tobacco are multi-billion-dollar corporations, and they make lots of money in our society.
People ask about medical marijuana. That's just an excuse by the legalizers to get into the issue.
When you look at the issue of medical marijuana, it's largely a big hoax.
First of all, there's so few people. I don't know any good doctor out there who's going to say, hey, take a joint, it's going to make you better.
Really? It only took us a few minutes to find a good doctor.
Dr. Lester Grinspoon, professor of psychiatry emeritus at the Harvard Medical School. I learned that despite my training in medicine and science, I had been brainwashed like just about every other citizen in this country, that marijuana was not only not a dangerous drug, but indeed it was remarkably non-toxic. And I had to revise my view of it.
Don't smoke on my ground.
There's no need to be flattening these forests. We could be doing it with alternative fibres. Hemp and canaf are just two of them.
I experimented with marijuana a time or two, and I didn't like it, and didn't inhale, and never tried it again.
Grows everywhere, serves 1,000 different functions, all of them positive. To make marijuana against the law is like saying God made a mistake.
Still may know little about.
The CIA's involvement with drug lords
Happened in Vietnam, happened in the Iran-Contra affair.
This was a multi-billion-dollar business.
Even more menacing, the CIA have gone into the drug trade and are trying to take over the government.
It's funny! In the war
on drugs,
which side is the CIA on?
when you think crack, don't think black. When you think crack, think CIA. Crack.
The CIA.
Crack. The CIA. Crack. The CIA.
The CIA.
This summer, get a second look at how we got here. Rewind 15 years and re-examine where we've come from. In a time when we all feel like something is going wrong, look and see The War Against Us All. To see the full film, sign up for a membership with Grand Theft World. This film and many others come free with a membership. Navigate through the tabs and you'll find it here. The War Against Us All, Part 1 and 2. To get free content like this, get the Freedom Vault, link in the description.
Well, who knows how it'll all wash in Wisconsin.
No, I just saw that. You can go ahead and jump to the Malone clip. I think it's what we wanted to do. Do you need the timestamp for it?
No, I've got that.
You got that? Okay.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
More about that, because if we can learn COVID's lessons for science and policy, we can set us up for success before the next pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. That was fantastic. Although I was sad to hear you're not going to run, because I'd probably vote for you. Robert.
So I don't have prepared slides. So I should start with the COI. As I mentioned, I serve as the Chief Medical Officer and Regulatory Officer for the Unity Project. I serve as the President of the Global COVID Alliance, or International Alliance of Physicians and Scientists. I'm Chairman of the Board of a new startup called DMed, or Decentralized Medicine, which is focused on making information available to patients in a format that is protected from the influence of pharmaceutical dollars. I do have a long track record of working with the government. I've won or managed, $3 billion. During the last 2 years, I've captured about $250 to $300 million from my clients in COVID-related work, including building a platform, clinical trial activity, and repurposed drug discovery for MIT Lincoln Labs, among others. That's through Defense Threat Reduction Agency. I have fortunately or unfortunately spent way too much time dealing with DC, and I'm known as kind of a government insider, particularly within Defense Threat Reduction Agency in the biodefense space and BARDA. I met Tony Fauci multiple times. I've had to deal with him my entire career. I understand how NIAID works, and when it doesn't work, I know a lot of the bodies that are buried and where they're buried over the last 2 years and what's been happening. So I'm coming to you with thoughts that are congealing in the context of working up a book called The Lies That My Government Told Me and The Better Time Ahead. And part of that is focused on the better time ahead. How can we move forward? What do we need to do to correct what's happened here? In my opinion, it's lovely to see these practical, pragmatic policy suggestions at the level of operational changes that might occur in our public health system. In my opinion, in my experience working with the public health system, a lot of the folks at the operational level are very open and seeking this type of stuff, but they're incredibly constrained by, in terms of operational latitude, by the system and their supervisors. We have a problem here in which, we're all able to observe. I guess there's some dissent about whether or not the CDC is open and objective, but we have the GAO report saying the CDC has been weaponized, and we have the CDC's own statements that they've been withholding information from public health and physicians all the way through this outbreak. So that kind of influences my point of view, in case you hadn't noticed. We have a situation in which, and I've watched it build through my entire career, we have a major financial investment and invested interests in infectious disease outbreaks. Infectious disease outbreaks, like wars, are very, very good for business. They are also very, very useful politically. The governments of the world, and now we have Klaus Schwab and the Great Reset and COVID-19, and no, this is not a conspiracy. Read his book. You'll find, for those of you here, by the way, I really recommend you read his book, because what you'll find is incredible naivete and hocus pocus science. I mean, it's all through that thing. This is not a well thought out treatise, but there are multiple lines of evidence that this outbreak has been weaponized for political purposes at a multitude of levels. At the largest level globally, at the national level politically, at the level of HHS for power within that structure. We have built a system, and I've been part of building it, that generates enormous revenue and has enormous vested interests in outbreaks. Outbreaks are really good business, and they have enabled the development of an incredibly powerful Health and Human Services public health enterprise. It is so powerful that you'll recall the statement from Tony Fauci when the judge overturned the mask mandate. He said that the public health officer should be above the courts. The court should not be able to regulate the public health officers. We're in a situation in which public health, talk about wag the dog, public health is controlling public policy. Public health bureaucrats of enormously long tenure are setting public health policy. Scott sat in the administration, so has Peter Navarro, so have so many of my other friends that I've spoken to. And they tell me the story of what happened when Mr. Trump came in and when folks, with good intentions like Scott and Peter and others came in, and they wish to implement change. And this is apparently a strategy that's been used for decades. They confronted an entrenched public health bureaucracy that threatened them. No, if you change these things, if you don't follow our particular interpretation of what the correct policy is, then if there are deaths, they will be on your head. This is a strategy that's been used administration after administration after administration to basically bully the incoming executive branch into following whatever policies, procedures, and culture the existing HHS infrastructure has developed. We absolutely have a situation that the political scientists describe using the terms inverse totalitarianism, meaning we're a situation in which government bureaucrats, entrenched government bureaucrats, are the ones setting policy, not the ones that we elect to set policy, and they are untouchable. Scott and his colleagues discovered this in a very rude way over the last few years. Am I off base?
Well, I was only there for 3.5. It seemed like 3 years.
Yeah, I bet it did. Well, this is what happens. We have a HHS bureaucracy that is completely out of control. Scientists, and these are not scientists, they are bureaucrats. Tony Fauci, I've known him for decades. Once upon a time, he was an immunologist. He is a very adroit Washington, D.C. bureaucrat politician. And he understands how to work the system. He has amassed massive power, in part at the expense of the Department of Defense after the anthrax attacks. So getting back to policy changes, in my opinion, we must rescind the 2013 National Defense Act, which is what's enabled the intelligence community to implement their propaganda and their influence over media. This is the $1 billion that has been spent. It is literally $1 billion that was spent, as we know, because of FOIA documents pulled by Blaze Media. Over $1 billion was spent to promote the party line, the policy, the narrative that the government wished to promote, and to attack folks like those that we have here that were speaking out in contrary to the agenda. This is enabled because of the 2013 National Defense Act, which is they're basically saying that we're in a state of war and they have the right to implement policies in which the government is directing both social media and legacy media to promote stories, to attack people, to suppress other types of information, etc. That's all. It didn't used to be that way. It wasn't allowed. There's a court case right now between the state of Louisiana, Facebook, and the U.S. government because of the collusion between the U.S. government and Facebook. There's an office at CDC whose job it is to identify people and those that are saying things and statements that are to be suppressed. This office directly says to Twitter, you need to cancel this person. Okay, that is an office in the CDC. It has staff. Okay, that has to stop. In my opinion, employees should not receive compensation. Employees of the federal government should no longer receive compensation under the Bayh-Dole Act. This creates a profound conflict of interest. We heard about the $350 million that has gone to the leadership at NIH or under the Bayh-Dole Act for royalties on patents. And what that creates is a situation. Remember, I don't know how many of you are under the misconception that peer review makes the decision about who gets to be awarded a grant. It's only a triage. It is a triage and initial ranking. I don't know how much, I've spent way too much time on study sections, usually these days for big contracts. All you do as an academic in your peer review is you do the initial triage, you rank things, and then the leadership makes the decision about funding. That leadership is receiving major money from patent royalties. So they're in a situation where they control who gets the money, and they're in a position to control whether or not money goes to projects and technologies that are competitive to the ones that they're receiving royalties on. Major financial interest throughout the whole system, and it remains unresolved. NIAID and the NIH absolutely need a new organizational chart. I completely agree with Rand Paul. The problem is that we've set up our federal agencies in a number of ways that are counterproductive. And one of them is, in the case of NIH for sure, and really all the way through all of these HHS agencies, they're now too big to fail. What do we do? This has been a dilemma that my people and my buddies talk about every time we have a new administration. Is Tony going to resign? And who would replace him? Because he's gotten rid of all of his lieutenants pretty much. Tony has amazing power. And he will not retire. And he cannot be controlled. We have to break up those positions of power that are akin to J. Edgar Hoover in the FBI. Tony is akin to J. Edgar Hoover right now. Another thing that we have all the way through our federal bureaucracy in these agencies is they have a dual purpose. That purpose is to both promote the industry and to regulate the industry. And we have seen again and again and again, Boeing and 737 MAX and the F.
All right. I had written down a couple thoughts and I didn't want to lose them. So I wrote them down. And then he just said some words, which made me come running in here. Because he said, Tony Fauci can't be fired and he can't be controlled. Fire is a dangerous master. What is it? Fire is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. Okay. So in this scenario, we're going to look at fire for a second because he can't be fired. He can't be controlled. Fire is a necessary thing, though. Fire in household, traditionally, you'd have a fireplace, a place to put the fire where it was safe and it could be contained and provide warmth without burning down the house. Fire had a chimney to take that heat and smoke out of the house so it didn't poison the people living in the house, and thus they could live with warmth. This has been a necessity for a long time in human history, thousands of years. Government is much like fire. Government is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. And if government is not contained in a fireplace like a constitution and a chimney, active citizens politically representing themselves and not special interests and corporations top down like Woodrow Wilson talked about it 100 years ago, right? If that fire is not contained, if that government is not contained, it will disorganize rapidly the house, right? Because that's what fire does. It disorganizes things, molecularly disorganizes things. Yeah. What did Quigley say? You have the other side is going to seek to disorganize the other side so that they won't have the will. You don't have the will to politically object to anything when your house is burning down.
That's right.
Right. So this is a valid metaphor to help you understand like what Robert Malone's talking about. Oh, he's saying Pfizer and their investors and the World Economic Forum above them are top down directing functionality of the United States government. To me, the United States government is like a handgun, right? It's all about in whose hand is that handgun? Is it in the hand of the people? I feel safe. Is it in the hand of Pfizer and the World Economic Forum and Davos crew? I don't feel so safe all of a sudden. And that crew wants to disorganize and disarm us. So maybe we should see that for what it is all I'm saying. I think Robert Malone's pointing that out right now in that speech. And he's making some
pointing
good
out
points.
that the entire HHS, under which there's the NIH and the NIAID, which falls under the NIH. But the HHS is the entire structure, Health and Human Services. So we look at all these agencies that are underneath this like umbrella called HHS. He's saying every one of them has been institutionally captured, a regulatory capture, whatever. I mean, it's also
now that's
captured
a claim.
by major corporations.
Let's compare it to the known landscape. Is there
Well,
an
we actually-
HHS whistleblower back in the day, Catherine Austin Fitts, who said maybe they were stealing billions and doing this crazy stuff with HHS back then, right? And
not to mention
and Fauci
the
is like the capo de tutti capo, and he got rid of his lieutenants. I mean, these are good points Malone's making.
No, it feels like it's
On
organized
purpose.
crime. It feels like on purpose for sure, but it reminds you of just how organized crime would act when under pressure.
And they disorganize the other side, like
They
when you
make it
remove the
so-
Constitution and you let government just burn down the house. Is that the
Give
state of
enough.
the affairs?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear a couple
Power
more
and
minutes
fear.
of Dr. Malone.
It is he does make some good points there, though.
Oh, by the
I
way, for those of you playing at home, Defense Threat Research Agency is DARPA, even though it's DTRA. DTRA is part of DARPA, so he's in like Flynn over at DARPA. Weigh that
I
with
mentioned
what
Barta
you
as
will.
well. Should we talk?
Yeah, Barta, Rick from Barta. He's famous on this podcast. All right, let's go.
Federal bureaucracy in these agencies is they have a dual purpose. That purpose is to both promote the industry and to regulate the industry. And we have seen again and again and again, Boeing and 737 MAX and the FAA, right? The regulation of agriculture in Monsanto and the FDA. We've heard about the money that's going into FDA. The CDC has a dual mission to promote vaccines and regulate vaccines. Guess which one gets more money? It's about fivefold difference to promote vaccines. Very little money to regulate vaccines. That's been part of the problem with the database analysis. There's no money for doing it. That's an understaffed group. That's why we don't have the build out of an improved VAERS. Improved VAERS has been built. It has been available for implementation. There's no interest in implementing it. So we must break up these very large agencies. They're creating too much power in centralized leadership. This leadership has been in place for generations in many cases. We have to stop this dual agency of both regulating industry and promoting industry. And in my opinion, the public health agencies must be put back in their box. As was said earlier, they're in a position to advise, but they are not elected officials. They should not have the right to establish policy. Policy is the function of elected officials. And we somehow have to extract that back into both the executive branch and to the legislature, which one of the problems with that loop that Tony has been running for years and years is it's essentially a pork barrel loop. I don't know if that's another thing that most people don't get, is that Tony carefully tracks where all the money goes by congressional district. There is a quid pro quo. When money gets allocated, I once worked on a contract for John Murtha. That's where I learned how this works in DC. Basically, when you're one of these folks in Congress, you can allocate money to public health or medical research. No one will complain about it. Who doesn't want more money for breast cancer? And you allocate that money to an individual within the bureaucracy or a an NGO that's associated with it, and then that money comes back into your district. And that's kind of the way it works with the NIH. If you look at where, for instance, the Biodefense Centers of Excellence is a classic case. Look at where those things got put. Do they make any sense at all for the most of them? You know, how does it make a whole lot of sense to put a high containment facility in the middle of Boston? It doesn't make sense. It ought to be out of major urban centers, but these things go as basically rewards to congressional districts and trade for power. So I'm out of time. As far as I'm concerned, we have a big problem. We've learned now how thoroughly corrupted HHS is, and we've learned how big the problem is that we're going to have to solve. And there's a number of very discrete actions that we can take to get there as a starting point. Over.
Thank you, Bob. And thank you for those constructive criticisms.
I think it's refreshing that Dr. Malone, because of this whole COVID thing, he has realized that there is a war against us all, and he's coming up to speed on it. He's right; it's multi-generational.
Yeah,
and
I heard him say that as well.
The people
Obviously,
who
he dropped the
bring
Great
you,
Reset, and he talked
like,
about the World Economic Forum a little bit. So it's like
petrochemicals are made by petroleum refining companies like Standard Oil. And Standard Oil set up the allopathic medical establishment in America and the rest of the world, China too. It's all the same system that they set up in the 1920s. Yeah. Read it in the Rockefeller Foundation by Raymond Fosdick, the president of the Rockefeller Foundation. He would know, and he wrote it down, and you could know too if you read it, and you understand that this is not accidental. That every problem that you have at the doctor is a petrochemical solution made by one of the pharmaceutical companies that takes those raw materials out of the petroleum and reorganizes nature for your betterment, right? Whereas Vandana Shiva would say, try Ayurvedic medicine, and here's a variety of plants that they've grown in India for thousands of years. And there's a little knowledge of this left because the British colonizing India didn't kill off all those people with indigenous knowledge of, using food from the earth.
The other
what a
one's
crazy
called
idea.
Science-based medicine. So if it's
Science-based medicine, eugenics-based medicine is what it should be called, because you're dealing with people who used to sterilize people not too long ago, not even 100 years ago in this country, full on control over other people's lives. Just like, what was that guy, Bertrand Russell? Didn't we hear about him earlier in this episode? Another full circle moment. What did Bertrand Russell say about the weak people? What was his idea for them? Oh, he said that they should be killed off. He's a Fabian socialist philosopher of eugenics and genocide. So I don't know. I'm not making up these things that they said. I just read what they said. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, anyway, that's point, knowledge.
We kind of kept reading what they said beyond just the quotes that are oftentimes used as straw men against them. Excerpt lifted, built as straw men to be used against them. But no, if you keep reading from their quotes forward, or even beforehand, you find it's usually much more damning for a lot of these individuals, a lot of these intellectuals in history. Bertrand Russell being one of them, one of the great sort of thought leaders for technocracy, for the idea of how a scientific society would ultimately have to manifest itself. I think that's like sort of, he approaches it more abstractly.
Well, he's a real academic. Let me just go to Bertie Burt in my tribute to Mark Lombardi. See, that's another callback to earlier in the episode. You got to pay attention. Sure. It's about long attention spans, people. Yeah. All right. As part of the British class system, you had Bertrand Arthur William Russell, 3rd Earl of Russell, OM and FRS, just so you know, for those of you. Let's see. Fabian socialism. Was participating around the time he was influenced by the first Opium War. That's what that was. H.G. Wells helped to mentor him, like work beside him, influenced him. London School of Economics, of course, the Rothschild funded School of Economics that you heard a report from earlier in this episode. And let's see, logical positivism. They got a lot of great things. He was working with Beatrice Webb, the Coefficients Dining Club. That's another good place. Yeah, these are all part of the Fabian socialist milieu, if you would like to say it like that. Fabian socialism. We can go here. Mark Lombardi again. I had known about entity relationship diagramming. I had sold products for software in big companies that did stuff like this, but it wasn't until seeing the artwork of Mark Lombardi that I was like, you know what? Maybe I could be putting down some of the stuff I learned and make some connections and, be able to share it with others. That's the important part, right? It's not just about knowing for yourself. It's about knowledge becomes wisdom only when shared. And making a model like this, where anyone can just click in. What's a Fabian strategy? Maybe we should check that out. Is there some sort of history? Oh, Fabius Maximus was this Roman general, and he waged war using a strategy of attrition and attack from behind. Here's war of attrition. What's that? Right? And you can read the wiki page and just crawl your way through and learn step by step how all this sort of things. Now, if you want to know, we might have talked about that in the Ultimate History lesson, hour 3. It's a concept, one of all these concepts talked about in that 1 hour of that one movie, The Ultimate History Lesson with John Taylor Gatto. Of course, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the war against us all. And there might be the Fabian strategy embedded in that movie. I don't know. You're going to have to check it out on July 22nd. We'll do that live stream kind of watch along interactive thing, I think, to celebrate the full circle moment that those bring, that's brought together in those 2 parts of that movie, part 1 and part 2. Now, we got out of the Robert Malone. We're almost to intermission, but I feel like we should roll the interview with Gareth Ike that I filmed, I think on Thursday or Friday this week. He has he's in the UK, kids, and it's 5-hour time difference, and right now it's middle of his night. So we did a pre-taped session, and we're going to learn about Iconic Media, the whole platform that they've put together, why they put it together, these sort of things. So now that we're going to present like an interview that's going to showcase Iconic and all of its great offerings. Also, don't forget Grand Theft World, become a member. And now let's go maybe over to Gareth Ike and let's check out that interview where I'm looking like this in different clothes. But
do you want to show that then and come back for comment? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then we'll do intermission. We'll come back.
Gotcha.
Welcome back to Grand Theft World Podcast. Tonight's guest is musician, media mogul, Gareth Ike. Gareth, how are you doing this evening?
I'm great, thanks, mate. I've never been called a mogul in my life.
Well, you're second generation freedom fighter. I like to look at the world that, what we're up against is a multi-generational group of serial killers. And what you've got there is multi-generational freedom fighters. So you're fighting back, grassroots. You don't have any billionaire funding. You went from your prodigious musician career and you've refocused over the last couple of years on Iconic Media. And you've got a whole bunch of, you got like a stable of talent over there just producing and putting out all this great content. How did that come about? What made you think you could do something like that? And why didn't it exist before you guys did it?
Good question. Basically, my brother is the businessman. He's the brains in the business sense. And so, I was up for launching a podcast and kind of having conversations with people, coming at it from a slightly, maybe a younger angle, which I might not look at the minute, but I am a bit younger. And he was like, kind of, why don't we just launch a channel? Which to me was like, okay, that's a pretty big leap, but yeah, why not? There's nothing out there that's doing that at the moment, so we'll go for it. And we launched the channel, and then COVID, kind of all that nonsense happened when the channel was really in its infancy, and that I think just concentrated everyone's minds. Then that was kind of like, when you're seeing what's happening in terms of, I don't know how it was over there, but here in the UK, Boris Johnson would stand at 5 p.m. every weekday and would give this speech, and he'd go to the scientist, next slide please, and all this sort of nonsense. And it was just absolutely ridiculous how you had this whole room full of media and no one was asking these questions. And so I was watching it, and he would trip himself up because Boris Johnson is a buffoon, and he would trip himself up, and I'm like Laura Kunzberg or someone from the BBC is going to jump in now, they've got to, because he's literally like, no question. Okay. And then they do it again and do it again. And I realized actually these people are literally, they're not asking the questions that not even, other sort of, journalists or investigative journalists or whatever would be asking. These are questions that John down the pub would ask. These are just real obvious questions. And they weren't being asked. And it was like, do you know what? They're not going to do it. It's all well and good slagging off the mainstream media, but you can whinge about it till the cows come home. They're not going to change because they are what they are. So we'll launch our own, basically. And that was what we did. And it's just grown and grown. And I think there's more of an appetite for it now. And also, the more content that we've made that have pointed out things, I think back now, occasionally, like if my wife goes away, I might stick on an old episode of Right Now or whatever from, 6-7 months ago. And you're saying stuff and you're talking to guests that are saying what's coming. And then I'm coming forward to now. And it's like, this is exactly what they said would happen, and so that gives you credibility. It gives the channel credibility. And I think that's why people are interested now. People want to know what's going on because they know they're being lied to. They just don't know to what level, basically.
Right. I think COVID was this great switch, and it's like people now know they're being lied to, but they don't know the history of who, what, where, when, why, and how. And to my point of the multi-generational serial killers, let me see if this button will work for me. Oh, no, I gotta hit this. I gotta hit one button here. Pardon my French. Deactivate, activate. No, that's not it. I'm gonna have to play with that in a second. I have a book here. Agenda 21. Boris Johnson's dad helped to create Agenda 21 in the narrative that Boris, the buffoon, is there then to manage in the second generation of their anti-freedom cult. Let's just call it like that, right? Anti-freedom cult. So for years and years, researchers have been trying to communicate to the public globalism. There's a group of people, they seek kind of a medical martial law situation. They write scenarios and do exercises and, all these sort of things. And nobody could hear us. Nobody could hear us. We were like voices in the forest and there's no one around. But all of a sudden with COVID, everybody's tuned in. Like, there's something going on. What is the history? Who are these people? How long has this been going on? How far are they? What is this World Economic Forum thing? What is the Club of Rome? What is this population agenda? What is, all these sort of things. And now you guys have like the magnet to bring all that content together to help people digest, understand, cognize this ever-changing, ever-increasing tension situation that they've brought upon us in the past couple of years. So it's like, just when the lights go out, you guys invented the flashlight and you're like, look, we can see, and now it's like 1 million candle power floodlight. And you're like, we can really see now. Right. And you guys just keep attracting more talent and growing your audience. So talk about some of the freedoms that gives you as a producer and as a platform, not to have corporate sponsorship or billionaires telling you what to do. Talk about the type of freedom that you get from doing business directly with your audience.
Well, there's one question before we
for sure.
Before we publish anything on the show or put anything on the show, is this true? And if the answer is yes, then we go with it. And that's the beauty of it. It's not a case of, is this true? Yeah, it is, but this is going to cause some issues down the road with X, Y, and Z. For instance, the subscriber model is perfect because we're answerable to no one at all apart from the subscribers. And so, if you have sponsorship or you rely on advertising, you're for instance, a show like Right Now, where you get a lot of whistleblowers that are telling you, what's going on in certain aspects, particularly in the medical industry, but in arms and in technology and everything, social media. You could have a very real possibility that a whistleblower comes on the show and wants to expose your biggest sponsor, in which case you're in a difficult scenario because you're like, obviously I want to expose them because they've done bad stuff, but then the channel dies. If the channel dies, then you can't expose anyone else. And so you kind of would have that conversation with, what we're going to do. Whereas we will never have that because we simply don't have advertising. It's purely subscriber based. We know every month how many subscribers we've got, which means how much money is coming into the channel, which then means what can we make? Can we commission documentaries this month? Can we do this? Can we do that? Because obviously there's no shareholders or anything like that. And so it gives you a great freedom, mate. Like when I book guests up for Right Now, I don't think about anything. I don't think, like a lot of, like say YouTube channels would have to, they'd worry, like say, like for my dad, for instance, you have my dad on your show, that show will get deleted and you'll get struck. Full stop. Like I get people now will ask me, say, you need to get your dad on my podcast. And I'm like, well, where'd you host the podcast? It's like YouTube. I was like, yeah, but you host it somewhere else as well? No, YouTube. Like, mate, honest, well, I can ask, and there's a couple of times it's happened, and they've emailed me going, oh, the thing's been deleted after 2 hours. I'm like, 2 hours, mate, you did it right. You did it right. 2 hours, they're getting slow, mate. And so, they would have to worry about who they're having on their show, whereas I don't. I will literally interview anyone, and they can say what they like as long as it's true, or as long as they can provide evidence that it's true.
Well, and the ability to have that freedom to say, I can give you a platform so you can speak truth to power was never more essential than during the pandemic, where you had all these doctors and medical people trying to speak out. YouTube, Facebook, like it was all lockstep in censorship, right? And it happened back in the day with your dad and Alex Jones, and they're like, oh, they're talking about crazy stuff, we can censor them. But then it trickles down to like, they're censoring people on the left now. They're censoring whatever they find inconvenient because they're trying to maintain a narrative that is fictional, and that always needs artificial buoyancy. That needs censorship, and the censorship comes in like carpet bombing before they send in the infantry of propaganda, because if they have dissenting voices, people push back against the propaganda. But if they can silence people like your dad and silence people like the doctors you've had on your platform, then people are basically under control. Whether they assume or they follow authority or they just don't have access to the information, they're under control. And so it's a liberating experience, not only, I'm sure, as an entrepreneur, but for your audience, because this refreshing, invigorating, inventive content is coming together, because you have to create a place artificially for these doctors to speak now. The other places and platforms, they were persona non grata, right? So it was like a perfect storm of, there's this tragedy, and we can leave it like that and let everything be censored, or you can create something on your own, bring the hope into the situation, get people involved, and give them, not telling them what to think, but here's a couple things. If you're going to learn how to think, you might want to consider this raw data and cognize it and process it yourself, make your own decisions, right? So really, I see what you guys are doing as giving people freedom back. And, an example of the case you cited was, you don't want to have sponsors tell you what you can and can't publish. Well, that happens here in America for sure. And the evidence is that it was an NBC did that whole Epstein interview, the expose, and then Buckingham Palace called them and said, you can't run that story. And they sat on it. And then once the Epstein thing popped, that reporter was caught on tape saying, we had that years ago, but we weren't allowed to run it. There was that whole expose. So that definitely, that situation that you're trying to avoid is the status quo here. They will get you like that. And if they can't, then they just censor or delete. But you guys found the independence mode of, we can put technology together and connect it to the web, make an offer that's hard to refuse, right? You guys do the 7-day free trial, and then it just gives people a sample. It's like 7-day free trial Netflix, same thing, right? Yeah. Only you're the freedom equal and opposite to like the Netflixy type stuff out there. It's substantial, meaningful, thoughtful content.
Yeah, and there's something for everyone. And it's something that I found like over the last couple of years, going to protests down in London, and that was incredible, by the way, mate, the speed in which that grew, because people started to realize very quickly that they were being lied to, and they couldn't really figure it out. And a lot of people didn't really want to cross the Rubicon to actually, this is being done intentionally. A lot of people clung to this kind of, politicians are kind of incompetent, and then they would look around at all these other politicians, and then, you start pointing stuff out to people about the World Economic Forum and how they're all young global leaders, and hang on a minute, this, and so these protests swelled. I mean, there's one in London, it was about 600 people, which weren't bad. And then I think it was the following month, it was about 45,000. And all of a sudden you're like, okay, we're on it now. And it went up to best part of 1 million in the end. And it pushed back on a lot of what the UK government was trying to do. It made a difference, absolutely made a difference.
And if I might just add, it inspired us around the world, because when I saw that trying to pop off over there, I'm like, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. But then when they had like the one with like 50,000 people, and I see your dad out there talking, I'm like, oh, it's going on. People are getting it. And they can finally hear someone like him clearly, right? It's not like a hypothetical, entertaining thing that's no longer touching you. It had touched everybody at that point. And some people were smart enough to be like, I want to know more.
Well, that's the point. Like what you were saying, how people are COVID was a kind of a trigger for people to wake up. And I think it's because it touched everyone in one way or another. it affected them, even if it was, the government not allowing them to see a dying relative. I mean, it doesn't matter what your political persuasion is. If the state tells you you can't see your relative to say goodbye, you're going to have an issue with that. And so it was affecting everyone. You're sticking masks on kids. It shouldn't, again, matter what your political persuasion is. Like, that's just freaking wrong, man. And so people started to ask a lot of questions, and the answers that they were being given by the state were just factually inaccurate. They were just nonsense, and they didn't tie in with people's life experiences. So, I don't have a TV license, and I don't watch mainstream media. I don't watch telly because of better things to do. But I couldn't understand how a certain amount of people at first, at least, just weren't getting it. They weren't getting it. It was extraordinary. People were staying locked down in their houses. And I was making the point, if I was going out more times a day, I was making a point, like, I would nip to the shop to get something, and then I'd come back and I'd nip to the shop to get something else. And Jen was going, you do realize you can just get more than one thing? I'm like, nah, because they've told me I'm staying in, which means I'm going out. I'll go out as many times as I want. The local play park, they put all, tape all around the railings of the play park so the kids couldn't get in. No chance, mate. Just ripped it all off. Daughter on a swing. I'm not having it. And then more people started seeing that and doing the same and going, well, hang on a minute, actually, it doesn't really add up, actually, because what I'm being told and what I'm seeing aren't the same thing. There's not dead bodies everywhere like there were in China and India. Only 2 places people dropped dead, apparently, from COVID. But I had to get my car MOT'd. So I don't know how it is over there, but every year you basically have to take your car in and they just make sure it's not going to kill anyone, like a wheel's going to fall off or whatever. And so I was sat in the waiting room and they had BBC News 24 on. I was only sat there for about 10 minutes while the guy went and sort of, filled out all the paperwork and brought it back. And I left, mate, going, no wonder everyone's mental. Honestly, after 10 minutes of the BBC, no wonder everyone's crazy. Like, you would think you were in a war zone of death, and a lot of people just stayed in their house and they literally just watched the BBC. And they thought out there was carnage, and they didn't realize that actually if they were out there, they'd just see me running to the shops for the 20th time that day. And then what happened in the summer, they lifted some of the restrictions and people started coming out and going for a drink and whatever. And then you'd have a conversation, how's it been for you the last 3 months? People go, oh, yeah. And then, do you know anyone that's died? No. Why, do you? No. It's weird, isn't it? And I found that was a tagline, mate. I was using that all the time because I don't like to preach at people, because if someone preaches at me, it winds me up. So I thought, I don't want to do that. But I just find that I would just go, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird, isn't it? That your telly's telling you that people are dying everywhere and they're not. It's weird, isn't it? And then just see the cogs going in people's heads of, well, that is weird, isn't it? Why would they do that? Yeah, why would they do that? Anyway, I'll see you later. And you can just, and I did that with a guy that runs a burrito stall down the road in Derby. And then I would come and like, a week later or whatever, buy another burrito, because burritos are amazing. But then he started telling me things. He was like, yeah, mate, I've just heard this from a relative that said X, Y, and Z. Apparently they're killing old people in the nursing homes, giving them these drugs and that. And I was going, yeah, why would they be doing that? It's weird, isn't it? And it went on and it went on and went on. And then more people started getting switched on to the fact that they're being lied to. And then in the end, like, there's no way they can bring back restrictions here, mate, in England. No chance. It will not fly. It will not fly at all. And it's amazing. I've never been so proud to be an Englishman than I have been over the last 2 years.
Yeah, I was proud to see the protests that you guys were having. I was proud of the Canadian protest, the Australian. I was really surprised to see them protesting, because I saw some footage from their protest and I was like, oh, is this London? Where is it? Oh, it's Australia. So the lackluster response of Americans who are still armed during this whole thing, it was left to the rest of the world to kind of have these big protests. I mean, they tried to do like a truckers thing here, but it got squashed pretty good after the World Economic Forum dealt with the Canadian truckers. The Americans are like, oh, we'll just do that type of thing. And they kind of got all scattered, but they're not done with this. They're going to bring back pandemic 2, 3, they've told us. Bill Gates has his germ team ready, and Peter Daszak and EcoHealth, they still got a lot of projects going with DARPA that are still ongoing out to 2024, 2025. So they've got no shortage of surprises up their sleeve. But I was really pleased to see how you guys dealt with that, because a lot of people could be like, oh, this is the end. We should just fall in line, and I can't get food without a vaccine. This is crazy. And instead, you guys are like, we're going to start a business. We're going to start providing solutions. we're going to start getting more people in front of more people so that we can have this exchange of ideas. Because if we don't do that, that's exactly how they control us. They close down the pubs, the churches, any place where people might get together and be like, put 2 and 2 together. You know, they got two, but they don't know what the other party has. When they discover it's 4 and not 5, they're going to go probably do the opposite of what they've been doing.
Exactly.
If they've been obedient and capitulating, they might now start to silently or verbally, loudly resist. And that resistance is what they're fighting in the first place. So good for you guys. You know, it's a family affair. And I don't know of anyone else that's gone second generation. You know, like your dad has a substantial legacy of work. And then the second generation, what are you guys going to do? Right? Like, what are Alex Jones's kids going to do? Are they going to continue InfoWars in the future? You guys stepped up. I'm proud of you, because like Anthony Sutton's kids or Quigley's kids, or, you know, there's all these other truth tellers, researchers, whistleblowers who have come before you guys. But I don't know anyone that's rolled it second generation, you know, and you got a legit setup. Your production quality is kick ass. You have great content. You guys are growing in the right direction, and you got no reason to be corrupted because you put it in the architecture of the building, not to have external people telling you what's up or approving what you can say or can't say. You'll just leave that to the platforms. And if they censor you, you put it over here now, or you take it to IPFS, and now it's there forever, you know. And you guys are really exploring all the good options that I need to see as a white pill person to continue to be optimistic and focus on solutions and not get all tangled in the problems, man. What are some of the biggest challenges? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, that's the thing. The solution is simple. It's been simple from the beginning. If in March 2020, they said, we're going to lock you down, and you went, no, you're not. And then you carried on chatting to your mate, it was done. It was done immediately. That was it. It was over. And that was evidenced last Christmas. In the lead up to last Christmas here in the UK, they were talking about bringing back restrictions. We're going to bring back restrictions. We might have to. Infections are rising. Everyone's looking around like, what are you on about? And so what the government started doing is they were polling, like incessantly polling, trying to find out what the public opinion was. And the public opinion was, sod off. We're not going to lock down. So if you lock us down, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But I'm not locking down. I'm going to go to my mum's house for Christmas dinner, and I'm going to do it. And that, so they lost. So with that, the government came out and said, oh, we're not going to lock down this Christmas. And it's like, but you're only saying that because if you did lock down and everyone ignored it, which they would, the game's done, because it's shown the dynamic, which is that the people have the power. You have the perception of power. You know, people, you only have power if they perceive you to have power. You actually don't. As soon as they say bugger off, it's over. And so they let us have Christmas. And I made that point to a few people at the time that, you know, this is a watershed moment. This is huge. And all it's doing is it's proving the fact that if you can stand up and say no, they can't do anything. It's over because there's too many of us. But what you needed some courage. You needed some empowerment. You needed to be a little bit fearless, I guess, in some ways. And you also needed to feel like you were part of something, part of a tribe, that you weren't on your own. You know, I'll go over the top, but I need to know that you guys are coming over the top with me. If I'm on my own, I'm getting done by the fire. So that's part of what the channel and the show and all the stuff that we're trying to do is all about. That actually, the answers are really simple, and they're within all of us. We just say no. But you need to feel empowered enough and have enough confidence and enough belief in the people around you and your tribe to say no. And you know, it was evidenced massively at the protest. When they got bigger and they got bigger and they got bigger, people started rising, you know, and you'd often have people that would just be kind of trundling along the side of the protest, you know, towards the edge, thinking that actually if this, you know, there's some police, if this kicks off, I'm down a side street and I'm gone, you know. All of a sudden, those same people, all of a sudden, prime place at the front of the march, the loudest ones there, like, no, this is, you know, and that's also part of what the channel is about, is about people realizing that they're not on their own, that there are millions of us that are in this position. You know, here in the UK, the BBC are doing this documentary called Unvaccinated, right, which is just another hit piece. It's another load of nonsense. And they're saying, you know, why are 8% of the population unvaccinated? Mate, it's about 40%. What are you talking about? 8%. They want you to feel like you're in a tiny minority because they know that most people kind of want to be part of the herd a bit. I want to belong. And so that's, again, what the channel's about, and what the protests were about, I think, was about bringing people together and going, no, hell, there's millions of us, man. Like, I'm not having it. you know. And as soon as you feel the strength within you to say, I'm not having it, then the game's up.
Yeah, I think it's a game of psychological warfare, and they try to psych you out. Oh, 8% of people aren't vaccinated, which in your head says, oh, so all the stores, all the airlines, they're going to mandate that. So I might as well do that. Otherwise, I'm going to lose access to society. And they get people to buy into the fear, right? And I remember this really smart guy years and years ago talking this. He talked probably for 6 hours about just the concept of fear or love. And it's a fundamental choice in this universe. And the people who want to fear, they're going to be the people we were just talking about. And the people who want to love and learn and be interested and curious and not assume that they know everything or that the authorities tell them the truth, they're actually going to get to live, right? So these people on the other side, it's not like they fear death. They actually fear living, because living comes with risk. And entrepreneurship is one who takes risk. And the calculated risk we take is that problems would be better off if we had a solution that goes with it. And at least you have choice, you know, you keep the problem or maybe you solve it, you know, and then people have the ability to choose, and that brings freedom. And it's not going to be perfect. There's always going to be some violence and scuffles because free people do those sort of things. But the totalitarian world peace they want to bring about means nobody on the planet will have a chance to resist. They won't have choice. They won't have freedom. And what we're talking about is not just something that's going to be like, it happens in our lifetime and it goes away. These people they're playing long-term transhumanism, take over the whole human species and alter the DNA forever, right? So that's why I say on our side, we got to get multi-generational too. Like, I was born into this problem. I didn't find out about it for the first 30 years, but then shit blew up in my face and I was like, whoa, something's going on here. I better do some reading. Now, at least the next generations, our kids, can have like, okay, there's a group of people, they're not so great, but it's a small group of people. It's a finite planet. Most people here are good. And if we just empower them with the tools to be self-reliant and successful, we can push back really hard. But when we're all scarcity minded, learned helplessness, oh, woe is me, victim mentality, they have total control and they're going to run rampant and ride roughshod over us. But we can take that power back the same way they removed it from our awareness. We can reintroduce it through education to people's awareness. And that's where I think like your dad's legacy of books and talks and documentaries over the years isn't lost on you. You appreciate what your old man's all about. You know what I'm saying? And I think that you guys have it's a lucky family situation where you got two brothers and a dad, and you guys are all on the same page, so to speak, geopolitically, foreign policy, right? Like if we had to talk about Palestine and open air concentration camps and the irony of World War II and why Israel was like, there's an interesting conversation there, but none of us would like get angry at each other and yell, because we're all open to like stuff we don't know. And we have a thirst for knowledge and a curiosity, and that curiosity has bubbled up or trickled down to you, man. So when did you start like getting into it, other than periphery of your dad's work? When did you say, I'm going to pick up a book and read it and try to learn something that maybe my dad doesn't know?
I've always been open to stuff. We've always been raised to question everything. But my real red pill, I think, was I used to play beach soccer many years ago, and I played for England for 5 years. And one of the tournaments we traveled to was in Israel. And so we spent about 10 days, I think it was, in Israel. And they could kind of, you know, I didn't know that much about it. I knew that, you know, essentially whenever you heard about Israel, Palestine, it was never good news in terms of on the television. But I didn't know that much about it. You know, I know my dad used to get annoyed at the telly when they would be saying certain things, but you know, you only ever pick up a bit of it. And then we went there, and it became pretty obvious straight away that their establishment was basically going to try and use this English team as, you know, to almost kind of whitewash stuff. So we were given these guides around Jerusalem, and they told us, you know, everything that we were supposed to hear, and, you know, the party line. And what I was hearing, what I was seeing didn't add up and didn't tie up. And it didn't for most of the lads who weren't political in the slightest. It didn't add up to them either. And so when I got back from Israel, that was when I kind of was like, what I'm being told on my television screen by the BBC and what I've seen with my own eyes is not the same thing. And so I looked into that a lot and didn't really like what I saw, and ended up doing quite a lot of charity work with Palestinian charities and stuff. And then I, you know, off the back of that, ended up, you know, getting some crazy accusations of anti-Semitism because I was raising money for these Palestinian charities, and I was funding terrorism, apparently, when actually I was buying school bags and food for kids, but there you go. Which led to some guy trying to get me sacked from my job. I was working as a personal trainer on the side, working for Virgin Active, and they went to the head of Virgin Active to try and get me sacked. It ended up with the police getting involved because they recommended me getting a restraining order against this guy. It was just absolutely crazy. And I was just like, this is freaking mad. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, if I'm going to attack someone, there's two places I wouldn't turn up to attack them. One's probably a building site, like with big like construction workers, and the other is a gym. Do you know what I mean? Full of guys, big guys that are lifting weights. But you know, this guy was threatening to turn up and attack me and all this sort of stuff. I ended up having to get the police involved, and they went down and arrested him. And it was all just crazy. And so that made me look into other stuff, because it's like, right, okay, if that is nonsense, if that whole thing is nonsense, and I've been lied to such a level, and because I've tried to do something nice for kids, I'm getting attacked and labelled X, Y, and Z. Well, then what else? Do you know what I mean? What else am I being lied to about? What else can I not talk about? Oh, climate change, can't talk about that. Oh, transgenderism, can't talk about that. All right, okay, fine. The vaccines, even before COVID, couldn't talk about vaccines. And so they were just things then I'm like, okay, well, they're the things I'm going to look into then. And that's what I did. And so when COVID came along, I mean, it was like a perfect storm of nonsense. Like as soon as it happened, my attitude was, well, I'm being lied to, because I know when I'm being lied to. I've now got to work out to what end, which became quite apparent pretty quickly. What the end goal was for it, and it always comes down to control. And on a certain level, it will be money. People, he's making X amount out of his vaccines. Old Kermit the Frog arms, Bill Gates. But yeah, he is. But I don't think he cares about money. I think he's got enough of that. I don't think he's going to run out. It's deeper than that, and it's darker than that. And that kind of way of thinking was left field before. And now I think most people at least entertain the idea that there's a dark force going on. I think they will at least entertain the idea. Maybe it might take a couple of glasses of wine, but they will entertain the idea of it, which they wouldn't have done before. Which is why I think, because I believe everything happens for a reason, always have. And I believe also that they have to tell us, which is why they tell us. I mean, I don't think they want to tell us what they're doing. But I think looking back, 20, 30 years from now, we'll look back on the last 2 years as incredible, in the sense that it's what brought about the downfall.
Well, it's been like a 9/11 type of event in the fact that there's a before 9/11 world and there's a post 9/11 world. In the post 9/11 world, we have the Patriot Act. We lost a whole lot of rights. We went into this war on terror, all this stuff, right? Same thing with COVID. There's a pre-pandemic world, and now there's a post-pandemic world, and it kind of it resembles the old world, but there's so many permanent changes. And then they have like the Commons Pass and all these other, non-profit foundations driven track trace database, all living things, including people, especially people, type of agenda, right? So while we get into like, it's Ukraine now on the radar or something else, they're still continuing with that agenda behind the scenes. And then it'll percolate up probably around election season in this country, And I think that's the other thing to observe. This is not like a one-time thing that they're just doing this one thing and they're going away. They've been building up to it for like 100 years, right? And when they do, in this country, Iran-Contra or the BCCI scandal, right? All the same players that grew power through those scandals are the same ones that can help flip switches for world lockdown. 208 countries in lockstep doing it like this. I knew it was real in this country when I saw the casinos and the sports teams shut down without question. I was like, oh, the fix is in. Like they must have had some meeting 6 months ago saying, when this happens, you guys all do this, because it happened so quickly. And what's the top down power to do that unless they're like, oh, we got to advance notice on this gig. And they've been preparing. So when it was time for them to shut down, like their access to the public, there was no big deal.
No, it was the same here. The advertising that took over every single newspaper and every single, website and a mainstream website and radio station was all adverts. Now, I've got friends that work in advertising. An advertising campaign of that size and that magnitude, you're agreeing that it takes months to negotiate that and to put that in place. to book the slots and to have that all in place. And friends of mine that work in advertising, they were saying there's no way that those massive campaigns that launched in March 2020 weren't agreed in January. And they were saying that's being optimistic. You know, that's playing devil's advocate a bit and saying maybe the government had a bit of extra sway. They knew what they were doing. And so they were, you know, kind of getting these media companies on board early because they were funding them to the tunes of hundreds of millions of pounds. You know, so all of a sudden you had newspapers like The Guardian, which is normally begging for donations left, right, and centre, all of a sudden was getting hundreds of millions in from the government. Well, of course they're going to tell you, you know, to stay 2 meters apart and get your jab and all this other nonsense that the government was peddling, because it's what's funding it. You know, it's what's paying for their entire existence. And you know, it's interesting you say Ukraine, because I look at Ukraine situation, you look at climate change, and you look at COVID. They're the three big things at the minute. And you go, well, but what do the three of them do? They take food off your plate, they destroy the economy, and they leave people worse off than they were before. All three of them. It's basically a way of the government going, right, we want to take all of your stuff, please, and we want you to do exactly as you're told. Thank you very much. And if they did that, you'd go, no, obviously not. What do you mean? Oh, no, there's a virus. Oh, okay, yeah, have all my stuff, have all my freedoms and stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, there's food scarcity. Well, this is bad. Like, I pay this money, I pay my taxes. What do you mean there's no, oh, there's a war. Oh, it's Russia's fault. Oh, okay, then fine. We can get your way. Okay, well, what do you mean you're paying farmers not to produce food? That's insane. Yeah, but because of the nitrogen that they release, it's going to destroy the planet, and there won't be a planet. Oh, okay, yeah, take that.
You're like a Ricky Gervais act right now, dude.
But that's what it is. But it's true.
I know. I know. That's why it's funny and ironic and sad all at the same time, man. I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or wind my watch. Jesus Christ.
That's the thing. You know, it's like kind of, if I turn on the news, I know it's going to tell me that my roof is caving in.
Yeah.
But there'll be three stories, and each one's going to say your roof's caving in, but then there's going to be a different reason why your roof's caving in.
Yeah.
Switch off.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the reason that you were so buoyant and swimming towards shore this whole time was you're not paying that TV license. You're not infecting yourself with the real virus. The media is the virus, right? People letting things into their mind that are not true is really the virus, whether they do that through assumption or ignorance, or they trusted somebody who gave them bad information and they didn't trust but verify, right? That's really what's driving a lot of the behavior and the praxeology of it. And then like the biological aspect of it. Yeah, they make bioweapons. This crazy stuff. And it was going on in Ukraine too. I was incredulous about that. I was like, no way. But yeah. So between Soros messing with Ukraine for the past 20 years or, any of this stuff, it's like, we're not being told anywhere near the truth. And these agendas are exactly what you just said. You just gave a checklist of how to green light a government project. If it takes food off people's tables, if it brings fear to the family, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how they get these things off the ground. It has to check all those boxes to get the green light. And it's very effective for the people who don't think for themselves. Absolutely. And that's a big group of people, but we don't need to get all the people to think for themselves. We just need a larger group of that small minority and get it from 3% to 5% to 8% of people saying, whoa, pushing back. And then the rest of that herd will be saying, that guy's got a good point. I didn't consider that. You didn't show me that on the TV. Why not? Why don't we have informed consent? If this is all science, where's, what's going on?
Yeah, it steamrolls. It does. And you made a really good point earlier when you were talking about the fact that, to kind of launch something, you take a risk. There's a risk involved and there's a bit of self-responsibility. And I think that is a lot of the reason why people have gone along with stuff, because it puts the responsibility. If I believe the state and I just go along with what I'm told, it puts the responsibility back on the state. So for instance, take vaccines as an example. If I say, do you know what, I'm not taking the vaccine. I've not had the vaccine. I've never had one in my life. So I'm certainly not starting with the COVID one. Okay, I'm not having the vaccine. Now I roll forward 4 months, right? COVID's real, it's deadly, it's really bad. I made a mistake. I'm lying there in my hospital bed, I've got a ventilator on, I'm screwed. But I'd have been saved if I'd had the vaccine, right? That's on me. That's on me. I can only blame myself for that because I made that decision. I was told by all these bobbleheads on telly to take it and I didn't. So I'm going to take that responsibility. But if I take it and it makes me ill and I lie there on the hospital bed and I've got this ventilator on and I'm struggling because of the vaccine, that's not my fault. That's Anthony Fauci's fault. And that's Matt Hancock's fault. Or that's Boris Johnson's fault. Or that's Bill Gates' fault. Or Pfizer's fault. I can put the responsibility on them rather than on myself. And I think that's a big problem that we have in society is people don't want to take responsibility for themselves. They want someone to rule them harder, someone that they can blame at a later date when it all goes wrong. And actually, it's still your fault, mate, because you had a choice.
And the only difference is, because that's a brilliant point, so I want to bring it together for the audience. The difference is that when you put the responsibility on Tony Fauci or Bill Gates, you also give them the power to be the only solution provider, and they're not going to solve your problem. So when you put the blame on someone other than yourself, you also take away your ability to solve that problem. Only when you take self-responsibility can you then get solutions to the problem, right? So it's a balancing act of ego. We need ego to get up and take those risks and see that thing that could be, but if we do some hard work, we can make it actually be. We need ego to do that. But we also need ego to be our amigo. And if ego is there preventing us from making connections or getting in our way of getting things done, right? So we got to put it in check. It shouldn't be driving, but maybe it's in the back seat. It's not our navigator, but maybe it chimes in now and then and says, you're not done yet. You can get up and keep going. No one, these sort of motivational things, right? So there's like a positive element, there's negative element. We are not taught these things in Western society whatsoever. Knowledge of self traditionally has been something so useful to controlling people that they only have people in secret societies go through. So you're getting somebody's brand or flavoring of the knowledge of self experience, right? But in the 21st century, a lot more people are getting in touch with their creator, their higher self, however you want to say it. They're having a communication union without an intermediary, without placebos. They're actually, having psychedelic experiences that help them get to know their ego, blow away their ego, come back from that, be like, whoa, I'm still here. Have that whole, what I call adulting experience, like the rites of passage to become an adult were removed. So now they just have people in extended adolescence. So in their 60s, they're still acting like they're in high school. That's how they control most of the society. So congratulations for not being born into that mold and having to break out. You had a little head start on most people, but you're paying it back, man. You're paying it back and not just saying, I got some perspective, I'm going to use it and go off by myself. You're coming back saying, I got perspective, and knowledge only becomes wisdom when you share it. And you guys have like a wisdom sharing conduit that you're stuffing out there right now at a time when all the other types of media are drying up. You're like, we got a well with plenty and it's overflowing. Come get some. Yeah.
There's so much knowledge out there that is either censored or ignored, that would change people's lives. And I think, because of COVID, I think COVID is kind of backfired on them a bit because, okay, you destroy people's livelihoods and all that sort of stuff, but you also lock them up in their houses. Now, a lot of people just then, just went through the bottle of vodka, but a lot of others went, well, actually, I've got a bit of extra time that I didn't have now. I'm going to do some reading, or I'm going to do some researching. I'm going to start watching some documentaries that I never had time to watch before because I'm always working. And so actually a lot more people became empowered and kind of asked a few more questions. And went down rabbit holes. I mean, I know loads of people that went down YouTube rabbit holes, what's left of those videos on YouTube, at least, during those lockdown periods that would never have done that before because they'd have never had time to do it. So in a sense, I think they've kind of almost built an army that will bring them down, because the other thing is as well, the more they destroy people, I think as long as people are okay, like, unfortunately, there is that almost inherent selfishness within people that if I'm all right, Jack, I'm okay, it's fine. Because all I really want is make sure my kids are okay, my wife's okay, we're all sorted. So most people, when they're in a situation of being okay, I feel bad for you guys, but my hot tub's about to overflow. So I'm kind of, we're all right. Whereas the more people you destroy, you create people that have nothing left to lose because, well, I've lost everything. So what am I going to do? Am I going to go and cry about it? Or what's that going to get me? Well, I'm going to fight back. And so I feel very much now that, they've inadvertently created an army of people that have got nothing left to lose. And that's the last person you want to fight. I'm not into boxing, but if I had to go in the ring with someone, that's the last person I'd want to fight, would be someone that's got nothing left to lose. Because he would just keep getting back up.
Yeah, that's a real lesson in life too, right? Because we're softer than the person with nothing left to lose. And we should also know that, right? The people we're up against, they're not people with nothing left to lose, but the people on our side we're among those people now, right? And I agree with you. they tried to condense their agenda and do it ahead of time to like slam the door on this whole thing. So they like took 2030 and they pushed it 10 years ahead, and they tried to force it on people. And some people took it and other people were like, no, thanks. And now the people that so they made some progress. They made a lot of progress. They got a whole bunch of check marks on their agenda moving forward with globalism. However, the people that you woke up that weren't going to wake up very easily, they're awake now for the rest of their life. You're going to have to starve them to death or something, because they're not going to forget easily what you just did in the open and bragging about it. World Government Summit, World Economic Forum, Davos. They're just, we're doing this. They called the pandemic a product of theirs. There's a clip from the World Government Summit or the World Economic Forum, Davos. I forget, because they both got blue backgrounds. And she's like, yeah, it was the most successful product of the year is the pandemic and all that comes with it, all that wealth redistribution that came with that pandemic. So they're openly saying the quiet part out loud, saying we are actively shaping your world, not just planning to do it in the future like they used to do. And then we roll into that plan. They're just doing it now, real time. They're like, you've all Noah Harari's like, we're under your skin. We're going to track, trace, database your whole life and forget about freedom, forget about humanity, right? They're playing God. And they can only do that if they assume that God doesn't exist in the first place. And then I'd go back to your statement of where you say, you think there's meaning in things. And my argument would be, if there's meaning, if there's science and we can dig down and find answers, then consciousness put that stuff there in the first place, and we should wake up.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. So go ahead.
I think that there are forces at work for good and for evil in this. Now, people then get bogged down in kind of an organized religion way of looking at, does that mean you're a this or you're a that? Well, I'm not involved with any organized religion, but I think there's a force at work for good as well as a force at work for evil. Now, you can put a label on that as much as you want. You can call it God, you can call it Allah, you can call it Jeff. I ain't bothered. But there's something there for sure. And I kind of think about that at times when it gets hard, because, even people like me and you that are fighting against this, I'm sure, I know I've woken up in the morning over the last 2 years, like, fuck, I'm struggling today with this, man. I'm struggling today. But then deep breath, you feel it, there's something, there's some support there from somewhere, and then you can go again. And I live by that for sure. Absolutely. Just not with a, religious tag on it.
Yeah, that which doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And as long as we keep getting up one more time than we fell down, we're going to be fine.
Absolutely. Yeah, you win some, you learn some, for sure.
All right. Well, I know your time's valuable. I want to let you get back to, you got family time coming up. So how can people get in touch with the Iconic Media Network? What's the offer? How do they click the button and do the thing?
So it's just iconic.com, which is ICKONIC.com. And the homepage there will just prompt you to click for a 7-day free trial. So you click in, and then for 7 days, enjoy the channel. There's loads of weekly shows, news shows, documentaries, films. There's some comedy on there, plenty of podcasts as well, like visual podcasts. There's some different series, things about nature of reality. There's walking series on there. There's pretty much, there's yoga series on there. There's cooking series on there. There's something for everyone, really. I think, you'll struggle to get through the channel in 7 days. That's for sure, because there's thousands of hours of stuff. But hopefully, you'll be able to find something that you enjoy, and empowers you, makes you feel better about yourself.
Yeah, it's a habit of empowering yourself with meaningful, substantial, relevant information. Positioning it in your life, integrating it toward your goals, and finding value from Iconic on a recurring basis, right? You're not going to get through everything in the 7-day trial. So go ahead, dip in and watch a little right now. Yeah. That's where you're the host, right?
That's it. Yeah. And we put the prices down now. So it's $7.99 a month. Like we were kind of, we were $9.99 a month, $9.99. It's easy for me to say a month. And then we were looking, you're looking at the way the world is at the minute, and, everything's getting more expensive and everyone's struggling. And while everyone was putting their prices up to kind of come in line with inflation and stuff, we're looking at it like, well, people are struggling, so we'll go the other way. So it's cheaper now than it was before. So hopefully that will, again, provide people with a bit more kind of value for money. Because I know people say, oh yeah, but by putting the prices cheaper or putting it down, you're devaluing the product. And it's like, that sounds like management talk, and it's not for me. So hopefully it's more accessible to more people now, which is the idea, obviously.
All right, fantastic. We're going to post a link for iconic.com in the show notes and in the community, and people get yourself over there, get that 7-day trial, and let him, let the network speak for itself. You click a few buttons, you get value, you keep going. You click a few buttons, you don't get value, you stop. That's all. We're all adults here. Thank you, Gareth, for taking time out of your busy schedule. And I look forward to talking to you again. Keep up the great work. And fantastic production value. And that's how you hold people's attention. It's the production value plus the content and the magnetism of that knowledge. That's where you guys really have something special here.
Thanks, Richard. It's really kind of you, mate. And this has been great to chat. I appreciate it.
Fantastic. Boom, boom. There we go. Magic. The magic of the internet allows me to be back without drawing attention to the fact that that was another day. That was Thursday, I think it was. All right. So iconic.com, ICKONIC.com, I think it is, right? Spelled like David Icke without the E, and there's Onic on there. Iconic.com. All right. So now we're going to head into intermission, and we got two juicy selections. We got the latest hit by the band known as Truth Stream Media, Aaron and Melissa Dykes and family. It's a family operation over there. World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab and his coterie. They say that smartphones will be inside your body by 2030. It's part of that 2030 agenda that you heard about a couple hours ago and pretty much throughout this evening's transmission. So we're going to do 15 minutes of that. So you're going to have to go see the other 15 minutes over on their YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe to Truth Stream Media. And then we're going to stop by Jake Tran. He has a YouTube channel as well. He's a very popular YouTube documentarian. I enjoy many pieces of his work over the past couple of years. He did a piece recently on the DuPont family, the most evil business in the world. But it's the segment is called How DuPont Poisoned the World. And I was curious. I was like, all right, teach me something, Jake. And he did. I already knew something about the chemical colonialism that was ongoing in his video. But I learned a great deal more, and I learned enough that I was like, I bet people in the audience don't know this either. Yeah. Teflon's a real thing. It's been around. It's not the only thing DuPont did. DuPont, aforementioned, it crushed hemp in America. Let's just, leave it there. That's just one thing. But they also poison. So they take away the solution, but they also poison. So we're going to check in 15 minutes of that. You also have to check out the other last 15 minutes of that on Jake Tran's YouTube page. And then we'll be right back after intermission to kind of intermingle the content, because you've heard about like Monsanto, you're going to learn about DuPont, you're going to start to see some of this chemical colonialism come together in the next few minutes. Part of that colonization might be putting a phone inside your body. Did you ask for that? Well, they brought it to you without asking. How's that for service? Let's check it out.
I will admit I have completely avoided this year's economic forum.
I'm not sure what happened. What's going on? Sorry, folks.
I will admit I have completely avoided this year's World Economic Forum.
Let's also be clear.
Are you guys hearing the audio
The
from the
future
video?
is not just happening. The future is built by us.
I think their capacity to sit around on stages in blue rooms together and pretend that they have the self-awareness of a wet cardboard box that the growing masses distrust in them and any agenda that might be coming out of their mouths.
I know. I got the thumbs up.
Is just reaching cartoon levels of too many clowns coming out of the clown car silly.
But a very good afternoon to you. Warm welcome.
At this point, nothing they're saying is really convincing people that aren't themselves to get on board with anything they're saying. And while they may consider themselves elite and special and above us all, handing down dictates or whatever this is supposed to be here. I don't believe they're ignorant enough to not realize it. They know how to read, and I'm pretty sure they can figure out that people aren't super thrilled with them. There's some serious reverse psychology at play here. But I feel like I've kind of talked my opinion on this to death. But even in its zombified waking undead state, I just keep coming upon clips of these people in their blue rooms despite attempts to avoid them. It's like the algorithm's just messing with me at this point. Oh yeah, what about this?
I wanted to ask when you all think we're going to move from this form factor to something that's on your face glasses and when computing's all in the edge.
All right, 50 seconds. Who wants to answer quickly?
I think it will go, it will, first of all, it will definitely happen. I was talking about 6G earlier, which is around 2030. I would say that by then, definitely the smartphone as we know it today will not anymore be the usual, kind of the most common interface. Wow. Many of these things will be built directly into our bodies.
So this is Pekka Lundmark, who became president and CEO of Nokia in 2020. And he recently appeared in one of WEF's blue rooms there, where he told an audience member that he believes by the rollout of 6G, which they apparently plan to be doing around 2030, the smartphones people are walking around with in their hands right now will be obsolete, and these devices will instead be built directly into people's bodies. And before I make the actual point that I came on here to make, can I just say, I really wish that all of these people would stop acting like this is just the next logical step for this technology. What other technology is that the next logical step ever? It's not like they came out with a microwave oven and then the next logical step was put it directly in your mouth so it could cook the food while you eat it. Or, wow, bicycles are really great. You get places really fast. Next logical step, can I attach that to my ass? Just right to me all the time. All the time. I want the bicycle to be part of my ass so that I don't have to ever be separate from it. I want it to just be right up in there. This is not the next logical step is put it in your body. I feel like that's silly. The way that they talk about this, like we're all just supposed to know that and accept that and think that that's normal to do. It's if you really just step outside of it for a second, as if you were, an alien from outer space or something. In one of the comic books that passes as a History Channel show these days,
we became human.
And you saw that, you would be thinking, that's a really bad move. Maybe you should take a step back and tone down the hubris a few thousand notches and maybe consider that there's some ramifications there that you might not seem to get.
Many of these things will be built directly into our bodies.
That dude's face after he answers the question. Wow to that. But look at this lady following it up real quick.
And one of the important statements we, I think, made at our most recent developers conference is that we believe that one of the big advantages of augmented reality is actually solving problems here on Earth. And it will be things like having glasses and being able to translate as you speak with glasses. And those are very close.
Holograms will be.
She's like, dude, you're not supposed to go straight to telling them they're putting it in the brain. We got to put it on their face first. They have to wear it on their body and get used to that first. You're skipping a whole step here in the plan. What the hell?
Holograms will be very, very high quality in the era of 6G. I've already seen 5G-based hologram demonstrations. They already work, but then with the next generation technology, we could be having this meeting so that in reality we would be sitting in different parts of the world.
And then he's just like, no, we're just going straight to holograms. It's going to be like Star Wars, and you're going to put things in the brain.
All right, well, I've enjoyed seeing you for the last time I'll ever see you in person. I look forward to seeing you at the next Davos. Thank you very much to our amazing panel.
And I know everybody knows my opinion on this. I've made it pretty clear. And if other people think this is super cool and they just cannot wait to do this, that's really everyone else's body, their choice. I am your body, your choice. I actually do believe in that. If those people want to make that decision for themselves, I am not in any position to tell them not to. But I feel like I at least have to bring up a point about this because I don't think these transhumanists have really thought through, okay, what happens when they become obsolete? Because they're sitting around talking about how we're all going to become obsolete, the people like me who don't want to put a smartphone into my brain. But the reason I don't want to put a smartphone into my body is the same reason I don't want to do a lot of things giant corporations tell me to do. I don't trust them. And to trust them with something that's to that level, I mean, we've already been told over and over about these phones, how they're tracking us, how they're tracing on us, how they're spying on us, how we're being manipulated by the algorithms and technology that these phones employ with increasing efficiency. But somehow, at some level, we're supposed to just put all that to the side, just sweep that on over to the side there, step over that giant mountain of bullshit, essentially, and then give up all autonomy altogether and say, no, I think this will go well. You sit down at your computer, if you have Windows on your PC, and it doesn't go well. You know that you can't keep your old version of Windows. You have to just keep upgrading. And then there's all the glitches and the blue screens of death. Hey, let's put that whole mess inside the body, right? Why would anybody... I have a pretty strange imagination. I think probably most people would say. And I can go many, many places within the realms of my mind. One place I have a very hard time getting to is how are people actually going to put a 6G emitting smartphone in their brain? And society is going to just continue to function with that. It's barely functioning now with people having these things in their hands. But that's not even really the bigger thing, I think, is that we're going to continue to pretend like non-ionizing radiation doesn't exist, or if it does, it's not anything we need to talk about, think about, learn about, be concerned with. We're going to continue to pretend like our entire body isn't run on electrical signals, though. That doesn't make sense to me. So we're going to have a 6G device in the body or in the brain or whatever it is. And that's just going to be fine, because our entire body is not made up of atoms that have electrical fields, and every single process in our bodies is not run on electrical signals. We're going to continue to pretend like that's not the case, even though it's basic knowledge that we have known for many, 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 many decades. I don't understand that. I cannot wrap my mind around that unless we're just going to pretend like that's not the case. And I don't know how everyone's going to be able to do that. I just can't see this actually working out. I don't think the body itself was meant for that. And I don't think our society is ready for anything even remotely close to that. All of the things, they're just too many. I could go on all day. But they just keep prodding us with this. And it's been going on for years now, that they just keep talking about how they're going to implant mobile phones in our heads. When the phone meets the body, and how your phone's going to read your mind, and when communications technology is going to be implanted in everybody.
Many people now have smartphones and watches for things like communications, daily planning, or even monitoring their health. This quickly growing technology has also brought up the question of how long before we have smart devices implanted within our bodies. We're still quite a ways away from this being an off-the-shelf option for shoppers, but scientists have been exploring this topic for a myriad of different applications.
And they just try to make it sound so cool. With no downsides. There's no downsides here. It's just going to be so awesome when that's happening. Even Elon Musk in his Neuralink presentation was making jokes about updates to brain implants.
It's basically Bluetooth to your phone. Because we'll have to watch the App Store updates for that one. Make sure we don't have a driver issue. Updating.
And openly admitting to the people who came to watch the presentation that it would be very unethical to put ads in your brain.
There's no advertising.
I mean, Jesus. I mean, you'd have really no escape. We cannot do that. That would be an ethical barrier.
Well, at least he thinks that, or claims to, but do you really think all these other corporations think that? I mean, these are corporations who have fought for things like putting electric billboards in the sky. Okay? These are the same corporations that have plundered the earth of resources, desecrated it, turned many of our rivers into toxic wastelands. I mean, But it'll be fine when it's inside you. Don't worry, you're going to be covered, right? Well, this is an article that came out earlier this year. And this is what I mean by, I don't even have to list all the reasons because they come out on their own. What happens to these transhumanists when they become obsolete? Because that'll be a pay-for-play system if one has ever been designed, ever. That one will be it. And it'll be a pretty serious one too, since it's in your body. If you don't like it, what are you going to do? You would have to pay to get it removed if you haven't already damaged something that's not fixable once it's removed. Things like brain tissue, once you put something in the brain, you have altered that tissue. It is not, you can't change it back. It's not Play-Doh. The brain is not Play-Doh. I feel like I shouldn't have to say that to people, but it's not Play-Doh. It doesn't magically change back. It's not a transformer. I just want to read this article to you. And I don't want to read the whole thing because it's actually extremely long. But I think everyone should consider this because this is the future that they're selling us. This is the other side of it that they don't like to talk about when they're too busy talking about, ooh, the mobile phone in the future is going to be so cool when it's jammed in your brain and you can't take it out. Super. And talk about how extreme and awesome it's going to be and try to act like you're going to be Neo in the Matrix. When in reality, what's going to happen is probably going to be more close to something like these people here. So this came out of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. And it's an investigative journalist piece they did after users of a bionic retinal implant. Their implant became obsolete after the company that made it went bankrupt. Barbara Campbell was walking through New York City subway station during rush hour when her world abruptly went dark. For 4 years, Campbell had been using a high-tech implant in her left eye that gave her a crude kind of bionic vision, partially compensating for a genetic disease that had rendered her completely blind in her 30s. I remember exactly where I was. I was switching from the 6 train to the F train. I was about to go down the stairs, and all of a sudden I heard a little beep, beep, beep sound. It wasn't her phone battery running out. It was her Argus 2 retinal implant system powering down, and the patches of light and dark that she'd been able to see with the implant's help vanished. And this is something that she had to have surgically implanted into her retina. She's probably thanking God it wasn't her brain, but it's still a defunct system that's now in her retina and doesn't work. And she's in a place like a subway station where I think sight is probably pretty important or you could die. This bionic eye needs a retinal implant that requires a 4-hour-long surgical procedure under general anesthesia where they implant the device, which contains an antenna that picks up signals from a video camera that's placed on the glasses that the patient wears. And it looks like this. It says it's like watching TV on a screen with 60 pixels, but it's enough information to allow people to move around without aid. Unless, like this woman, you're walking down into a subway station and all of a sudden you hear a beep, beep, beep noise and you can't see anymore because your implant just broke inside your body. And it's not just her. This is happening with other people that are having issues with these implants. This guy, Bylan, became kind of a spokesman. It says because he ended up getting this implant in both of his eyes. So he had an Argus 1 in one eye and an Argus 2, which is the second version of the implant, 11 years later, and he kind of became a spokesman for this company. Says yet in 2020, he had to find out secondhand that the company abandoned the technology and was on the verge of going bankrupt. So they didn't even tell the guy who had it in both of his eyes, who was basically like their default spokesperson. He didn't even get to know, right? And he says, as long as nothing goes wrong, I'm fine. But if something goes wrong with it, I'm screwed because there's no way of getting it fixed now. And this is another guy, Russ Dewar, second sight patient. It's a fantastic technology and a lousy company. And he just got it in his eye in 2019. So he got one put in there right before everything hit the fan. And it says he was thrilled to learn in 2020 that he was going to be able to get upgrades that might improve his vision further. He heard troubling rumors about the company, so he called his vision rehab therapist. She said, well, funny you should call. We all just got laid off. And by the way, you're not getting your upgrades. So that's a really nice way to find that out, isn't it? And so there are over 350 people now who have this implanted into their eyeball in this world. And this company doesn't exist anymore. It went out of business. And they discontinued this implant and nearly went out of business in 2020. And it says a public offering in June 2021 raised $57.5 million. They were able to raise $57.5 million. But guess what? In today's day and age, that's like they can barely afford office furniture or whatever with the way people run some of these businesses. So that $57.5 million was just not enough. And that's the thing. You could get one of these things put into your body by $1 billion company or a multi-billion dollar company. But does that mean you can rely on that company and they're just always going to be there and they're not going to have some corrupt person running it who screws everything up, or some accounting person who doesn't know how to account for the finances in the proper way, or what, for whatever reason, right? And the thing they talk about later in this whole long article about the history of this company, everything, these implants, the Argus 2 was a $150,000 implant. In fact, getting the whole thing where you get it put in, you got the surgery, the device, and the rehabilitation needed to use it properly is $500,000 is how much this costs. And it says 80% of it is covered by insurance, but still, that person basically spent $100,000 for something now that if it doesn't break, they're lucky. If it does break, they're completely screwed. And that's being in a horrible position where you're blind and you are being promised something approximating sight, which I can only imagine would be really tempting and very hard to turn down. It's not really the same as people just really like to talk on their phone a lot and they really like to check Facebook a lot. So let's just put that in the brain. That's a little different. But it happened to these people, you know, and this is awful. This is really awful. I cannot imagine what it would be like to be blind and being aided by something I had to go through a painful surgery to have put into my head and spend all this money on, and be walking into a subway trusting that company and trusting that technology is going to work. And then if it doesn't, I might accidentally walk off the subway platform and get hit by a freaking train. That's crazy. And it even goes on to say that this guy, a senior fellow in vision science named Aries Arditi, was a principal investigator for the Argus 2 clinical trials. And he said he did a research study that included all the U.S. participants and showed, quote, weakness with the device's vision quality. And he says Second Sight wouldn't let him publish or present the results because that's a lot of how science works on a corporate level these days. And the company says it disagreed with his analysis and so discouraged him from publishing it. Which, by the way, is not science, just for the record.
So you're DuPont in the late 1930s. You're a chemical company that's been around for more than 100 years. Any company that's existed for that amount of time should have made a name for itself ages ago. But even though you're doing well, you just haven't really popped off yet. That was until 1938, when a doctor accidentally discovers a material called Teflon that's so versatile, so useful, so unbelievable, that it changes the course of DuPont forever. You know Teflon, the stuff used in non-stick pans.
Well, good thing it's Teflon.
Made with a chemical called C8, Teflon revolutionized the cooking industry for people all over the world.
They won't stick! That's why it's called non-stick! I don't know what non-stick means in Texas, sweetheart, but me!
And Teflon and C8 went on to be used in a ton of other consumer goods. Popcorn bags, waterproof jackets, dental floss, food containers, makeup, pizza boxes, all had some form of C8 or C8 derivatives in them. The only problem was C8 and most of the chemicals like it are extremely toxic and are what's known as forever chemicals because they never break down. But what the public doesn't know, they'll keep buying, so we'll just keep this between us.
Now that's cooking.
So C8 became widely used in a bunch of products that come in contact with people's food, and making C8 takes a lot of work. A lot of work that produces a lot of chemical waste that we have to get rid of somewhere, so why not dump it in the waterways around our factories? I mean, come on, you're not gonna pay for expensive, responsible chemical waste disposal when there's a perfectly good river right there next to your factory. So over the decades, C8 spread from the rivers into farms, into tap water, into the animals that we eat, and ultimately, into us. To where today, 99.7% of Americans have C8 in their bloodstream, with C8 being linked to at least 6 diseases, including testicular cancer and kidney cancer. So how did an obscure chemical company get into the bloodstream of nearly every single American? And most importantly, how did they get away with it? Just asking for a friend. This is how DuPont poisoned the world.
Oh, Good thing it's Teflon.
Even burned food won't stick to Teflon, so it's always easy to clean. Cookware never needs scouring. If it has DuPont, Teflon.
Out of chemical research come the thousands of products that contribute to better living. The DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living.
DuPont started in 1802 in Delaware. It was the brainchild of a French-American chemist and industrialist named Irénée Dupont de Nemours.
Irénée Dupont de Nemours.
Okay, not bad. I can't get the sound, but close enough. And DuPont started out as a gunpowder mill and production company out of all things. You had a lot of business supplying the wars that broke out throughout the 19th century. By the time the American Civil War hit, DuPont was the biggest supplier of gunpowder to the US military. So DuPont started out as war profiteers, which if you've seen our war profiteer videos, you know that this can be a very lucrative business to be in. Ironically enough, the founder of DuPont came to America to escape the French Revolution. But it was never enough. You lived and breathed innovation, which led to the development of hundreds of different chemicals and materials over the years. Kevlar used in bulletproof armor today, Lycra, nylon, all these revolutionary materials that would go on to change the world were all made by DuPont.
Even your carpeting.
And DuPont makes all that.
But something was missing. So you started buying up all the gunpowder businesses you could find. It was so extreme that by 1912, your shopping spree caught the government's attention because you started turning the gunpowder business into your own monopoly. And as soon as you were declared a monopoly, you were ordered to divest from the industry. And your age of controlling the gunpowder business was over. Without the cash cow that was gunpowder, you needed something else to bring in revenue. And since DuPont were already experts at chemistry, you got involved in almost every chemical-related industry in the book. But everything changed in 1938. The world was on the verge of World War II, and Dr. Plunkett, whom we talked about earlier, accidentally discovers Teflon. Why don't most people know about this dark side of DuPont? Because DuPont is a master at branding. However, designing a profitable brand can be really difficult and expensive. Luckily today, there's a one-stop shop for all your graphic design and branding needs. And that one-stop shop is Canva. Canva allows you to make these amazing professional-looking Instagram stories, YouTube thumbnails, YouTube intro animations, slide decks, Give it a try for free for 45 days by using the link in the video description below. Thanks to Canva for sponsoring this video.
Makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Nearly everything in our daily lives is improved by chemistry, from transportation to the clothes we wear. Chemistry helps bring us better food, makes our homes more beautiful, more comfortable, helps protect our health, and adds to the enjoyment of our leisure time.
Teflon is made using a chemical called C8, also known as PFOA, or this long word. Being that it repels water, oil, stains, and can withstand a lot of heat, Teflon was perfect to coat the tanks and military vehicles the army was going to need for World War II. Instead of rain, mud, and the elements damaging and corroding tanks over time, it would simply slide off the surface if it was coated in Teflon. The C8 in Teflon was important to keep the material from clumping while it was being applied. And at the same time, C8 or PFOA was seen as completely safe. This new wonder material could change the world. But there was a problem. Teflon production in the 1940s was expensive. So expensive that making everyday items like pans or rain jackets was unthinkable. So to make enough Teflon to meet the growing demand while keeping expenses as low as possible, you would need an affordable source of C8. And that's where 3M came in. Around the same time, a French engineer named Marc Gregar had the idea of coating all his fishing gear in Teflon to keep it from getting tangled. No one really knows if this ever worked, because at the exact same time, his wife had an even better idea that took the spotlight. Teflon coated pans and pots, cooking equipment that wouldn't need to be scrubbed or soaked to get clean. People could just wipe the food off with a damp cloth. And so Teflon pans were born, and it would change the course of the food industry forever. Suddenly, the world realized all the possibilities that came with Teflon. and the manufacturing and distribution of it skyrocketed.
Some people use a little oil or butter when they cook so that things don't stick to the pan. But I use polytetrafluoroethylene.
Some sports call it non-stick for short. Now that's cooking.
So you sat back and watched the fortune start rolling in. The world started going crazy for non-stick pans, self-cleaning ovens, and Teflon-coated furniture. But you knew this craze was unsustainable. You see, even though the US government didn't recognize PFOA as a dangerous chemical, both DuPont and 3M knew it was potentially toxic. With every batch of C8 you bought from 3M, the instructions for disposing it were the same: incinerate it or send it to chemical waste facilities. Even your own disposal instructions specify that it should never be flushed into sewers or surface water, which means that way back before Teflon grew into the global material it is today, you and 3M had an inkling that eventually something was going to go wrong. But that didn't stop you from making millions from the new Teflon-coated inventions that were being created almost every day. So how did DuPont go about following those instructions to dispose of C8? Dumping it into the planet, of course. In one town alone, Parkersburg, West Virginia, the DuPont Teflon manufacturing plant dumped hundreds of thousands of pounds of C8 into the Ohio River, and that was just the beginning.
What's this Silverstone-coated fry pan doing in an oven? Letting you know that durable non-stick Silverstone is available on bakeware, such as cake pans, muffin pans, cookie sheets, and loaf pans. And since most foods won't stick to Silverstone, cleaning up is quick and easy. So let Silverstone take you out of the frying pan and into bakeware.
Because the process to manufacture Teflon had been so expensive to begin with, you needed to keep expenses as low as possible, and dumping C8 into rivers and unprotected landfills was so much cheaper than actually disposing it the right way or building incinerators. But dumping C8 into unlined pits and rivers meant it spread rather quickly, so within a few years, PFOA chemicals had seeped into the groundwater surrounding Parkersburg and nearby towns. The same groundwater that was being used to produce tap water, ready to drink for more than 100,000 people. You and 3M had your suspicions, but you didn't want to find out whether or not they were true. I mean, if you really didn't know C8 was toxic, there would always be some plausible deniability. The "I didn't know so you can't blame me" card that the government always pulls. But it got to a point where researchers at DuPont just couldn't let their curiosity go, and in 1961, they started secret medical studies on PFOA and C8, behind closed doors more than 2 decades after mass production of Teflon started. And what they found was horrifying. C8, the same chemical that had been marketed as completely safe for decades, was extremely toxic to human and animals. Exposure to C8 increased the size of liver in rats, rabbits, and dogs, and if it had this effect on animals, who knows what it would have had on humans. But the profits were just too good to switch off, so the sale of Teflon continued, and the research results were carefully locked up. For a few years, it looked like you could keep your secrets. That was until DuPont researchers discovered crazy high concentrations of PFOA in your workers' own blood, and the race was on. It was only a matter of time before something happened that exposed the dangers of PFOAs. So to make sure the victims stayed quiet, you had to get to them first. So DuPont started watching and monitoring their workers in secret. In 1981, 3M reported that PFOA caused birth defects in rats. So you reassigned pregnant women away from the Teflon manufacturing line and carefully observed their babies for any sort of defects. And when 2 out of 7 babies were born with eye defects, well, you deny any and all responsibility. Then in 1984, another report came out that PFOA dust was getting through the factory chimneys, settling on land far away from the factory, and had gotten into the local water supply. But again, you do not disclose this damning information. By the 90s, your PFOA business is worth more than $1 billion. This is generational wealth only a few could dream of, and you weren't just gonna give that up over C8 possibly being dangerous. So Teflon sales and ads kept growing.
Chemistry is the practice of magic. People think of Teflon and think of frying pans. Teflon is not one thing. Putting Teflon on a surface will stop bugs from crawling up trees. They'll fall right off the tree. Teflon as a chain loop is something I've come up with for bicycles. You know, only DuPont makes Teflon. And you can use it in satellites, on fabrics, or leather. When's the last time you heard about a leather raincoat? You can let your imagination run wild. It's not often that you get to make something new in this world.
While DuPont kicked the can down the road once more. Except now, decades of C8 exposure had passed, and its effects were finally starting to show.
Perfect eggs don't always start with the egg. They start with Silverstone. It's the most durable nonstick surface ever made by DuPont. And just to prove our point, we'll cook some eggs with these letters and still not hurt Silverstone's nonstick performance. See? So no matter what you're making.
Parkersburg, West Virginia, the late 90s. A farmer by the name Wilbur Tennant was going through something strange. He had come across 2 dead deer and 2 dead cows at a nearby river. The deers had blood coming out of their noses.
I've taken 2 dead deer and 2 dead cattle off of this ripple right here. And they tell me the deer died with hemorrhaging disease. The blood run out of their nose and out of their mouth, but they've never, DNR has never checked into it. The EPA of the state of West Virginia is trying to cover this stuff up.
Coincidentally, over the past few years, 153 of his 600 cows have been found dead, all with the same MO. They show bleeding from their noses and had signs of serious illness and damage to their internal organs. All the cows had access to that same river.
A year later, he filmed what happened to his cows.
See, she's hemorrhaged out the nose. This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm.
Coincidentally, not long before the cows started getting sick, the farmer's brother had sold 66 acres of land to DuPont to be used as a non-hazardous landfill. Also coincidentally, the river led upstream to a factory known as the DuPont Washington Works. It didn't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together, so he went to DuPont, but obviously they denied everything. What was even stranger was that whenever he went to anyone in town for help, doctors, vets, and even local politicians and lawyers, no one was willing to help him. Vets wouldn't go to see Wilbur's cows. Lifelong friends of Wilbur and his family ignored them on the streets. They had to change their church 4 times. So Wilbur reached out to an environmental lawyer outside of Parkersburg named Rob Billets, who spent most of his career representing corporations like DuPont's. The lawyer took the case, and together they traced the cattle's illness to a pipe, clearly labeled DuPont's, that was pumping a green bubbly liquid into the creek from which Wilbur's cows drank, literally like something out of a movie. So in 1999, Rob Billet and Wilbur Tennant filed a federal lawsuit against DuPont's. As DuPont, this was a corporate nightmare for you. Your charade was getting unveiled. Here was a complete nobody, an unknown cattle farmer who could potentially destroy your entire business. So you put the blame on him. It wasn't your non-hazardous waste that was making his cows sick. Wilbur and his family just didn't know how to take care of the cows. If the cows were dying, it was their own fault. Now on paper, some small-time farmer should have given up pretty easily when bombarded with endless legal fees and paperwork. But even if he wanted to give up, his lawyer refused to throw in the towel. Then Billet found the smoking gun. In one letter from DuPont to the EPA, Billet found a reference to a cryptically named chemical, PFOA. No one at his firm knew what it was, but Billet and his client were getting close to the truth. So when they came asking for documents DuPont had on the subjects, DuPont outright refused. They may have found the smoking gun, but DuPont wasn't going to hand them a sign and stamp confession, until they had no choice. Billet got a court order compelling DuPont to hand over all the information they had on PFOA, and DuPont submitted more than 110,000 pages. If you can't suppress the truth, you can at least hide it between 100,000 pages and hope it's never found. But Billet recognized the tactic and knew he was getting close, and by the end of the year 2000, he had everything he needed. A document explaining that in 1990, DuPont had knowingly dumped toxic PFOA waste into the landfill near Wilbur's property, knowing it drained into their land. Wilbur Tennant and his family settled. The farmer's fight was over, but for the lawyer, in his own words he said, quotes, "I was irritated," end quotes. Irritated that DuPont could just get away with a slap on the wrist and a simple fine to pay. So the battle was just beginning.
There was one email in particular where after I had alerted the company that I had finally kind of started figuring this out, and I was aware that PFOA was what was in the landfill, and it was what the cows were drinking, and it was in the public water supply. There was an email where the council made a reference to F him. He knows about this now, and F him.
So he's
Don't get stuck. Or you'll be sorry now. Don't get stuck.
Unless you want to develop a strong attachment to dinner, choose a DuPont nonstick. Because whether you spend a little or a lot, you're guaranteed of getting a quality nonstick certified by DuPont.
Don't get stuck.
Look for these seals.
Or you'll be sorry now. Don't get stuck.
The farmer's case had opened the floodgates. And billet was just getting started. Under the Toxic Substances Control Act, the EPA could only test chemicals if it was provided with evidence of harm, and the farmer's cow had given billet exactly that. So in 2005, DuPont settled with the EPA on a $16.5 million fine for hiding the toxicity and spread of PFOA. But that wasn't the end. More and more people from Parkersburg started coming forward as they found out about PFOA and the effects it had on humans and animals. Joseph Kiger, a night school teacher, joined Billet's team as lead plaintiff. He had liver disease, possibly related to PFOA in his drinking water. And when he tried talking to the West Virginia Department of Natural Resources, the Parkersburg State Department of Environmental Protection, the Water Division, the local health department, he was either shut down or lied to every single time. But the major breakthrough came when Billet and his team finished a new medical study of 70,000 people. It proved that PFOA was in fact linked to at least 6 diseases including cancer and thyroid disease, and that DuPont had at least known about the cancer for years. All of a sudden, thousands of people were now standing to sue DuPont.
Don't make a meal without that seal. DuPont, DuPont, DuPont. May not be real without that seal. DuPont, DuPont, DuPont. There are 3 brands you can depend on, no matter what you spend on. Don't get stuck. It ain't no deal without that no-stick seal. Here's what you want. DuPont, DuPont, DuPont. Without these seals, you're out of luck. Don't get stuck.
Because of the study, DuPont was now faced with a lawsuit and criminal investigation from the EPA, and was ordered to phase out the production of C8 in the US over a generous 10 years.
During the course of our lawsuit, as we're providing more of this information to the US EPA, and the US EPA is getting more and more concerned about it, they've brought a lawsuit. They've started actually a criminal investigation in 2005. DuPont eventually settles our case in West Virginia. They also then settle the case that the US EPA had brought against them. And one of the things they also agree to do is they announce that they will have a 10-year phase out of any further manufacturing or use of PFOA in the United States.
DuPont was on the verge of losing its most profitable products. But as DuPont, you had a very simple solution to this. Since every forever chemical had to be regulated individually, you could theoretically switch up the chemical composition of C8 a bit and call it a brand new thing that isn't banned. Enter Gen X, a less toxic version of C8, sold by a new spin-off company called Chemours, since the branding of DuPont was damaged.
The DuPont company spun off the division that had been making Teflon-related materials. They spun it off into a new company called Chemours. And the Chemours company took over a lot of these plants, including the Parkersburg plant, that had been making these fluoro products. They shifted over to a new material, which they are referring to now as Gen X.
Chemours literally just took over the exact same plants that just a few years earlier were pumping extremely toxic PFOA into the environment. By 2015, all production of PFOA had stopped, just as the production of Gen X was booming. Despite the lawsuits, DuPont stayed profitable, and in 2017, it merged with the Dow Chemical Company to form Dow DuPont, the new face of the chemical industry worth at least $130 billion. DuPont also has an agricultural chemical and seed division called Pioneer Hybrid that was later spun off into a company called Corteva. They sell pesticides and genetically modified seeds, much like the company Monsanto, which is perhaps one of the most controversial corporations on the planet. But that is a very long, dark story that deserves its own feature-length 40-minute plus documentary that's gonna come out next week, or will be already out by the time you're watching this, called Monsanto, the company that owns the world's food supply. But here's the thing. Stories like Monsanto are gonna be some of the darkest, most Machiavellian videos I have ever made. Imagine these videos taken to a further extreme, where we're gonna uncover how the elite really think, that you're never gonna hear them admit. Because if the elite did admit this, they would either be pillaged or sent to the guillotine, or at the bare minimum, they would have more competition to deal with. So that's why you're never gonna hear about this stuff anywhere else. You're not gonna hear it from your parents or friends, because they're most likely not in private circles with powerful people, and you're not gonna hear it from your business professors, because they're probably broke. But we're gonna break it down here in all its Machiavellian glory. But the thing is, just like DuPont, if I release these teachings to the public, I'm definitely gonna get cancelled. So we're not gonna be releasing these to the public. All you have to do if you want to get this education that they will never teach you in business school is to click the join button below right next to the subscribe button. If you don't see the button, there's a link in the video description below. Once you sign up, You'll get access to this exclusive documentary when it comes out, or you'll get it immediately if it's already out by the time you're watching this. And unlike an MBA, I'm not going to charge you $55,000 to $161,000 to learn this stuff. Nope, just $5 a month for the longer documentaries of the same videos you love, that you will not be able to see anywhere else. And this $5 a month is just to cover the cost to produce these videos.
Why doesn't he just give it all away for free? Right, Tony?
If only.
Why shouldn't Jake just do all that work for free? Put it out there.
It's easy work. You know, he does it out of love. It's a hobby for him.
I think he just sits down at the computer and it all just happens. He doesn't actually have to
happens.
work to do that. So he should just give it away for free, people say. I'm being
They only
facetious.
knew.
I defend his call to action and
I
his
agree.
exchange for value for value. Good job. More people should learn how to do that. You should have something valuable that people want more than Federal Reserve notes, which are practically worthless these days. It's not setting the bar very high for people, but it's a starting point. All right. So what do we want to hit in this post intermission section of episode 89?
Let me go through it here real quick. Let me put it on the screen as well.
I liked his pitch at the end about, learn stuff they won't teach you in college. I've heard of something like that before. I think it's called autonomy. He didn't mention it, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was talking about.
I wouldn't say there's anything extremely important.
Tony steps right over my humor like it never even happened. Maybe it didn't.
Sorry, I wasn't even thinking.
No, I'm just kidding.
Whatever you said, yeah, definitely. No offense.
How about my YouTube playlist for production? Did we hit all the major points out of that one?
January 6th section. The Davis crew wants robots in the classroom.
In the future, Tony and I can have this conversation during
That's
an
a Jason
interview
Burmis.
or the intermission.
Yeah, I guess we could have done that actually. Sorry, what do you ask?
The YouTube playlist for this week.
YouTube playlist. One sec.
There might have been a couple.
Burmis video about robots in the classroom.
Yeah, that's why I just.
Yeah, let's go for a couple minutes of that because robots are the future
The Davis
of the
crew
World
wants
Economic
robots
Forum, and
in the
robots are the end of humanity. Or maybe not. Maybe we become friends with them. I hope we become friends. We're like symbiotic, maybe. But the
Symbiotic
philosophy
robots?
of liberty would need to be programmed into the algorithm. Hint, hint. Remember earlier I said you shouldn't be programming the algorithm to fuck over humanity? Maybe get a little philosophy of liberty in there and help the algorithm and the robotics find freedom with us. And then we can all live in peace and explore the universe together forever. It's another Bill Hicks quote.
No, it's Bill Hicks. This is.
There you go.
Hey everybody,
Hey,
everybody,
Jason.
Jason Burmis here, and
Whoops.
here's
Here we
the
go.
deal. Whether you realize it or not, right now, the education system is not only being taken away from you as a parent in all regards and being weaponized against you because the state wants control of your children. That's a big part of it. But it is also part of this transhuman agenda to acclimate them to the automation nation and robotization of society that will be integral in the process of merging with machines. That's a reality. That's something people have to come to grips with. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you a World Economic Forum piece, one of these lovely little square PSAs with the hypnotic music, right? What did you love about the COVID-19 84 period? Did you love it? Did you get enough of it? Boy, what are we going to keep? Those type of videos, right? And this one's going to be rough because I don't even like to talk about that subject because of all the censorship via YouTube, at least on the platform I'm at now. I'll talk about it anywhere else. But this is, after all, World Economic Forum approved, right? This is straight out of the United Nations. This is pro-World Health Organization. So everything that they're going to present as a solution to a problem that, once again, I don't even want to get into on this platform, is to bring robots into school to protect you. Now, this is just the beginning, right? And, today I had to see this story. I tweeted it out. Anybody can go check it out. Musk's on a boat, carefree. It's boat day with a bunch of models. This guy's giving you the Optimus bot, right, that looks like a human being, all right? And this is what the acclamation is all about. So before we get going, thumbs it up, subscribe, and share. Remember, check me out uncensored on Podbean, Rumble, and Rockfin. And really, let's just get to it. Let's start her off with this video right here. Our good friends at the World Economic Forum is talking about life-saving robots for you-know-whatski. I'm not saying they're going to save your life. I'm not saying they're not going to. And they show you like a hologram person pushing the robot. It's really bizarre, right? These people are just whack-tacky. Slave robots in your schools, and they're going to disinfect. So now what that is, this is what's crazy. It's kind of like the little vacuum, but it has UV lights to scramble genetic material inside. Yeah, I don't want to say it. Rendering them inactive. Now, I want to point out that Andrew Capo Cuomo would use UV lights, etc., on the subways, right? And when another particular politician would talk about that, you got banned for you-know-what. That's the reality here. And again, this is part of a larger plan globally, right? The World Health Organization has now just announced that non-binary is not only a thing, but genders are infinite, really. And that is, again, because robots, automation, UBI, more state control of everything, the bio-nano state, and robots on the way to cyborgs. So here's the LiDAR sensor to find their way. Great. See, they're going to use what they use on autonomous vehicles. And then they're saying, the human being's going to wheel it around. Okay. And then the aid bot has been piloted in 2 schools in Delaware. Lovely. And again, this is about medicine too. We've talked about it. Grace, which is Sophia's cousin and may run on the cryptocurrency Cardano. All there. Okay, and these spray downs, this fear mongering, I mean, they're probably going to make these things very appealing to children. Just like, think about it. The only reason that you would try to build a robot with the dexterity of humans, because let's be honest, yeah, we've got it really great genetically, but there are certainly things that machines tweaked, and Andy Jacobson just tweeted, and I retweeted this, the latest movement of the cheetah bot. I mean, this thing should frighten you now. They're doing that again to acclimate you to it. They could build them much differently and much more efficiently, but they're not. And now we'll have cleaners, don't worry. Still about keeping you safe. Lovely. And then, because we could keep them open. Educational inequalities. I mean, again, I don't even want to get into all the negative aspects. You know how I feel about all this nonsense. Yeah, it did cause long-term harm to the U.S. economy. How did the school closures affect your family? I mean, now and then they just put it right in your face. But you see, this is the next solution. Let's put robots everywhere. So before we go to my boy Dennis Bushnell, which we do a lot, I want to go to this document right here, because this is one that we haven't focused on. All right, this is in 2020, and there's words I don't even want to read in here. We don't want to get in trouble. We don't want to get kicked off the platform. Okay, but let's get to education right here. All right? Because it's going to go down quite a ways. I want people to see this. Let's bring it in 150%, okay? And this is beyond just transhumanism now. This is when you start to acclimate them. This is kind of like what the metaverse is, okay? Acclimating them here. And then the idea that you're going to upload your consciousness. We're not even going to play the upload your consciousness clip. We're going to actually play him talking about education vastly, how the robot teachers are better. Remember, robots get programmed. They don't have an actual soul. They do what we program them to do. All right? So, you know what? Let's just get rid of that. We'll go here. The benefits of digital reality teletravel compared to physical travel include social distancing, working at home during pandemics, major cost reductions. This is November 2020, guys. Time savings, less airport security, and other hassles. Can literally be anywhere at any time with multiple contacts, places, meetings on a given day. It's also always surveilled, by the way. There's no anonymity online when you're having these meetings. That's huge for the military-industrial complex, the surveillance state, and the predator class in general. I want to point that out. Eliminates all privacy. And I'm not saying that there aren't pros to this. I love that I can telecommunicate with all of you right now watching on multiple platforms, right? It's that technology double-edged sword. Am I using it to empower humanity and share information? Yes. Will they use it to enslave you? You better believe it. You better believe it. Okay, so let's continue. Lack of physical and health risks, no overcrowded site venues, greatly reduce CO2 emissions. Water above the troposphere, thin cirrus clouds, endangered climate forcing. This guy's a big climate sustainability guy. You see how it all integrates? That's why these are all the same things that Davos is pushing. The World Economic is pushing. The chief scientist at NASA is pushing. Sustainability, CO2 is the great evil, okay? Hook into the computers, social distance. It's all right here. Now we're going to get into the educational aspect of it, okay? Enables travel to be the infirm, provides superb educational experiences. He's going to elaborate on that in a moment in the video. And with current technology, provides the nonverbal body language portion of communications, all with far less time spent away from the home and family. See how you'll have to spend less time from your home and family. Home and family? Home and family? What is that going to be at this point? You've already dumped the birth rates. Most people who do start families don't start till later in life. It's harder and harder to afford a home. The virtual meeting market was COVID-19 84, some $4 billion a year. And for the most, again, this is November 2020. And for most businesses' purposes, is now considered equal to on-site physical travel endangered meetings. Now, in the document that we constantly go to here, Future Strategic Issues in Warfare, 2025, this is from 2001. Let's point it out here. Oh, we didn't want 6. We wanted 16. Telecommuting, teleshopping, teleentertainment, teletravel, teleeducation, telemedicine, telecommerce, telepolitics, telesocialization. TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, FaceTime, Messenger, you name it. It's all here. It's right here, 2001 style. Same guy. Okay? So when he's telling you tele everything, and now teletravel, and we've got this in the mix, okay? Travel engineered meetings. Nice. Teletravel provides overall greater efficiency, quality of life, and better work-family life balance. I mean, listen, again, you can use it to empower you, but again, look at how much COVID-19 84 comes into this. As we enter the post-COVID-19 84 period, which is typified by strategic economics, there is a need to rapidly catch up. There has been extensive, largely successful utilization during the period of COVID-19 84, social physical disengagement of virtual tele-interactions for nearly everything, just like he predicted in 2001. Therefore, the expectation is that utilization of digital reality and tele-everything will be accelerated going forward. Throwing that out there. And now he's going to tell you how wonderful the
machines are capable of, are in fact more effective. The robot teachers in educating children, they're more creative. The child has more control, and so forth and so on. The studies show that children learn 4 to 5 times faster than they do in conventional schools, and that's because conventional schools they have a large amount of time keeping order.
A large amount of time keeping order. You know, it's not on the curriculum. It's not on the testing. It's not on the quality of the teacher themselves. It's that they have to keep order. Wow. That's nice, Dennis. And then he starts going into, and I want to be clear about this. I feel like a lot of kids do get left behind that are in the upper echelons of class because there aren't the same kind of programs anymore. But those programs have existed, and if you put these same kids that have been tested with the robot teachers with a good teacher around kids at their education level, sky's the limit. Same results, probably better, because they're interacting with other children that they can relate to. Just want to point that out. But it's all about the dehumanization of our entire society. Them having control over your children. These teachers will teach what they put into the curriculum. Think how bad it's gotten now. Without question, these robots will not have morality. And you can go check out like Google AI already, and they have these people that still talk in a robotic voice, but it's all synthetic. It's not even an actor. It's fake sauce. All right, but they're going to sell you on fake sauce, because as they interact with these things, as they teletravel, it will incorporate them to believe that they can truly have a virtual age. Okay? A virtual age beyond the bio-nano era that has already begun. And that he predicted would begin in 2020, and lo and behold, a lot of people could argue it did. You know what I'm saying? Technological ages of humankind. So let's let Dennis here finish up, and then we're going to finish up. Thumbs up, subscribe, and share. And remember, we never know when we're going to get kicked off. Again, they took down another video. They decided not to give me a strike.
Classmates are not always supportive for people who are brainy and intelligent and so forth and so on. So that, you know, the total education system for the robot teacher tends to be better.
So the total education system for the teacher tends to be better. They're coming for your kids. They're coming for our lifestyles. And it's going beyond the techno-fascist new world order that I thought I would see. And we're already seeing come into fruition in many ways. But pedal to the metal, full transhumanism, believe the hype. We're on the rock, Finn, $9.99 a month, $99.99 for the year. So here's the deal, guys. What I think is cool, I guess they're playing the Alex's War documentary, right? And I don't know much about the filmmaker. I haven't seen her other stuff. Glenn Greenwald on the 23rd. I don't know if it's premium or it's free, but it's going to be on this platform.
All right, so that was a good workout with Jason. If you don't know Dennis Bushnell's work by now, you haven't watched enough Jason Burmas. And that's a fresh perspective on the artifact, looking at the education system, how they want to roboticize teaching of children. It's interesting, right? Because they didn't like take the history left behind by John Taylor Gatto, New York City and New York State School Teacher of the Year, and say, we're going to make a cybernetic robot Gatto so we can have like take the best teacher and emulate that across, kind of like what they did in Star Wars when they made the clones. They used Jango Fett, and they made the clone army with that, right? Like they took the best soldier and then they just made a bunch of them, right? So they didn't take the best teacher and make a bunch of them. No. They're just creating cybernetic technological proxy.
Anything they had to sort of codify even more than what existed before, because they had to get the children to accept the technology in the classroom.
What if you could get every teacher to spy on every children?
Interventions. What
What if you could get every teacher to spy on every aspect of every child's education and like database that? Because that's what it's going to
And
do.
then
Like
get
all those
children
robot
to
teachers are going to
accept
report back to central command. And now when they say that goes on your permanent record, that's no shit, dude. That's going to be on your permanent record. Cybernetically social credit score, like forever in the electronic
Social
environment.
engineering. That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
social engineering through technology. That's the scary thing.
Well, I wanted to, because some of the stuff he was saying made me think about like how they just want to take parents out of the picture, take teachers out of the picture, and have government grow kids, right? And I had an artifact I wanted to share, and then in the midst of finding that artifact in the other room, I found other artifacts that were cool. So hold on a second. Let's see. Let's book cam it up. Book cam number 1. This is not the artifact, but it's kind of cool. Let's zoom out. Scarce in any condition. This is before the movie came out. There was a book. Read it. This here is a book of mine when I was like in 1st grade. I was reading some Star Wars. Not too long after that, I was in 4th grade. I got another pocket book here. Now, this isn't the same copy I read when I was a kid, but the copy I read at my aunt's house was this copy with this paperback cover. So later on in life, I did get a copy of that to remember the good old days before 1984. And then this is the book I was actually going to look for. Remember when Aldous Huxley's Brave New World was only 35 cents, right? The mighty novel of Soulless, streamlined Eden, and the two who escape it. Now, if I remember correctly, let's see if we can get to. Ooh, this is a El Fragile book here. This is all like falling apart. I believe this is a first edition of the paperback. Oh wait, no. This is a 5th printing, maybe. Anyway, this is old. It's all yellowed. There's a foreword. Let me just go to in the year of our Ford. Did it get to chapter 1? I was trying to show you the chapter 1 in this book is the incubators and the fertility cult.
Yeah, it's classic.
Right. So I just wanted to see
A lot of sci-fi is taken from that.
if this copy had the text that I remember. See, it goes forward, but I didn't see the chapter 1 marker. That's what I'm
the editing is strange.
Chapter 1.
There it is. Okay.
Which we have read on this podcast before, but not from this old version. A squat gray building of only 34 stories. Over the main entrance, the words Central London Hatchery and Conditioning Center. And in a shield, the world's state motto, right? It's a world state. Community, identity, stability. Ooh, glad they're not messing with any of these things these days. The enormous room on the ground floor faced towards the north, cold for all the summer beyond the panes, for all the tropical heat of the room itself. A harsh, thin light glared through the windows, hungrily seeking some draped lay figure, some pallid shape of academic goose flesh, but only finding, right? There's no people, but only finding the glass and nickel and bleakly shining porcelain of a laboratory. So they're growing people in a room without any other people. I think that's done by robots. So they're going to have robots birth people and then robots educate people. And pretty soon they won't even need people. They'll just have robots. And Ray Kurzweil will be their god.
Yeah, then you have some people trying to make the argument that, well, now it's just the next stage of evolution. Biological evolution becomes silicon-based. Something like that.
Is silicon below carbon on the periodic table?
So we'll have to see what, happens. To me,
what
it's always going to
do.
be a similar. It's going to be sort of a simulacrum or simulacrum to what Jason was saying. Like it's never.
I mean, I guess it's not interesting if you don't read documents like that and you just think it's all accidental and coincidental, and you can go back to watching like whatever you watch.
Oh, when do these robots come to control most of supply chain and medical services, education?
Were there any other hits on that YouTube playlist that I had marked that looked like things we needed to make sure is in this? episode.
There's a Sky News clip about Hunter Biden maybe facing sex trafficking charges. I don't know if you want.
I'm sure it's
that
fake news, but let's screen it just in case in case Hunter Biden's a real person, in case he's related to the former vice president somehow.
He's like a mythical creature, uncompromisable. He said, "I'm going to compromise myself."
They're a very special family in American history. I'm sure they will be remembered. Let's check out the clip.
Hunter Biden could face federal sex trafficking charges for transporting prostitutes across state lines. Documents and videos obtained by the Daily Mail show Hunter paying to bring the hookers hundreds of miles to his hotel. This all happened during a 5-month, $30,000 sex binge where Hunter wrote false checks disguised as medical payments to pay for prostitutes. Some of it financed by his father, Joe.
This isn't fair to the audio listeners. Should I back it up?
Dude, you should just stop it. Look, they stole a shot out of my 2007 film right there. All right, I don't understand in what world people are getting paid to put news on screen that has to be read, but they're not given the voiceover to it. And you're right, LD. I'm standing here in wonder of like how those people have jobs and how that's a finished product or something. The gist, Hunter Biden. How would you explain it, LD? What do you think's going on there? He's an example to be learned from for the next generation, right? I mean, I don't understand why you would write checks for prostitutes.
More Ava, bro.
Or that it was even illegal to do that. I mean, I thought you could write a lobbyist check.
Well, as long as you have Daddy Biden.
Was he not hiring lobbyists? Is there a different type of prostitute? Other people that do stuff for money is maybe relevant there. I don't know. Interesting story, though.
$30,000.
I still don't know who this Hunter Biden guy is, though.
Apparently, there's nothing to see there.
It doesn't sound like a happy situation. Some of the communications on his laptop, I think he was expressing angst about having to pay the bills for the family for 30 years and always having to cut the big guy in for 50% or something like that.
Maybe that's his pet name for his dick.
Having to take a cut.
He's always cutting the big guy in for half.
Oh, there's more Jesse Waters, I guess. I don't know if you want
that's low. He's like, that's 3 a.m. low right there.
Yeah, it really is. That's funny. Yeah, that's our president. Well, our president's son, former vice president's son. Whatever is parading around saying they.
Oh, wait, let's go to this Kim Iverson. Mainstream media fact checkers hilariously claim Hunter Biden stories are not suppressed.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, that seems like it should go with that story of tragic celebrity that is Hunter Biden.
The same man. Who does that? Who takes pictures of himself like that? I guess Hunter Biden does.
Hi, Kim. What's on your radar?
All right, well, I want to do something a little bit different today, and I want to share with you this Newsweek article that has been popping up whenever you do a search for Hunter Biden iCloud. This is a fact check about whether or not Google suppressed the latest Hunter Biden story. So I'm going to read from this article a little bit to show you, what the fact checkers have to say about whether or not Google suppressed the latest Hunter Biden story. So here's the story. Fact check. Do screen grabs prove Google censored Hunter Biden iCloud leaks? Hunter Biden has provided plenty of stories which have at points proved damaging to President Joe Biden and his family, both before and after he took the White House. Despite widespread coverage from many notable media outlets, conspiratorially minded opponents of the president still insist that investigations of Hunter have not been thorough, implying a deliberate effort by mainstream institutions to protect him. Now, with rumors swirling about the president's son's past following an alleged data leak, the same type of conspiratorial narratives have reemerged, it says. The claim, here's the claim that Newsweek's going to tell us. Tweets sent in July 2020 imply that Google results about an alleged leak of data relating to Hunter Biden have been censored by the search engine. Now, here's a photo of that disclaimer. This one appeared whenever people would do a search on Google for Hunter Biden iCloud or Hunter Biden iPhone. This disclaimer would pop up, and it says, it looks like these results are changing quickly. If this topic is new, it can sometimes take time for reliable sources to publish information. Check the source. Are they trusted on this topic? Come back later. Other sources might have more information on this topic in a few hours or days. That's what the disclaimer says. Now back to this Newsweek article that's fact-checking this, and they're going to now tell us the facts. So here are the facts. Conservative pundits have regularly criticized what they view as a suppression by the big tech and the mainstream media of scandals concerning Hunter Biden. The most notable of these was the Hunter Biden laptop story. Although the story was widely investigated and parts of it have been debunked, narratives still persist that the story was covered up. It says, okay, wait a minute here. So they're saying, no, this narrative still persists that the story was covered up, although the story was widely investigated and parts of it have been debunked. It was covered up. We know that Twitter banned the story. They banned the New York Post, their account, weren't able to circulate the story. Mainstream media would not report on it at all. We saw no reports coming out of mainstream media. And when they would make a comment about it, about why they weren't reporting on it, they would say, we don't want to talk about Russian disinformation. That's what they were calling the story. It took 18 months before Washington Post actually came out, 18 months after the story actually broke by the New York Post. 18 months before Washington Post came out and said, actually, it looks like these emails, we were able to kind of verify some of them. Turns out they're real. That came out 18 months later. But I guess, sure, the story wasn't covered up 18 months later. After a while, people were able to report on it and talk about it. It just took some time. But, so the fact-checking the fact-checkers here goes on to say in this article, much like some of the conspiratorial narratives surrounding the laptop story, some are claiming that large multinationals like Google are suppressing the distribution of this news story. Specifically, they imply that the search engine has thrown up a warning and censors results. The banner shared on Twitter is a relatively recent feature introduced to flag results that may or may not have been shared among a wide range of sources. One of the measures introduced to combat viral misinformation. So that's why they're doing it, to combat misinformation. A Google blog post published in 2021 states that it had trained our systems to detect when a topic is rapidly evolving and a range of sources hasn't yet weighed in. Well, and then it says Google on the blog post said, will now show a notice indicating that it may be best to check back later when more information from a wider range of sources might be available. Then Newsweek goes on to say, critically, this means the search results about Hunter Biden have not been censored in their entirety. In spite of claims that the story has been suppressed, some mainstream publications, including Sky News, have already reported about this and other leaks, and they rated the accusation as false. Now, this story, when you Google now Hunter Biden iCloud or Hunter Biden iPhone, the first thing that pops up is this Newsweek fact check. They want you to read this fact check first before you go on and see any other content about Hunter Biden. And notably, all of the rest of the content, all of the rest of the stories about Hunter Biden are now from these mainstream sources. Many of them, not all, most of them are still not talking about it at all, and we'll go over that. But the ones that are popping up, they're basically saying, oh, it's not true. We don't really know much about it. It looks like there's somebody in the photos that has a likeness to Hunter Biden in the photos and videos from this data dump. But, which is fair. We don't really fully know. People can Photoshop things. People make things up all the time. So fair enough. But this story pops up. So I did a search on CNN. Now, you can search their website for any phrase, and I searched for Hunter Biden, and you can see right here, this is displaying the results. Now, nothing on this page right now shows Hunter Biden. You've got January 6th committee holds fifth hearing, June 22nd, 2022, Russia-Ukraine news, and then underneath it, 5 things to know for June 22nd, primaries, gun laws, January 6th. Now, okay, maybe these stories talk about Hunter Biden inside of them. So what I did next was I then clicked on these stories, and this is what I saw. So when you do a search now inside of the story, you can see that it is not found. I did a search inside the story for Hunter Biden's name, not found. Nothing containing Hunter Biden in this article at all. That happened over and over through all the articles that I searched on CNN that came up for Hunter Biden. So they're either not talking about Hunter Biden at all, or the algorithm is suppressing whenever Hunter Biden's name is searched for. The algorithm then maybe directs you into a different direction. Notably, all of them mention Biden, President Joe Biden, but they don't mention Hunter Biden. So then I thought, okay, well, maybe it's just because the algorithm doesn't work for Hunter Biden. It only is taking one of the words and it's giving you the top results for that one word, which would be Biden, which makes sense. He's a president of the United States. So I did a test on it, and I actually tried another well-known name that is shared by multiple people, Trump. And when I went on to CNN search and I tried for Ivanka Trump, thinking, if anything, the top results would be Donald Trump if that's the case. No, all the stories that popped up involved Ivanka Trump specifically. So the algorithm isn't just picking up on one word, it is picking up on both. So either CNN is not reporting anything about Hunter Biden at all, or the algorithm is just set to forget the Hunter part and just give you the Biden part. So I did the same thing on MSNBC. I wanted to see, have they said anything at all about Hunter Biden's data leak? You would think this is a big story. I mean, the president's son, the president of the United States' son, has had all of his personal data dumped onto a website. This is actually a pretty big story, no matter what you think of it. So MSNBC, I do a search. What do I find? I do a search again. I put Hunter Biden in there. Nothing. The only thing I get at the very first thing is Hunter Biden's ex-wife opens up about her marriage and how she learned to move on. That's the only thing that shows up on MSNBC. So I did this also, Washington Post, New York Times, all of the major liberal media organizations. Hunter Biden doesn't show up at all. So, no matter how you slice it, this is a big story. I get it. It's not Hunter Biden's personal life, what he does in his personal life. There is some merit to it in regards to criminality, right? There should be a discussion about that. You've got Joe Biden, a lawmaker, talking about holding people accountable for certain crimes. He spent his career doing this. His son is now committing crimes, and there's no real discussion about the criminality of it. You know that if it were Donald Trump Jr. or Ivanka Trump committing crimes, even if they're not related to the office of the presidency, people would be talking about it ad nauseum. But they're not talking about Hunter Biden at all. But really the story, even if you don't want to talk about his personal life and maybe the crimes that were committed inside of the videos and the photos that were posted, you've got to at least report on the fact that the president's son had been hacked and that his data and potentially sensitive information, conversations he may or may not have had with the president of the United States, you would think that that information would be newsworthy of some level. Yet mainstream media has not touched the story at all. And now you've got Newsweek saying, fact check, it turns out there's no suppression of these stories. It's all a bunch of conspiratorially minded people talking about suppression. There's no suppression here, nothing to see here. Brianna and Robbie, interested to get your take on this. I mean,
go ahead and pause it.
What is happening?
So you see that, Tony? My theory about Hunter Biden doesn't exist is actually backed up by CNN, MSNBC, all the big channels. You can go ahead and search for him. He doesn't exist. He's not there. Nothing relevant, nothing to see there, right? It's almost like
it is a post-truth world. So
it is a post-truth world. And it's almost like Hunter Biden is like an invisible man. So if you go back to the beginning of the show, maybe Joe was shaking hands with Hunter, but he's an invisible man, or they just airbrushed him out of history like that dude in the picture with Stalin. I don't know, one or the other.
That's true, yeah.
Or the guy's so senile, he's shaking hands with people that aren't there. Or maybe he's so close to the spirit world that he's actually seeing the other side at that point. I don't know. Pick one of the above. I would choose like all of the above, probably.
Sure.
Some sort of mix. All right, so wrapping up this episode, we got all these fantastic members of Grand Theft World. You guys already get to see the war against us all because you're already a member, right? And then people who want to see that, they might become a member. But there's one more aspect of it that we should talk about. And I wanted to save it till later in the episode so the people with short attention spans don't find it because it's not for them. But there's this thing, they're calling it the glossary. It's more like an index of my work. And for topics of eugenics or globalism or any of these types of things, you might be able to find one or many episodes of my work that might help you understand that at a much more detailed, specific, useful level. And it took a long time to compile it, but it's a map by subject to not all of my work yet because it's still in process, but a substantial portion of it. LD's got it up there on screen, and they're calling it the glossary. What's the wording at the top of that page, LD? Because it's real small on my end.
Master Glossary: The Private Works of Richard Grove, and lists Grand Theft World, Tragedy to Hope, and then just topics starting off with how critical thinking was cut off by state schools, philosophy of liberty.
So each one of those links goes to an episode, right?
Yeah.
And each episode is probably, substantial because I'm long form content, dude.
At least like 4 to 8 hours somewhere.
Yeah. So now it's not just like I have 1,000 hours of content back then. It's now you have a map to
It's
that
nice that it's
1,000 hours of
organized.
content.
That kind of gives you an idea that if you listen to these podcasts, you'll learn about these topics. That's one thing I always thought would be very valuable to get a sense of, because there's just so much. I mean, you got 80 some peace revolutions just alone, not to mention all the other work.
So there's going to be a public version of that document, and there's going to be a behind the paywall version for the members of Grand Theft World community, because the useful version of the document behind the paywall also connects to all the not publicly available source media that is cited within the glossary. So there'll be like a scaled down version. It's available to the public, just like a lot of my work was available to the public for many, 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 many years. I also have some work behind the paywalls. It's good to have a map and an index to help locate all that great, valuable, substantial, meaningful work that's behind a membership, a subscription, or an enrollment in one of the courses. So with that, I wanted to also, for anyone who says, I'm interested, but not right now, or the cash is not flowing enough, I got something free. You mentioned the Freedom Vault in the trailer earlier tonight. The link to get the Freedom Vault, which is free, and it's got useful stuff just to get started. You can bootstrap yourself from there. getautonomy.info/Freedom Vault, all one word. Freedom Vault, VAULT. And that'll get you at least started on the slow road. LD, aside from the members, who else do we have to thank for tonight's festivities and gala?
All right. Yes. So big thanks to all the Grand Theft World subscribers and to the Rockfin tippers this evening. Jim Garrison, Tina Hagen, Jack, Jim Garrison again, T-Can, Biscotti, Biodigital Goblin, Vervain Verve, Dallas Avad 3 times. Matt Green said kudos once again, GTW team. And Thomas Hutchinson said, once again, the best independent reporting, commentary, and historical contextual analysis on the web. Thanks, LD, Tony, and Richard. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all. It's very impressive.
Thank you to everyone.
And it seems to be a lot of the same names that are consistently showing up, supporting. And I want to say thank you, because that's how we can all make it go forward together. The rest of the people, they're kind of along for the ride. They're just listening, but you guys are the ones that take action. So thank you. And action's always rewarded with more value.
Yeah, thanks. And if you are new, if you haven't done so, please check out grandtheftworld.com. Go to the top right corner. You can join the community, choose a level of support. and get inside the Library of Cognitive Liberty and the Discord server, where you can jump in and participate in the bi-weekly Tuesday night town halls. Is that right? Bi-weekly.
Yeah, you got it.
I was just laughing because you're going to play the thing at the end where you say it again.
That's correct.
But you were doing a newer version. Tony, when's your next town hall?
This Tuesday.
This Tuesday.
This upcoming Tuesday, which is, what is it?
And why should people who are members like tune into the town hall? What's in it for them?
It's actually tomorrow now. Yeah. So the 19th. Join in because for literally being able to talk about anything you'd like to talk about. Just kidding. You get to meet other like-minded individuals that get to share their experiences, their insights, their things they're, curious about, what they're researching. You get to share that with other people of like minds and people that have come together that recognize a lot of the same sort of issues, or dealing with it in, their own unique way with, their families and their work and what they're going through. And it's just like a really great exercise to be able to just meet other people and just realize like you're not alone. There's a shared experience here where, we come from different places in regards to what's happening right now, but it's just a great space. I try to create a space where you can just like come and you can relax a little bit, be yourself, share and dialogue together. And we usually try, if there's not much going on, we center it around topics on the show, just to kind of get it started. And then from there, once it gets started, it goes anywhere, any place you can imagine. So I'll sort of leave it there. But it's been a lot of fun. It's sort of a podcast within a podcast because we tend to go every other week, every other Tuesday, like 5 or 6 hours, no matter how much I try to cut it off around 11.
And it's the interactive dynamic.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what people like most about it. Yeah.
And it's where the people who are taking action are actually taking action as opposed to just being spectators. They're getting on the field. And some people they've been on the field before and they know how to play the game. And other people are, asking a question for the first time and they don't really talk to anybody about these topics. And
exactly.
So
that's been encouraging.
Get their learning on.
Some people have mentioned that, but it's been encouraging to see them willing to, over time, not just sort of. And I encourage it. Look, if you want to eavesdrop and don't feel comfortable on a
start
mic
as
or
a
camera,
wallflower, just like, internalize, think, cogitate, marinate. But at some point when you have a question, know how to unmute.
And some have gotten there. Yeah, it's been good to see. And so I'll try to cultivate an environment where people feel comfortable.
It'll feel liberating. Yeah. Less restrictive.
You got it.
That's the goal.
I'll leave it there. So yeah, join the Tuesday night town hall. It is this Tuesday, 7:00 p.m. and we go until I try to shut it down, and then someone asks me questions that keep it going another 2 to 3
right
hours.
On. Town halls for Grand Theft World members, grandtheftworld.com. It's not just the front page, it's the community behind it, and then the podcast that comes about once a week. All right. Next week, we will be back. We'll be here for episode 90. I'm sure the world's just going to get crazier in the next week. So we'll take it one step at a time. We'll bring you back a nice distillation next week and condense it down and get into some more deep dives at different books we haven't talked about yet, because I'm sure they're going to do things that they haven't done yet. So thank you guys all for tuning in and not dropping out. And do we have anyone left in this episode to play us out? See,
well, we do have a Hunter Biden music video. If it's
there we go.
If it's not
for the record, I have not seen this video, but it is made from the evidence, and it should probably go in the time capsule. Unfortunately, or fortunately, maybe this is very refreshing to people in the future as well as the present.
Maybe I'll turn off the YouTube stream just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
Because I feel like I've been pushing my luck with YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, we don't want to lose go somewhere else right now.
Account
he's got a strike from last week.
He's a pirate, that Jules